button.
Yeah, this video is insane.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite Rings of Power enthusiast.
What do you mean? Rings of
and
Power
volcano
enthusiast?
expert.
What? Volcano expert? I mean, I know my geology. Come on. Who doesn't?
The reason we're late today is because as soon as we got into Zoom together, Adam's like, Sitch, have you seen how bad this last Ring of Power episode is?
Well, I was demoralized by it halfway through and could not finish because it was equal parts boring and equal parts ridiculous. I was like, how can they do this? How can people watch this crap?
I don't know. It's pretty shocking.
But we're not enough Rings of Power garbage. People are here for politics, okay?
Oh, of course.
This is where enlightened centrists come to get their politics fix. They want, reasonable. Well, it's basically Team Truth over here. They're tired of seeing lies on the internet, and they expect us to go at these lies, to take these lies down with vigor and jokes. Basically,
that's right.
Yeah,
that's right. So, our good friend Ian Danskin, who makes wonderful content called the Alt-Right Playbook.
Right.
Where basically he's been doing this for years.
Yeah.
For years. He's been working in the same series about how the alt-right is taking over America. Oh my God. Did you know this, Adam? Did you know we're all on the edge of our seats? The alt-right is coming to take us over.
I'm going to look up here. I'm just going to search alt-right really quick on on the old YouTube and see what comes up. The rise and fall of the alt-right. 4 years ago. Okay, that's interesting. How the alt-right leader used a lie to climb the ranks. 4 years ago. New documentary on the alt-right sheds light on the movement's beginnings. 4 years ago. Former alt-right member wants to prevent others from joining these hate groups. Oh, 2 years ago. Oh, interesting. So, what? Rebranding white nationalism inside Richard Spencer's alt-right. 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, wow. Oh, wait, here's a relatively recent video. Why is the alt-right so angry? The Daily Show 1 year ago.
Oh, look at that. Look at that.
They have the guy from Charlottesville, the Tiki Torch guy from Charlottesville, who I know for a fact that picture was taken 5 years ago. So wait, that's 1 year ago and it has 1 million views, huh?
So this video, I'm glad you're saying this. If you were to like remove the date from this video and watch it, you would assume this video is from at least 3 years ago.
Yes.
Like the entire opening segment is him complaining about a Milo Yiannopoulos event that I think happened in like 2019, 2017. Like,
oh, I know, but he doesn't.
They're like, what?
He doesn't say Yiannopoulos' name though.
2017. The event that he's complaining about in the beginning of this video takes place in 2017. Like, what's happening here? Why is this like? And everything he's talking about is I hate it. This is armchair psychology / armchair philosophy / armchair politician all mixed into one. Like, it's a guy who has his own idiotic thoughts about everything, and when doing like no research, just meshes it all together and comes up with his insane schizoid manifesto. But it's like he's been living in a cave for 5 years because everything he's talking about doesn't exist anymore. He's literally living in 2017 and making videos for YouTube of 2017, only they're coming out now.
Wow. Yeah, no, I completely agree. It was like a time capsule.
Yes.
I was like, wait a second. This is a brand new video and it has 500,000 views.
It's insane. It's insane. Who's watching this trash?
I have no idea. Okay, I logged out of the YouTube account and these thumbnails are blurred out as if this is too spicy for YouTube.
You did what?
I logged in. So I did my alt-right search in a browser not logged in to take a look. Well, I did it because I wanted to bring up, look at this thumbnail here. We've got former alt-right follower calls radicalization a health crisis from 3 years ago, and it's our friend Caleb Kane. CNN is using Caleb Kane in the thumbnail. And I mean, they've got a picture of him that that's not a flattering picture, Caleb. I don't know. Wait a second here.
What?
They've got, from 10 months ago, they've got Alex Jones in a thumbnail. And it says how a mass shooter manifesto made an alt-right producer wake up. What?
Oh, we have to watch. I didn't see this until just now. I didn't think to go to YouTube search alt-right. Apparently Hassan reacted to this. I'm kind of curious.
What? Really?
Hassan's idiotic take on this. So
yeah. Why just the thing about this video for me, the most ironic thing is that he's doing basically everything he's accusing right-wing conflict entrepreneurs from doing. I mean, they've got like a boogeyman situation going with Antifa and whatnot, but he's got a boogeyman situation going with the alt-right. It's just, they're perfect for one another.
Right.
He's the alt-left and they're the alt-right, and they do this kind of dance.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Dr. Diddler, I hope, I don't know where you live exactly, but I hope you and your family is A-okay from the storm.
Well, I guess we know where he lives now. Nice for doxing our...
Well, no, I mean, we all know he lives in Florida somewhere, but I said I don't know where in the state.
We do know that? I didn't know
He said
that.
it before.
Oh, okay.
Well, now you do.
Okay.
So, hope you're doing well, Dr. Diddler.
Stay
S-Class
safe.
General.
Stay safe, Dr. Diddler, and, put your credit card number in the chat.
Dr. Diddler for $5 says, A-team steals mail for fun and parks in front of fire extinguishers on the very low chance his car spontaneously combusts. S-Class is the best class.
What?
Is this true, Adam?
Fair. No.
Do you park in front of fire extinguishers?
How dare you, Dr. Diddler?
Do you steal mail for fun? You shouldn't steal mail. That's worse than you not returning shopping carts.
Well, it is fun watching movies, and sometimes I see those red envelopes sticking out of the mailbox from Netflix. So I have been known, but I always return them. The next day after I watch the movie.
You return them to the mailbox, or you return them to Netflix?
No, I return them to the neighbor's mailbox.
Oh, okay, that's good. See, there you go. Adam's beat the system. He has a Netflix account without.
Well, streaming has kind of ruined that grift, so
right.
That one's a little dead now.
Nice. Dr. Diller says he was only mildly inconvenienced. Great.
Oh, sweet.
By Hurricane Voosh.
So should we get into the video?
Let's get into the video. This video is called The Alt-Right Playbook, The Cost of Doing Business.
The Cost of Doing Business. Yeah. Sweet. What an interesting title. Content warning. Racism, homophobia, transphobia, anti-Semitism, hate crimes, police violence, fascist iconography, the Holocaust.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm trembling.
I'm scared here.
Oh, okay.
Right. He forgot lies and deceit.
Yes.
Say for the sake of argument, there's this, call him a provocateur, a conservative who makes his living off being a public figure. Say,
hold on here. Is he not a provocateur? Ian Danskin. How are you not a provocateur? I prefer the term conflict entrepreneur because you're literally making money off of this conflict just as much as they are. Well, I don't know if you're making as much money, but
he makes money off of basically making everyone afraid of the world.
Yeah, the boogeyman method. How the profitable boogeyman for you is the alt-right. The profitable boogeyman for the right is Antifa and socialism and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
Look in the mirror, dude.
I just like how it's October 2nd, 2022. Mm-hmm. Okay. And Ian Danskin is making a video complaining about Milo Yiannopoulos.
Yeah. Oh my God.
When's the last time you've heard Milo Yiannopoulos doing anything relevant in politics?
Well, last time I heard the name Milo Yiannopoulos, he was being destroyed by Lauren Southern.
Yes.
He was being annihilated as a liar and a grifter piece of shit.
I forgot about that. Yeah, the last time we heard about him was Lauren Southern saying he's a liar, he's a grifter, and then the last time I heard about him before that was him losing, or no, not losing, but debating some smallish YouTuber.
Right.
And I was like, wow, how Milo has fallen. And then before I heard about that, it was him being outed, or it was him being attacked by people on the right for supposedly being a pedophile and supposedly not being a pedophile for
not reporting a pedophile.
For not reporting the pedophilia that he knew about and that he experienced when he was
in the Catholic
and he
Church.
got in the Catholic, well, not in the Catholic Church, but that he experienced when he was younger.
Well, it was a Catholic priest, and he never
that's right. He said
in,
he said he seduced him. Right.
And everyone was like, whoa. Is he still out there like raping kids? Maybe you should speak up about it. And then Milo came out and said, oh no, he's dead. It's like, well, okay. So it probably doesn't matter if you identify him. No, I don't want to hurt his legacy. What the fuck?
Right.
This guy's a fucking pedo. What
so Milo's
the fuck?
big notability for the last year or two is that he was canceled by right wingers.
Right.
And Ian Danskin feels like he has to make a video about this
for protecting a dead pedophile.
Right. This is so bizarre. This is so weird. It's like Ian Danskin literally he went into a cave in the year of 2017.
Right. Yeah.
And he's never left it since.
He's just been woken up from a coma. He was in an accident in 2017.
Maybe that's what happens. He goes into a coma and then someone wakes him up. They're like, Ian, it's the year 2022. You have to make another alt-right playbook. And he's like, it's time for me to do my duty once more. The world needs saving.
Ian Danskin, the original Encino Man.
No, scandalous.
He's like the Avatar, okay? Ian Danskin must be awakened from his iceberg to bring balance once again to the world.
Say, for the sake of argument, there's this... Call him a provocateur? A conservative who makes his living off being a public figure, saying scandalously evil things in public because controversy equals attention, and attention equals brand recognition. He gets his writing gigs and interviews and guest spots, sometimes because people agree with the awful things he says. More often it's because he gets views. His economy runs on engagement, and hate clicks are still clicks. One revenue stream is speaking engagements, the college campus circuit.
It is ironic that they're whining about Milo getting hate clicks.
You keep saying it's Milo. How do you know it's not Ben Shapiro?
Because the incident that he's talking about was Milo. And also look at the way he dressed like little character.
He never says it's Milo or Ben Shapiro or anyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
First of all, we all know what Milo and Ben Shapiro looks like. That little guy he drew made is Milo. He's even got the little sunglasses around the necklace that Milo used to always do.
I mean, he never comes out and says Milo. He's definitely... well, why doesn't he come out and say Milo?
Because
plausible deniability.
Because he doesn't want to give Milo... He's trying to have his cake and eat it too. He's like, I want to criticize Milo for something he did in 2017, but I also don't want to name him and give him,
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, but it doesn't, because he's still talking. Everyone knows that's who he's talking about.
Yeah, no, I mean, it appears to be Milo.
But my point is just that he keeps whining about Milo just making money out of hate clicks. And this guy just makes money out of fear clicks. That's all he does. He says, you should be afraid that around every tree, behind every corner, under every rock, there's a Nazi waiting to jump and pounce on you.
Yeah, no, it's the same thing. Conflict entrepreneur.
Be afraid.
I mean, you can argue that they're hate clicks. I hate Nazis. This is the thing, okay? I have no problem if someone wants to go out and make a channel talking about how racism is evil, okay? I agree. Racism is evil. I don't like homophobia, whatever you want to do. The problem that I have is that they constantly conflate normal conservatives with racist homophobes. It's like, okay, that's not exactly fair. That's like conflating every single Antifa member with a pedophile.
Right.
It's bad. It's bad news. Please stop.
Let's say UC Emeryville, invite him as a guest lecturer. But UCE is broad.
Is UC Emeryville where Milo spoke once?
No, he went to Berkeley. UC
Okay.
Berkeley.
So
He just made up the
Emeryville. All right.
Yeah. Not real.
Okay.
Broadly a progressive campus, which means his presence there would likely provoke a lot of outrage, maybe even a protest. And a protest would be pretty flippin' sweet. Protest means local news coverage, maybe more than local. Hell, the conservative media machine loves taking stories like...
Do you still think it's Ben Shapiro?
I mean, Ben Shapiro's been on all those shows.
He literally took when he was on Bill Maher and photoshopped.
You're right.
Right.
I only listened to it. I kept
Okay.
listening for a name. I'm like, when's this motherfucker gonna say
Okay.
who it is?
Why is it? Wait a minute. I don't. Why is it for Sean Hannity? Why does it say Gorilla Channel?
I don't know.
What does that even mean? Gorilla Channel. Is there a reference there, chat? I don't.
Jackal News.
Yeah, but that I understand. Jackal. He's saying that like Tucker Carlson's like a hyena or like some kind of scavenging dog, right? Like I understand that one. I don't understand the gorilla comment. Ben Shapiro's iconic pink shirt. Yeah, exactly.
He doesn't wear a pink shirt. What?
I don't think I've ever seen him wear a pink shirt. I don't know. I'm going to be honest. Calling Hannity the Gorilla Channel feels a little racist. I'm not sure why, but it just feels a little racist.
Well, I think of guerrilla marketing as well. So that could have
It's
been
a Trump reference.
the direction he was going.
Hannity is a big silverback. I mean, he's tall. He's a big guy, I guess. I don't know. They claim Trump watched the Gorilla Channel all day. What? I don't know. I guess I'm out of the loop for this reference. Okay. You've won this time, Innuendo Studios.
like this and blowing them up to national importance. If he plays his cards right, he could get his words in front of millions of people instead of just the student body of UC Emeryville. Of course, he's gonna take that gig.
There is an irony here, too, that he's complaining about how Milo farms outrage for publicity, and yet right now Milo is basically irrelevant, and Ian Danskin is the one who's publicizing Milo for clicks.
Right? Yeah. No. Giant irony.
I know. Like,
Giant
good job.
hypocrisy.
Good job, idiot.
But the progressive students at UCE are wise to his tricks. They've seen him pull this stunt at other UCs, Stockton, Bakersfield, Vacaville. So they make
Vacaville. Ian must be in California. He's all the places he's picking are California places. Pretty sure it's Vacaville too.
I mean, I love me some
anyway.
vodka frita.
Vacaville, I believe, is most known for the Vacaville prison.
the decision,
That's
we're not gonna protest. We're just gonna let him speak. Let the boy stamp his feet, and in a month, no one will even remember he was here. As the date approaches and the provocateur sees he's not getting the response he wants, he starts hinting things on social media, trying to bait a reaction. Psst. Psst. Hey. I'm gonna make jokes about the Holocaust.
See, this is the thing. This is where I lost my shit.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any evidence of this? Like, has Milo anywhere baited in this fashion? I just can't imagine Milo going onto his Twitter page and saying, I'm going to make jokes about the Holocaust. First of all, Milo is Jewish.
He is?
No,
I didn't know that.
Is he?
No, he's Catholic. What are you talking about?
I thought he was Jew. No, I thought Milo was
That's why
Jewish.
he was touching the priest. What are you talking
No,
about?
I
He's not
thought
Jewish.
he's converted to Catholicism, though.
Oh, no. No. Adam, please. Please.
Let's see.
Wait, Milo talks about his Jewish identity. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I thought he was Jewish. Yeah, I thought he
Wait a
converted to
minute.
Catholicism. Milo, I believe Milo is Jewish.
I think he said that he's Jewish, but I don't know if it's actually true.
Okay.
He was raised by Greek-Irish Catholic he was raised by his Greek-Irish Catholic paternal grandmother, and considers himself Catholic. Yet when he speaks about Jews, he often speaks in the first person. Oh, okay. So he's got one of his parents was Jewish.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but he doesn't consider himself Jewish. I don't think he's ever practiced Jewish.
Yeah, but he has a parent that's a Jewish. So I mean, he's
but if
Jewish.
he was raised Irish Catholic, he's not really Jewish.
Look at Sitch is so upset now. Oh my God, he's one of us.
No!
How dare! How dare!
First of all, unless his mother was Jewish, he's not technically Jewish. Okay.
Now he's pulling
That's
the
the
mom.
rule.
Now he's pulling the mom card. Sorry, Jewish guys, you're shooting blanks.
I don't make the rules of Judaism, Adam. Okay,
Right.
I'm just saying.
Anyway, so Milo, I think was Milo's dad or mom Jewish? So we can get to the bottom of whether or not he's technically Jewish.
But he was raised Irish Catholic, and he considers himself Irish Catholic.
Right. Well, I think he's taught. Well, anyway, regardless.
Sitch is gatekeeping. You are correct. I am gatekeeping.
Where is but I just present some evidence. I can't. Can anyone?
Sargon says Milo is Jewish. Thank you, Sargon, for weighing in.
I always thought he's talked about being Jewish many times. So obviously,
has he been bar mitzvahed?
You can't trust anything Milo says. So.
Well, that is true. You can't.
Anyway, I would like some evidence that anyone in this provocateur role, like, would Ben Shapiro go on social media when he's going to speak at a university? And this is another thing that's really off about this. Ben Shapiro showed up at some podcast event. Ben Shapiro has one of the biggest podcasts in the world now.
Yes.
And he showed up as the founding member of the Daily Wire. It's Daily Wire, right? I always get Daily Caller and Daily Wire mixed up.
Yeah,
Daily Wire, yeah. And the people freaked out. And basically it spawned a big controversy. Ben Shapiro didn't go to social media and say, "Oh, I'm going to make jokes about the Holocaust. So, get upset when I show up at this podcast thing," right?
Well, that'd be weird if Ben Shapiro was making jokes.
Well, this is another thing. The logic of what he's saying here just doesn't check out. Show me the receipts. Who did this? I can't imagine what right-wing provocateur goes on social media and says, "I'm going to make jokes about the Holocaust." That's not going to happen.
Well, if anyone was to do it, I could imagine.
Emory would drop them immediately. Yes.
It was Berkeley. But I can imagine, hypothetically, that Milo would joke about something or pretend like or say something like, "Oh, I'm going to say something spicy about the Holocaust," or whatever. But like, even though I can imagine that, I did try to find evidence about this, but since it was from 2017,
Milo's been nuked from social media for fucking years now.
Right. So I couldn't find out whatever the tweets that Ian here was talking about, and he doesn't provide any evidence for the claim. So,
Yeah, this is the bullshittiest bullshit claim ever made, is what I'm saying.
Well, you're supposed to take it on faith.
It's Berkeley in real life, and it's Emory in the hypothetical. Get it straight, Sitch. Keep track of what's going on here.
Well, that's part of why he doesn't have to. That's why he doesn't want to name Milo, because then he'd actually have to provide evidence for this claim.
And this is why is he talking about Milo? Because now he's making claims that Milo things that we don't have evidence that Milo ever did.
Mm-hmm.
Milo Yiannopoulos talks about his Jewish identity. Jewish Journal. Okay, we might have to look at that article.
CT says, "You found your debate topic with Milo. Debate him that he isn't Jewish."
That would be great. Sitch, why?
There you go. Wonderful.
Why won't you do any fun debates with us? Come on, Sitch.
Milo, did you in 2017, 5 years ago, say that you were going to joke about the Holocaust at UC Berkeley? We have to get to the bottom of this.
I saw it in an Ian Danskin video, so it has to be true.
Right.
I'm going to say Americans treated their slaves well. Nothing.
Okay, now he's
I
talking
could see
about
him taking some
academic
weird joke
agent.
about that, though.
Now he's talking about academic agent, right?
There you go. There you go.
I mean, academic agent has literally made a video about.
He has. That's true. That's true.
Very sad.
It wasn't a joke, though. He was serious.
I know. Yeah, I know.
Well, here's what's weird. I found an article from the New York Times that's talking about how he was canceled from the speaking event, in 2017. And I would assume that if he was making jokes about the Holocaust or saying slavery they treated the slaves well, you would think the New York Times of all places would talk about this, right?
Oh, they jump on that. Yeah, with both feet.
And I don't see anything. I don't know what I can't find what he's talking about. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna assume it doesn't exist.
This is what you call in the business lying.
Oh,
It's exactly what he's doing. I don't.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, this is what drives me insane about this.
Mm-hmm.
He's just making up lies. It's such
There
bullshit.
Didn't he make the thing that got him banned from Twitter was
Real shit.
attacking Leslie Jones, remember?
Yeah.
And he said something. Did he say? Wasn't it something about like how Africans were the ones that sold slaves or something? I don't remember something about that, but it wasn't like I don't remember him saying anything about slave owners treating slaves well in 2017. So
What do you mean?
anyway,
I think didn't he post some Harambe meme or something like that?
oh maybe yeah.
Remember a bunch of racist pieces of shit
That's
were
pretty
comparing Leslie Jones to Harambe.
Uh-huh.
Harambe was the gorilla that got shot because the
Yes.
kid fell down in his cage
Right,
or whatever,
right.
right?
Right.
Which was super fucked up because I felt like didn't Harambe protect the kid? It kind of seemed like he did.
I don't remember honestly.
Like he was like Harambe was like finally a visitor, someone new to talk to.
Did they kill him?
Then they
It's so sad.
He sat down with the kid. He's like brushing
sad.
his hair.
hmm
Oh, it's so bad. God. We need justice for Harambe.
We still do. It's been so many years and we still haven't acquired
It's been far too
justice.
long.
Yeah, far too long.
Who shot that gun? We need a Kyle Rittenhouse type gun.
So
Trial.
okay. So to be clear, according to the USA Today, Milo
Right.
Yiannopoulos did not compare Leslie Jones to Harambe.
Really?
Other people were comparing her to Harambe
I do remember that.
and
yeah.
and things like that. What he said was,
Look at this.
he said if
Team
at first
truth.
if at first you don't succeed because your work is terrible, play the victim. Everyone gets hate mail for fuck's sakes. Ghostbusters is doing so badly they've deployed at LesDog to play the victim on Twitter. Very sad.
But this was him weighing in about the Harambe controversy.
Well, he was weighing into her complaining about it.
Right. So the whole entire internet started comparing her to Harambe. And Milo Yiannopoulos said, yeah, we all get hate. Basically, get over it.
Oh,
Right.
here's why he got in trouble. Okay.
Hmm.
So he followed that up by calling her barely literate, America needs better schools. And then I'm assuming this is what got him in trouble. I think she blocked him,
Okay.
and he posted a screenshot of the block, and he said, "Rejected by yet another black dude."
Oh, wow. So he misgendered her.
So that's probably what got him in trouble. So no, he didn't compare her to Harambe or anything. But
Right.
he did call her a man. So.
Anyway. Terrible. Terrible.
There you go.
But he didn't threaten to make jokes about the Holocaust.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't
So he
find
ups
this.
the ante, makes it personal. I'm going to put up pre-transition photos of your trans students.
Look, can you imagine? Can you imagine? This is so farcical.
There was something about that, though. There was something about that. No, that he was going to. It was. Oh my god! It's like so difficult to find information about this because there's so much fake. Because it's so long ago, and it was like all this fake news about it. because they were all saying like, oh, he was going to dox trans students, and I was like, no, there were some. It was that, and this is actually insidious. This is what Ian is leaving out. So when it's coming out that Milo is going to show up at the school, obviously people are trying to get the school to cancel it to
Right.
prevent Milo from doing it. And so a couple of the people that I believe, I could be wrong about this, and if someone in the chat knows whether I'm wrong about this, let me know. I believe that a couple of the people that were sort of leading the campaign to get him blocked from speaking at Berkeley were two trans women. And so in response to that, he's like, oh, well, I'm going to, insult them and put their picture up or something.
I mean, I remember there was some story about a trans person that was using the locker room. There was some controversy about a trans person that was using the locker room, and people weren't necessarily down with that.
Right.
And this was a topic of discussion at the Milo talk, but nobody. So talking about this got spun into doxing the trans person.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a huge hubbub. It was a huge controversy over whether or not this person should be allowed to use the
Right.
female locker room, as it were.
It's just so annoying that Ian, because he's being so dishonest here, doesn't actually explain any of what's being like the circumstances. Why do I, the viewer, have to do research to understand his stupid video? Why can't he actually just give us the information?
Do you remember the story about this? It was a trans woman who was using the female locker room. And the students got upset about this. The female students got upset about it because they were pre-op. They hadn't transitioned. Same exact situation as the swimmer, Leah Thompson, when all her teammates were upset about flaunting it in the locker room. And the coach basically told all of them to, just get used to it. Deal with it, okay? We're winning. Shut the fuck up. So Milo did talk about this at one of his talks, but I think that people spun that into him doxing the person. Or because he talked about it, somebody did dox the person, or I'm not exactly sure what this is.
Okay, so actually, yes, okay, so I found what you're talking about. This is a different incident. So Ian's kind of like conflating a bunch of different things, I guess.
Okay.
This is when he was talking at the university. This is from 2016. So this is even
right.
older.
Yeah, no, I remember this.
So in 2016, Milo was at University of Wisconsin, and he was talking about how a University of Wisconsin student, as you said, there was some controversy because there was a supposedly non-binary trans woman, this is according to Milo Yiannopoulos, forced his way, he says into the women's locker room this year. So he was complaining about there was some controversy about whether this trans woman should be in the women's locker room at University of Milwaukee.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I read a bunch of articles on it, and it was a huge.
Right.
I mean, this was one of the first cases of, women's only spaces where this was even before the term TERF emerged.
Right. Though, according to this article, the picture that Milo put up was not of her pre-transitioning. So I don't know where that comes from.
Well,
like that just is, I guess it's just made up.
This is all just made up shit, all conflated, all non. And this is why Ian doesn't say I'm talking about Milo, because he's not talking about Milo. He's talking about some fictional character that he's made up that is doing these things. And that's why this video is insane, because who's doing this?
Right.
Who's doing this?
Well, I'm just wondering why he's bringing up things from 2016 and 2017 for a person who's not even relevant anymore. And the conversation about politics is so different now than it was 5 years ago.
It's hugely different. Yeah, he's doing it for hate clicks. He's doing it for the exact same thing. He's accusing this fictional character for doing it.
So it says, the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, because of this controversy, adopted a new policy regarding saunas and the women's locker room. It requires that non-conforming genitals, I like that language.
Yeah, they're trying to keep dicks out of the women's locker room.
Non-conforming genitals be covered at all times. And the university added private showers and changing rooms to make it that easier. Interesting.
Right.
So there you go. I'm curious if the college has changed that policy.
The thing about Leah Thomas is, and all the women were complaining about this, they were all saying she still likes women. Leah Thomas is into women. So
yeah, but that's most trans women.
Is it?
I think so, yeah.
I don't know. I think I looked it up and was surprised at how I was surprised at the numbers.
Sexual orientation of trans women survey.
This is where you're not supposed to use the word preference anymore because it's considered homophobic, but this is where the word preference makes more sense.
I said orientation.
I know you did, but orientation is a word that is in relation to where you are. Well, if you're a trans man or a trans woman, like that's biologically you're a man and genderly you're a woman. Your orientation is going to be different. And like preference seems like a more because your preference, and this is in the studies that I've seen, people evidently change their gender all the time. They're transgender people, obviously. But they don't find people changing their orientation over their lifetime. If you go through puberty and you end up liking men or liking women, that seems to be far more fixed. Or if you're bisexual. Yeah, sometimes some people are bisexual. That doesn't change. People don't change their orientation. Isn't that strange?
Why would that be strange?
They'll change their gender. Well, you're telling me biological sex is fluid, but sexual orientation is fixed.
Is more rigid. Yeah. That is interesting.
That seems rather odd to me.
I don't know. I found a study that said that they studied like 800 trans people and 80% of them did not change their sexual orientation after they transitioned.
Yes. No. Yeah. No. That's what I'm telling you.
So
80%.
Yeah, but it didn't say who they were attracted to though.
Right. And as I said, orientation is a strange word because all of a sudden, if you go from being a man to being a woman and you are attracted to women, you have changed your sexual orientation.
Yeah, I guess it's all how you define it, right?
That's why the orientation word is not useful here.
You're right.
The preference word would be useful here because Because then you'd say, listen, like, I am always bewildered when a trans man or woman comes out and says, I'm a lesbian or I'm gay. Because I mean, what do you think when this happened? When you're in this quandary, are you bewildered too, Sitch? I mean,
it's like, with Riley Dennis, it was like, I'm a lesbian.
Right.
And you're like, oh, all right.
But if Riley Dennis came out and said, I have this particular preference, you'd be like, okay, that I understand that. I know exactly what you're talking about. You like women.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Instead of saying that I understand. Instead of saying that they're straight or gay, like I like X.
Right.
It's less confusing. Right.
It's way less confusing. But the whole goal of all of this stuff is just to be confusing. The whole goal of Ian's video is to be confusing. I
know. Well, I don't know. I can't find this answer. I did find one survey, though I can't. It doesn't say what the sample size was, so you could take that as you may. Where it said, where did it go? It's gone now. It said something like 20. It was weird. It was like 23% identified as straight after they transitioned, 23 identified as gay, 23 identified as bisexual. and 23 identified as like other. So who the fuck knows? It is what it is.
Yeah. You can't
Anyway.
study this stuff to any kind of depth now because people
You'll get in
keep
trouble.
coming after you. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
You
Anyway.
didn't handle this scientific research correctly.
Yes.
We should talk about that too. Maybe on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to out the
What?
Jonathan Haidt's thing. Jonathan
Oh,
Haidt came
Jonathan
out.
Haidt. Yeah, we should.
students I've seen on Grindr. I'm going to name which of your students I think are illegal immigrants. Student body's like, bro, do your worst. Nobody's falling for it until one student's
Who are these people? Who the fuck is... Just name one person
I know.
that has done any of these things. That's what's so infuriating about this. Who the fuck is he talking about? Look, Matt Walsh is probably the most out there. But I don't see Matt Walsh doing this shit. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine Matt Walsh coming out and saying, yeah, I'm going to target individual students by claiming that they're illegal immigrants?
Yeah, it's so annoying because, again, why doesn't he just provide that? Like, if you have the evidence of that, provide it. If you have the screenshot of it, do it. Like, this is the point of the YouTube video. Well, actually, no, that's not the point. The point is to create propaganda.
Right.
But if
It's
it was to be honest, it would be to provide information.
It's to create a stereotype of conservatives that makes them seem like evil fucking pieces of shit. When I'm just like I'm here to shame whoever's doing this shit. give me names. I want to participate in this shaming.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's doing this.
Well, I don't want to say no one. I could believe Milo would do it. I just would like to see evidence of it, of him making this claim.
Right. Well, maybe in 2016 Milo would do this, sure.
Right.
But I feel like, it's 6 years later and pretty much everyone who would do something like this has been deplatformed from PayPal.
Right, and that's why this is so insane. Is that why are you talking about this old stuff from 5 or 6 years ago for a person who's been canceled and no one cares about anymore?
Because the purpose is to build negative stereotypes of conservatives. To say all conservatives are Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
Vote Democrat in the next election. It's so insidious. It's evil. It's lies. Team Truth does not abide.
Okay, wait. Oh, fuck. I found an article, but it's like... Oh, my God. Oh, wait, here it is.
Sitch found an article. This is going to be great.
Independent. This is from 2017.
Right.
UC Berkeley protests Milo Yiannopoulos plan to publicly name undocumented students and cancel talk. Let's see. Demonstrators threw smoke bombs, started fires, and smashed windows. That's great.
Right.
They accused Milo, saying that his event was going to be used to target individuals, either in the audience by using their personal information. However, Milo Yiannopoulos told The Independent that this is not true and that he did not plan to give out the name of undocumented.
Yeah, see, this is exactly what happened. Look, somebody had shared an article with me about how Milo Yiannopoulos was doxing trans students. And I started digging in. I was like, okay, this is horrible. Let me fucking dig in and find out what's going on. And I find the whole controversy about the trans student using the women's facilities and everyone being upset about it and Milo Yiannopoulos talking about it. So all of this is based on lies about Milo Yiannopoulos.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is the truth of it. This is why it is very, very dishonest. Okay. So, well, first of all, listen to this headline. The headline is, as I read, UC Berkeley protests Milo Yiannopoulos plan to publicly name undocumented students and cancel talk. So you read the headline and you think, oh, like he was going to do that. But then the article says, no, he said he wasn't going to do that.
Yeah, why would he do that?
And the only evidence is that someone on Twitter said, quote, reliable sources. Yeah. Reliable sources say Milo planned to publicly name undocumented students. Well, who's the reliable sources? What does that mean?
Yeah, it's bullshit.
And then the only other thing they pointed to was that the day before he was supposed to speak on Breitbart, they published an article saying Milo was going to talk about how he was going to claim that Berkeley and other U.S. colleges had become sanctuary campuses that sheltered illegal immigrants from being deported. And somehow that gets warped into he is then going somehow he know. First of all, how would Milo Yiannopoulos even know if there were undocumented students living on that campus, and how would he have their information?
Yeah, magic. It doesn't
why would
matter.
he know this information?
It doesn't matter. All they want to do is make the claim. They want to make the claim, and this is why this video is so insidious, because 6 years later, you have a guy here repeating these claims as if they ever happened.
Yes.
And not only that, how can you even refute them? Because he's just like telling, this is just a hypothetical story that I made up. All of these claims were debunked. So here, let me just tell you a story about conservatives.
Right.
I mean, there's plenty of conservatives that will tell you the same kind of story about the hypothetical, pedophile Democrat voter who worships Satan. And yeah, it's just, you can't do that.
It's just
hold up.
Crazy that, and I hate this is how the news works. If they target someone that they don't like, and someone has this claim, he was going to name undocumented students, reliable sources, whatever the fuck that means, right? Reliable sources make this claim, and then you have a bunch of different publications, and they all just repeat this like it's gospel.
Yeah, the media sucks. They're all fucking liars. Why do you think why do you think we do this show, Sitch?
It's sad. It's sad.
Isn't it crazy? Isn't it crazy that you'll get more honesty out of us than you will get out of ABC or CBS?
It's a little crazy.
Look, I don't believe anything. And these early days, doing YouTube and being interested in this stuff and just being revolted by the level of lies and deceit going on in mainstream journalism is what kind of hooked me on this stuff. I just immediately, someone would say something to me, and I regret how long I would actually used to believe this stuff for so long. But every time I would look in, I'd be like, okay, this is just lies. It's all fake. It's all just a phony narrative to get you angry. And Ian Danskin is still milking that anger to this day, at the same time making an argument that no, it's the right wingers that are doing this to get you angry.
I know.
It's the height of hypocrisy.
I'm going to name which of your students I think are illegal immigrants. Student body's like, bro, do your worst. Nobody's falling for it. Until one student's like, hold on.
Wait a minute. Okay, so this is like everything he says is like a lie. Okay, this isn't true, because when this claim came out that he was going to quote unquote name undocumented students, that's what all the papers are reporting. The reason that Berkeley canceled him was because of that claim.
Right.
And all these articles are like, there's an article from, do you remember BAM?
Yeah, totally.
There's an article from, I forget that lady's name who runs BAM, who's like totally crazy. But there's all these articles of like these very left sources saying, Milo's going to name undocumented students. We have to shut him down. We have to cancel him. And yet Ian over here is making it sound like after this claim came out, everyone was just shrugging and was like, oh, it's totally fine. Who cares? Whatever.
Well, also, he's making it sound like Milo made that claim.
Well, I know. Yeah, you're right. He is saying Milo's going to say Milo himself made the claim when that's not even true.
Right. Yes. No, Ian, your side made the claim because they wanted to get him deplatformed, and they knew he hasn't said anything that insane and would never say anything that insane because he knows that we get him deplatformed. You literally made up the claim to get him deplatformed, and now you're rewriting history as if he's saying it to get into the mainstream press. This is just a complete, retcon of actual history.
Yeah. No, you're right, because this is framed as Milo said this in order to draw hate clicks when it's the opposite. It's no, someone said it about Milo in order to get him canceled.
Yes. Yeah.
That's pretty insane levels of projection right there. But okay.
Ian Danskin, who I'm 99% certain has many videos on how cancel culture isn't real. Cancel culture is completely fake. completely made up by the right wing,
Right.
who says all this stuff just so they can get hate clicks.
Mm-hmm.
This guy lives in an alternate reality. The thing that's scary is 500,000 people live in that alternate reality with him.
I know.
What? What?
I'm going to name which of your students I think are illegal immigrants. Student body's like, bro, do your worst. Nobody's falling for it until one student's
Look, we're so smart. We would never fall for our own lies. Although you did fall for your own lies 6 years later, you dumbass.
like, hold up. He's going to dox immigrants in front of his audience of white nationalist gun nuts.
That's another thing.
Wait.
Are you telling me every single person that went to see Milo Yiannopoulos own the libs is a white nationalist?
Of course.
A white nationalist.
Yeah. A white nationalist gun nut.
This is so insane.
Also, when is Milo ever said anything about white nationalism? I mean, he said lots of spicy shit. I don't remember saying white nationalist stuff.
Didn't he marry a black guy?
I thought he did, or at least he was dating and having sex with a black guy.
I thought he married a black guy, and then because he did I think he threw his wedding rings away when he was like, I'm straight now.
Yes, yeah, right.
And got gay divorced. Is that a thing?
I think it's just called a divorce, Adam.
Oh, okay. Well, if you get gay married, don't you get gay divorced? I don't see. Dan will have to wait.
Milo Yiannopoulos' husband? That's the question.
I don't want to
John
get it wrong.
Lewis. Oh my God, like the guy we talked to, John Lewis?
Oh no. I saw a tweet from John Lewis saying, oh, what did he say? I can't remember. Who cares?
He said that he had changed his mind on property rights.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But he didn't make it exactly clear, at least from the tweet that I saw, what exactly that meant.
Right, yeah.
So.
I always love it when black guys come on our stream and start dropping the N-word right and left, knowing that they're going to get our stream demonetized.
Did he say the N-word? I don't remember this.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, no.
That stream got demonetized because of it, too.
Why did he say the N-word?
Yeah, he said the N-word.
Why did he do that? What was the context? Was it? I hope it was a soft A, at least.
No.
He dropped the hard R N-word on our stream?
I don't know. I can't remember. It's been so long. But I was like, thanks. I was thinking, thanks.
So
thanks,
there's a picture.
Bro. Thanks.
There's a picture of Milo supposedly at his wedding. And you only see the back of the person he's marrying. It says "blind for love," and it's a black guy. So I'm assuming that Milo Yiannopoulos, who he just called a white nationalist, married a black man. So yes. I don't know how you wrap that around your brain, but okay. I mean, Milo says a lot of stupid shit. This is what's so weird. Milo has said and done so much stupid and bad stuff that it's so easy for you to criticize that. You don't have to make up things to criticize him for. This is so ridiculous.
Ian, why? I just have a question, Ian. Why do you lie so much? Do you know that you're lying? Are you just a bad journalist or are you a bad person? That's what I want to know.
I think it's just that he just sees sees someone make a claim about it and he just assumes it's true. He did zero research to
lying. I want to know, Ian, is lying wrong? If you consistently lie about somebody, are you yourself a piece of shit?
Right.
If I decide I'm going to go out and just lie about you nonstop, everything I just comes to mind, I'm going to lie. I don't care. Truth be damned. Does that make me a piece of shit? I kind of feel like it does.
Right. CT says that he did say the N-word a couple times because she remembers having to edit it out for this.
Chitachi. Now Chitachi's like, if I come on, can I say the N-word? Chitachi's black. For those.
No, no one's allowed to come on and say the N-word.
I mean, if you must,
stop it.
But I would prefer if you didn't, just for the, just for monetization reasons, and also
everybody stop it.
Look, people will clip Chitachi out of context and say, "Oh, that's a white girl saying the N-word
Right.
on this." Next thing you know, we're in an Ian Danskin video. He's talking about how we're white nationalists. So,
Danimal, if you can say that, well, no, actually, no, you can't say the F word. It hurts. Listen, it hurts the money.
Yeah,
okay? That's all we
look at
care
this.
about. We're grifters. That's all we care about is the money. Speaking
Yeah.
of money, Captain Mystery, thank you so much for the $70. Thank you so much, Captain Mystery. Said, hey, hope all is well. I've been looking forward to you two watching an alt-right playbook video. Also, could you shout out my subreddit, r/moldybread? It's a subreddit specifically for criticizing bread tubers. Well, sure, we should.
hell yeah.
Check out r/moldybread.
How do I don't. I would post a link if I could. There it is in the chat. But hell yeah, I'll check it out. I mean, is BreadTube? I feel like BreadTube might be dying, which I think is a cool thing.
BreadTube is dying. Yeah,
That's great. Yeah,
so that's nice.
good. We're gonna have a big dance party, dancing on the grave of BreadTube pretty soon here.
Uh-huh.
Dishonesty will only get you so far on YouTube. Sooner or later, you gotta be authentic. And I feel like BreadTube is just full of dishonest grifters.
Yep.
And we're just gonna let him?
You made that claim up, you dipshit. This is so.
You know some of his fans were in Charlottesville, right? What were...
Look at all those
No.
gay Milo fans.
Well, it's crazy too because since he's not giving a date here, you know that a lot of people watching this think this is something that like recently occurred.
And that's why he's not mentioning a name, because as soon as they're like, they're not putting any of this together. Those
No.
500,000 people are watching with their brains off. Oh yeah, conservatives all racists, homophobes.
Mm-hmm.
we're seeing here is a game of chicken between one group of white conservative reactionaries and one group of, let's be honest, mostly white liberals, for whom the stakes are who gets paid attention to. The provocateur doesn't have the ammunition nor the optics to attack privileged liberals directly.
Ian Danskin might be literally the dumbest person on the internet.
This video, we're just getting started here because this video is crazy.
No, beyond like I don't understand what fucking delusion this person lives in. They live in an alternate reality. Okay, maybe I think I figured it out. Ian Danskin actually lives in an alternate reality, but through some bizarre circumstances of dimensional shifting, thanks to America Chavez, when he uploads a video, it goes into our reality and not his reality. So we're just seeing something that to us is like insane because it's the rantings of a person who lives in a different fucking universe.
Yeah.
He just said that someone on the right doesn't have the ability or the ammunition or the energy or the motivation or it even play well with their audience to attack white liberals.
Right.
Has he ever turned on Fox News in his entire fucking life? Has he ever listened to anyone on the right ever in his entire life? That's like 90% of the content is attacking white liberals.
Of course.
What are you talking about?
Of course, you can't attack. Come on. Fox News even knows better than attacking black liberals. Come on.
They love attacking white liberals because if they attack someone who's not white, then they go, oh, you're racist, oh, you're sexist. There's nothing more than someone on the right loves to attack a white male liberal. That's like, oh my God. They're like, this is the best, the manna from heaven.
Yes. Let's let out on these Karens.
Like, what is he talking about?
Yeah. It's insane.
This is insane.
Liberals, for whom the stakes are who gets paid attention to. The provocateur doesn't have the ammunition nor the optics to attack privileged liberals directly, so he pokes and prods at various social minorities whom
This is like
What the fuck is he
this
talking
is backwards from reality. Yeah. So instead of going after the white liberals who, you can argue with and get away with it, he's going to poke fun at queer people, people of color, and Jewish people. Yeah, that seems like a safe bet.
privileged liberals are supposed to care about.
This is remember when like Nick Cannon talked to oh my God, who was that rapper that he talked to that we covered the interview?
Common?
No. Oh my God.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, when they were going through all like the Nation of Islam, super racist, super anti-Semitic stuff.
He wasn't talking.
He was talking to someone who used to be a rapper.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, who was it? I'm sure Chad don't remember. But yeah. So basically, Nick Cannon turned out that he believed Nation of Islam stuff, and he believes that white people were created to be like evil, or like degenerated from black people and created to. It was someone from Public Enemy. Thank you. Were created to basically rule over black people, and white people were genetically altered to be evil. And one of the things that I kept repeating in that conversation that was so crazy to me was that Nick Cannon got in all this trouble only because he attacked and it was sort of like being anti-Semitic. None of the mainstream news articles covered how he was being horribly racist against white people.
Yeah.
Okay. And yet we have fucking Ian Danskin here who lives in an alternate mirror dimension where he thinks, no, it's safer for right-wingers to attack Jews, queers, and POC people instead of white liberals. Like, what the fuck? What reality does this person live in?
Well, Sitch, you don't understand, okay? White people have this thing called white privilege, okay? Which makes it impossible for you to attack them or be racist towards them, okay?
Have you seen the new Beavis and Butthead?
No.
Have you seen the clip where like they're told that they have white
privilege? Oh yes, I have
seen
that.
Yeah. So they basically just start stealing everything. They're like, we have white privilege.
I have white privilege.
And then the police pull them over and they're like, don't you know we have white privilege? We just learned about it. Like Ian Danskin unironically thinks that's how white privilege works.
Yeah. He's the Beavis and Butthead of YouTube.
He does kind of look like Butthead now that you say that.
Until he gets a reaction. Going after people of color is a pure Xanatos gambit for his fans. Either they get a
Okay, so he's saying, I guess it's a little bit different here. He's saying attacking white people won't get you attention, which that's true. You can't necessarily attack white people and get attention.
Whom privilege.
Well, hold on, it's not what he's saying, but
I went back a little.
Attention to. The provocateur doesn't have the ammunition nor the optics to attack privileged liberals directly.
See, he said he doesn't have the ammunition or the optics. But doesn't make any sense. It's literally the inverse. But
of course.
So he pokes and prods at various social minorities whom privileged liberals are supposed to care about until he gets a reaction. Going after people of color is a pure Xanatos gambit for his fans. Either they get a protest and a national audience hears their reactionary rhetoric, or there's no protest and they get to fuck with some immigrants. And because white...
How many Milo Yiannopoulos speeches have devolved into violence against immigrants?
Yeah.
When did that happen? Did I miss something? Did I miss the time that Milo Yiannopoulos spoke at a college and then that night the college grabbed their pitchforks and torches and they started enacting violence against minority immigrants in the college? When did this happen? When did this fucking happen?
When has this happened in the context of any?
I don't know. When has this ever happened in the last 20 years?
Yeah.
Liberals are largely ignorant to the threat posed to those immigrants. White liberals are not great at assessing the full scope of the danger.
Okay.
He's doing this as a way to attack white liberals. That's where he's going, yeah.
That's what's hilarious about this. This video is actually not... Well, this video isn't really designed to specifically to say, oh, let's attack conservatives. This video is designed to attack white liberals.
Yeah, white liberals. He's basically saying, listen, you guys need to get on our side, otherwise you're racist, bigot piece of shit.
Right. Well, the thought process is, I would imagine. I mean, it's hard. It's hard for us to put ourselves in the mind of a crazy person, right? Mm-hmm. But I would assume that the thought process for a lot of these people is that, we can't win over conservatives, because they're just all horrible, evil, racist. So what we have to do is we have to basically bully and guilt white liberals into just shutting the fuck up and listening to us and following along with what we're saying.
Right.
And so that's so much of the rhetoric of the socialist, communist, leftist type is just to try to bully white liberals into shutting up.
Yeah. I'm not going to shut up.
And so I just love it that it's like, oh, you have the hypothetical white liberal who doesn't like Milo Yiannopoulos, doesn't want him to speak on campus, but that's not good enough. You're not out there like violently trying to beat up Milo Yiannopoulos and his supporters, so you're not doing enough essentially.
Often enough, this remains to them an argument about ideas and principles. To them, they are but words. Until someone gets hit by a car or shot, and then it's, who could have predicted? The provocateur's animating force is not hatred of...
I wonder if he said that about, the violence and deaths and damage that occurred during the BLM protests.
Of course not.
Was he in saying who could have predicted this would have occurred?
Who was the black guy that ran over all those people in Wisconsin?
Right. Though they never got to the bottom of that.
No, Nick Rekieta's covering his criminal case, and evidently the guy is representing himself. I think it starts next week.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna jump in and talk about some of that next week.
That'll be interesting to watch. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that just shows
defending himself.
Right, but that just shows you the incredible media bias, and part of why Ian's like insane is that if the races were reversed in that situation, it would have been nonstop coverage of that event.
Like, of course,
for like the entire time from when it happened to now.
Yeah, multiple people died.
Oh, this is Trump's America. This is Trump's America. This is Trump's America. We just would have heard that like repeated on loop.
Yeah, but since it was a black guy who hates white people, just radio silence. He's going to be cross-examining the family members of the people he killed.
Jesus Christ!
How do you like that?
Oh my God, this is going to be.
How do you like that for a shit show?
It's going to be the worst. I mean, good for Nick. He's going to get like 1 million views.
I know. Nick's going to get rich off of this shit.
This is evil. Oh my God, this is terrible.
Yeah. Ugh.
People of color. It's hatred of white liberals, just as white liberals' animating force is less advocacy for people of color than moral victory over conservatives.
Oh, look, the mask slipped here. Ian's telling us the truth here.
Well, no, he thinks this is, so he's saying this is the white liberal motivation. He's saying that him and his socialist friends are like, they really care about the non-whites.
Why is he making up all of these lies about conservatives if it's not about a moral victory over conservatives?
Why is he making up all these lies about this is why Ian Danskin is a despicable human being. Okay. Yeah. All he does in his videos is he just comes up, he just makes shit up. He literally says, well, it's my opinion that the entire group of people that I'm labeling white liberals, they actually, they don't really care about oppressed minorities, even when they say they do. That's all a lie.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, that's wonderful, Ian. You have a source for this? Do you have some information for this? Do you just pull this out of your ass? Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
When Ian Danskin talks about how he doesn't care that his girlfriend is getting railed by another guy, we all know that it's just a lie. We all know he cares. He fucking cares.
Now that I would have, well, no, listen, he only doesn't care. He only doesn't care if the person railing his girlfriend is non-white, okay? Because he has a lot of ancestral guilt. There's probably been a lot of rape of non-whites by white people in history, so he's got to make up for that.
He cares. He cares.
Yeah, he cares because he's probably getting off on it. He's probably sitting in the closet touching himself.
Why you got to ruin it, Sitch? You ruin everything.
Listen, based on this video, that he gets off on that. Okay, it. Someone with this much, like Ian Danskin is literally, if the collective white guilt of all of America was like sweated out by the population in a sauna and it congealed into a living, breathing person, it would produce Ian Danskin.
It would be Ian Danskin. That's true. If there wasn't enough to produce,
Danskin, okay, it's really from the damp skin, the sweat of the white guilt sweated out of the damp skin. It congealed into this blob, who now unfortunately makes.
I wonder how many. You pose an interesting question. I wonder how many Ian Danskins we could get out of that white guilt sweat, because I feel like there's a lot of it going around.
Well, no, see, it all became just all, even though there's a lot of collective white guilt, it all became one person. And that's why Ian is so dense.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
It's so incredibly dense.
Here's the truth of the matter right here. People on the left are using the racist stick to beat conservatives with, even if conservatives aren't racist. So this illustration that he has up here is a perfect example of what is literally going on. I do feel like this is a little bit of a mass slip moment. Like he does at some level get what he's doing here. I mean, Annie's even saying, he says he doesn't really care about people of color or marginalized people.
Right. I don't think he does either. Yeah. Hey, Counterpoints. Hey, Dev. Hey, Doomer Media.
What's up, guys?
What's up, guys? Chitachi says, I can feel Adam's discomfort whenever Sitch goes total degenerate.
When Sitch goes what?
Total degenerate.
Yeah.
Adam is far more degenerate than I am. Okay, don't let him fool you.
What? That's not true.
Yeah, it is, you dirty California hippie.
I'm degenerate in acceptable ways. Sitch crosses a line.
Neither side acknowledges people of color as entities in this fight. They're viewed as tools for getting white people what they want.
How's this not true, Sitch?
The funny thing is, this is like, that is literally was the stated goal explicitly by Socialist.
Really?
Yes. In the 70s.
You're right. This is the whole CRT thing.
Yes. That in the 70s, they're like, oh, we got to use all this revolutionary civil rights energy.
Yes.
Yes. Was it Marcuse? Right?
That's when they were deciding that they needed to use the conflict over civil rights to actually implement socialism. They're like, listen, capitalism has made everybody fat, entertained and happy. That's a problem. We need to take some of this energy from the people who've been shit on by America and really use that to our advantage to implement socialism. We need to get disgruntled people.
Who was it? I don't have it. It might have been Marcuse. It was someone, James Lindsay would always talk about this, was one of these guys that was really pushing a lot of the Marxism and socialism in the 1970s and kind of changing it from being like about economics to social stuff. Literally talked about how they needed to use the quote unquote urban population's revolutionary energy to further the movement.
Yeah, I remember that.
And to enact socialism. So he's like, all Ian does here is just project everything that his side is doing onto everyone else. That's all he does.
Yeah. He's guilty of all this.
Deb says it was Marcuse. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Who cares? Why are you? Who cares?
Well, it's just important. It's just important to name names. It's Herbert Marcuse.
Don't read Marcuse, you guys. It's just it'll make your brain rot. Just take our word for it, okay?
Well, no. See, unlike Ian Danskin, okay, I don't want to just throw out like insane claims about things without backing it up.
As long as it's true. I want
to provide a source.
As long as it's not a lie, that's where you run into trouble.
Suffering is viewed as an acceptable byproduct. You've made
whoa, what? I hope that it's the white liberals that are saying that.
Force is less.
I should say, I hope it's a white. Well, I guess he is blaming it on the white liberals. This is supposedly the white liberals. That's you over there, Sitch. Face reveal, guys.
Advocacy for people of color than moral victory over conservative.
Sitch, I didn't realize you wanted a moral victory over conservatives. Wow. Learning so much.
Okay, first of all, as an enlightened centrist person of shadow, I'm very offended by what you said.
I mean, you're technically a white liberal, though.
No, I'm an enlightened centrist person of shadow. Get it right.
Okay.
Neither side acknowledges people of
color. So Ian is not in the sides here because he's this enlightened socialist, right? He's not the white liberal here in his mind.
Mm-hmm.
He's the white progressive socialist.
color as entities in this fight. They're viewed as tools for getting white people what they want, and their suffering is viewed as an acceptable byproduct.
An acceptable byproduct.
Wait, what did he say was an acceptable byproduct?
This is the thing that I hate about socialists and progressives. I feel like they're the ones that are virtue signaling about caring about the downtrodden and oppressed. I feel like white liberals care more about the downtrodden and oppressed. I feel like conservatives care more about the downtrodden and oppressed. I feel like it's the progressive socialists that are using them as tools. So take that, Ian.
Well, it's the reason that a lot of projection turns out to work is because everyone very stupidly assumes that everyone else operates according to their worldview and their perception of reality.
Yep.
When it's like, no, people don't. And this comes up, the easiest way to see this is this comes up hardcore in the abortion conversation where, the left says, oh, we're pro-choice, right? So their focus is on the choice. And they say that means since we're focusing on choice, if you're against us, you just want to control women's bodies. That's your motivation, right?
Yeah,
you want to take away
binary choice.
Right. And then the right does the inverse, or they do their own version of this where they say, oh, no, our focus is not on choice. It's on the life of the fetus. Okay, so we're pro-life. And if you're against us, it means you want to kill babies.
Yeah, you're pro-death.
Right, exactly. And so both sides just have their own perception of reality, and they refuse to engage with the other side's perception, and then they just, project their own, craziness onto the other side. And that's exactly what you're seeing here, like with Ian. He's just saying, oh, all these white liberals, they don't actually care about helping people. All these, white conservatives, they don't even care about, about what they're talking about. They all just want to throw, black people around. It's just ridiculous.
What's depressing about the trans debate is that both sides want to help children, want to care for children, but they accuse the other side of not caring about children. So the people who are for, minors transitioning, they're like, conservatives just want to hurt children because they don't want them to get the medical attention that they need.
Right.
Even though it's completely unclear at this point whether or not that medical attention is going to
help or hurt.
Yeah, exactly. So the real question is, what is the reality of the situation? And the two people, the two different sides have two different views of reality, but both sides are out to help the children. The conservatives obviously think you're, castrating children based on flim-flam science, and you're the one hurting the children. So it's so annoying to hear people say, and hear this more on the left, obviously, that them saying, conservatives don't care about children. It's like all they care about is children. All anyone cares about is children. You get the fuck out of here.
You've maybe heard the phrase, in the game of patriarchy, women are not the opposing team, they are the ball. Well, in the game of imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy...
I know, a moment of silence for imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy. Is that the game we're playing? Is that the real game we're playing here, guys?
I love how they would get so triggered when you'd say like postmodern neo-Marxists. And they'd be like, that doesn't make any sense. And like their thing is like, let's just combine imperialism, white supremacy, and capitalism and patriarchy. We're just gonna combine everything we don't like all together and say it's the same. It's all the same. Can't you see the connections? It's all the same.
So sad.
Minorities are not the opposing team. They are the cars, store windows, and newspaper kiosks that get wrecked when the home team loses. Or when the home team wins. It's the Eagles fan view of oppression. And make no mistake.
So wait, he just skimmed over that, okay? What does he mean by when the home team wins? Are you talking about like when Black Lives Matter protests and it leads to a bunch of riots where predominantly black people destroy black communities?
Yeah.
Is that what he's referencing? Like,
No.
How is that the fault of white supremacy, patriarchy, imperialist capitalism?
That's not what he means.
Well, then I don't know what he's talking about.
Who knows what he means? I mean, it's a mystery. What happened to Milo? Where'd Milo go? What's Milo think of all this? Bring the little Milo thing back out.
Weaponizing or disregarding students of color is still racism.
Oh my word, is it? He just
disregarding. What do you mean disregarding?
He just called everyone on the left racist.
That's true. That's true. Well, see, this is the ploy here. Okay, this is why I said that Ian Danskin is the collective congealed mass of all of white guilt in America. Because it's funny, you know, when James Lindsay would talk about critical race theory, and he would give out the hypothetical situation where, you know, if you're a white cashier and a white customer and a black customer enters into your store at the same time, you're put into a no-win situation, because if you help the black person first, then they say, well, you're racist and you're helping the black person because you thought that they were going to steal, so you wanted to keep an eye on them and get them out of your store. And if you help the white person first, you're racist because you think the white person has money and you think they're more important than the black person. Okay, so you can't win. You can't win. And Ian Danskin, and then people were mocking James Lindsay, saying that's preposterous. No one thinks that way. And here we go, 500,000 views. Ian Danskin, literally, you cannot win. It doesn't matter what you do. Doesn't matter what you say. You're a racist.
Yep.
You can't defend. If you're white, you can't defend non-white people. You can't ignore non-white people. You can't attack non-white people. Every interaction you possibly do with a non-white person leads to you being a big fat racist.
Weaponizing or disregarding.
My God. I wish Ian wasn't such a pussy. I would love
because you want to talk to him.
He's like, this video is insane.
He would.
I don't know if he's ever streamed with anyone. I don't know if he's ever we've covered him give presentations, but I don't know if he's ever done like a back and forth live with anyone.
Sitch is dying to find out if you get off when your girlfriend gets railed.
I'll be question one. So Ian, when you are masturbating in the closet while your girlfriend is having sex with a non-white person, do you film it for your personal collection or do you just keep it in your memory?
See, no one was going to come on after that. That's like, you've officially burnt the bridge.
Well, I'm pretty sure he blocked us like years ago. When we first covered one of his videos. No, it wasn't even before. It was before he covered. I responded to one of his tweets. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? You're crazy. And he just blocked. So
Ian Danskin here. Maybe he's unblocked us. Let's see here. Let's take a look. There's
no chance.
I'm unblocked. Look at this.
Studios.
He must have gone through and unblocked us because I can see.
What's the name of his Twitter account?
I'm unblocked, bro.
What's the name of his? Is it Ian Danskin?
13th most pretentious person on YouTube. Morals. I am listening here.
What is the name of his Twitter account?
I just searched. It's Innuendo Studios.
Because that's not coming up for me.
I just searched Ian Danskin on
one word
on Google.
Oh, okay.
And it came, and I just clicked on the link.
Ian Danskin.
Ha ha! Look, I'm going to invite him on right now.
Blocked. So I guess it's just me. I guess you're.
I was blocked.
Okay.
I was totally blocked. Yeah.
I'm 100% blocked.
I've been unblocked.
Yeah.
I don't why. What happened?
I don't know.
Listen. Ian.
He liked your moderation in the Vosh Sargon conversation, so yeah, I'm blocked.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he liked our coverage on the Ukraine stuff. Who knows?
I doubt it. So let me read since I've never seen his timeline for years because they've been blocked for so long. I opened an incognito tab. This is his tweet about this video that we're watching. Mm-hmm. The new alt-right playbook. When the right can't attack white liberals directly, they often attack people of color as a proxy, and white liberals, or he just says, and liberals often let them. This technique is rooted in American white supremacy and is the base from which fascists build power.
Listen, I'm not letting conservatives attack any black people. Like, if you're a conservative and you want to come to our channel and attack black people, just fuck off already, okay? Seriously, fuck off. Like I mean, it's well known on the channel. I don't like racial stereotypes. This is why I don't like CRT, because it's all about, there was a time when we had a lot of problems with negative black stereotypes, negative stereotypes about black people, negative stereotypes about homosexuals, all kinds of people. We still have, negative stereotypes about, some people. Mm-hmm. But whites is the new, let's create this negative stereotype about white people that they're all innately racist. That's some bullshit. That's some heavy bullshit. But for some reason, that's okay. But Ian Danskin can make a video. Ian Danskin is not going to attack the root, the negative stereotypes. He's like, oh, I love stereotypes. Let me create some negative stereotypes about conservatives. They're all fascists. It's like, fuck off. Fuck off. Why? Why can't I don't understand it. The root of racism is generalizations, right? Of saying because somebody has some superficial characteristic, they're lumped into a group that all have this superficial characteristic, right? That's right. Bad thinking. It's bad thinking 101. It's the root of racism. It's the root of all bigotry. All bigotry. Mm-hmm. Yet, for some reason, it's totally fine for Ian Danskin to do that about conservatives, about white liberals. Like, what the fuck? Please stop, Ian. Stop being a big fat bigot.
Mm-hmm. Please, Ian.
Yeah.
Get out. Leave the dark side, okay?
Got to look at people like individuals. It's the only way it's the only hope we have of fighting the big bigoted world out there.
Of color is still racism, but it's racism of a kind most white people have trouble recognizing.
I can't see the racism.
Or, to speak with a sharper edge, that white people often refuse to acknowledge. From the white provocateur who does not hate minorities directly, but is willing to utilize the hatred of others to get what he wants from some white people, who says, I will hurt them a lot just to hurt you a little, to the white liberal who does mental gymnastics to not come out and say, that is a black and brown sacrifice I'm willing to make. Racism is...
Please provide me one single example of what the fuck you're talking about. That this ever occurs. Example. Where does this ever occur?
Yeah.
The only example, he created a hypothetical example revolving around Milo Yiannopoulos that didn't even happen because he was canceled from speaking, disproving his own fucking point.
Right.
When the quote unquote reliable sources made the claim to the UC Berkeley, which is run by a bunch of white liberals, that Milo Yiannopoulos was going to supposedly dox a bunch of undocumented students that were living on campus. Mm-hmm. Which I don't even know how the fuck you get into a college if you're undocumented, but that's a whole nother story. But so based on this claim alone, the college canceled didn't allow him to speak there.
Okay? Right.
So the example that he's using literally disproves his own point.
Yeah, the college said, no way, Jose, you're out of here.
All based on a fucking rumor. Based on a rumor, they canceled him of this. Right. Ian, you are a liar, and you are insane.
Yes.
Is not always a passion, but it is tolerable, usable.
Wait.
Black and brown sacrifice I'm willing to make. Racism is not always a passion, but it is tolerable.
He's basically saying white liberals don't call out racism by conservatives. I see the problem more like, well, no, the socialists, Antifa, these insane woke progressives, they see racism everywhere. So yes, white liberals are not calling the things that you are seeing as racism because they literally are not racism. It's like some other thing going on.
That does happen. But the exact opposite happens too. Like the number one weapon that is being used by the left right now, like the entire left, regardless of whether they're liberal or socialist, is to hit someone on the right with the racist stick. Right. That's like the number one tool.
Yes.
That was fucking like Joe Biden repeated the Fine People hoax like just like a couple weeks ago or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. No.
What world does he live in? What is he talking about? That's what I'm saying. He lives in a fucking rock. He just stares at walls all day, masturbating as he thinks about how there's Nazis somewhere, you know, raping him in the butt. I don't know what he's masturbating. It doesn't even make any sense. It's like insane. What everything he's saying is inverted reality.
I know. I was thinking the same thing when I was watching this video yesterday.
See, okay, I'm gonna revise here. I assumed that Ian Danskin hides in the closet, masturbating vigorously to his girlfriend getting railed by a person of color.
Right.
But I actually think what's happening.
It's a white liberal railing his girlfriend.
No, he's masturbating vigorously to a person of color who he's dressed up as a Klansman.
Oh no!
Ian has the well of Ian's problems just goes so deep that it's just the untangle that web is something that mere mortal minds can't comprehend.
He basically only gets off at contradictory characters, right? You know, the Black Klansman. Yes.
Well, no, see, no. So Ian's thinking is Ian gets off on the fact that there are all these alt-right or white nationalists running around, you know, doing all these terrible things. Like he gets off to that.
Yeah.
But he doesn't, but because of his own simpness and sense of his own guilt, he couldn't actually have a white nationalist have sex with his girlfriend. So he has to convince a black guy to dress up like a white nationalist to have sex with his girlfriend to fulfill his sick, twisted, degenerate fantasies.
That's weird. You gotta
look,
get
Ian,
yourself
I can just make up a bunch of shit too. Look at that.
You gotta get yourself into some therapy, Ian. Seriously. So someone can help you work through these issues.
I know, Ian. Come on. Talk to us. Listen, we'll put you on the couch. We'll get to the bottom of this.
Big Joel talked to us. I mean, come on.
Well, I didn't accuse Big Joel of masturbating while watching his girlfriend getting fucked by another man. But...
That's true. I think this bridge is burned.
Usable. Easy to disregard. In a white supremacist world, it is the cost of doing business.
That's right. And as someone in the chat says, the moment that the black guy dressed up as a white nationalist is about to, you know, orgasm, he screams, "This is MAGA country." And that's what really gets Ian going. Okay, that's what really gets him, you know, gets his rocks off.
I can just picture Ian being all pissed off. You didn't say the MAGA country bit. What? I told you specifically. How dare you? How am I supposed to say
this is MAGA country? Get out! Get out! He starts crying.
Exactly. Get out!
Oh my God. It's all ruined. He's like, oh my God. That's crazy.
Business.
Hold on. What? The cost of doing business is black and brown people getting hurt in the back and forth about not calling out racism.
Yeah, the proxy battle of white liberals versus white conservatives.
Right.
No.
The black and brown people are just they're being destroyed in this battle. They're the cannon fodder of this battle, and nobody cares.
Right. Which he hasn't even explained how that's even possible, what that even means. But I don't know. Maybe he'll get into it.
I'm curious where Ian lives because, you know, I live in
like Portland or something.
Well, I live in Los Angeles. It's like I see black and brown people all the time. It's like they're fully integrated into society. Okay, we see them at the grocery store and the shopping mall, and it's just like nobody in Los Angeles even really thinks about that kind of stuff.
Of course, Ian is a part of Nebula.
Oh yeah.
Okay, here's his bio on his website. He is a New England, so it's not Portland. He's a New England media artist and video essayist. He spent several years at the California College of Arts. Wow. God, Adam.
I can't imagine living in a world where, you know, I'm at the bowling alley and there's a black couple bowling next to us and I'm thinking, oh, these people are oppressed by society. They're fucking bowling with us. I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah, but did you see what their score was? Are you doing better than them? That's suppression, if you are.
Actually, we're doing much better than we were. I was like, damn. It's just like our bowling alley's the United Colors of Benetton. It's hard for me to imagine.
I mean, Adam, if you think about it, okay.
Well,
Bowling is a game where you throw a black ball at a bunch of white pins. There's obviously some sort of racial symbolic metaphor going on.
We have like neon color bowling balls at our bowling alley.
Oh, you go to one of those dark light ones? That's cool.
The bowling balls look like actually pool balls, which is really cool. So like big pool balls.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I would feel if I was in Ian's shoes and I was, in Los Angeles looking at other races and thinking to myself, oh, these people are cannon fodder in a war between whites. It's what a belittling way to imagine other people's lives. Right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
You're at the movie theater. I mean, I don't like it seems as though they're living the same kind of lives that we're living.
That's because you're blinded by white privilege. Okay. You don't understand.
Listen,
if you were to put on the they live sunglasses that the non-white people are constantly wearing, you'd see that around every corner is a Richard Spencer, a KKK person with a hood, just holding a rope, waiting to hang Jesse Smollett.
No.
In MAGA country.
See, but that's the world that Ian Danskin sees, and I wonder where he lives in the country that he can see this world, because, like, I feel like if we talked to Ian Danskin and I said, listen, you make an argument that like black and brown people are oppressed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean they don't have money to go bowling, like to go to the movies, or? I mean, what does this oppression consist of?
Right.
Because I mean, that just doesn't match up with the reality of the situation. Like, you would think in Ian Danskin's world that it would only be white people at the bowling alley because they're the only ones that can afford to bowl or want to bowl even.
Right.
I don't see that world.
That's because you're racist.
Okay. Well, I see it opposite. I see Ian Danskin as being the racist one.
No, you're racist.
Can you imagine, like, walking up to them and being, oh, I'm so glad to see her at the bowling alley. It's like, I thought black people were too oppressed to bowl. As soon as you're having that conversation, you're the racist, okay? You are the racist.
Could you imagine going up to like a black family and being like, they're like bowling, and you go up to them and you're like, I'm so sorry. And they're like, excuse me? They're like, I'm just so sorry for all the things white people have done to you. They're like, oh, that's great. Can you get away from my children, please?
I know. That's exactly what would happen.
They go, can I buy you a free game? Please, let me buy you a free bowling game, please.
They would be so offended by that. And rightfully so, they would. Like, what the fuck? You're basically a racist piece of shit. But the Ian Danskins of the world can sit around and make YouTube videos that basically parrots this exact narrative. Mm-hmm. And somehow they're not racist pieces of shit.
If I wasn't blocked by Ian, I'm so curious to see if he, like, I bet you, I can almost guarantee you that even if he didn't talk about it, that he bought into the Jussie Smollett
thing. Of course.
That he bought into the who's the guy?
Just search Google. He probably deleted all the tweets. He
probably deleted it, right?
Ian Danskin, Jussie Smollett.
Who was the guy that got shot that sparked the whole Rittenhouse situation?
There's nothing for Ian Danskin and Jussie Smollett, so
right.
You're better at searching than me.
Jacob Blake. I bet you he bought up into the Jacob Blake situation. I bet you he bought into the guy that shot the Wendy's. I bet the guy that shot the Wendy's. I bet he just instantly buys into all these things. He just instantly assumes they're all true.
Yeah. I don't know his Kyle Rittenhouse take.
Oh, do you even have to look up his Kyle Rittenhouse take? You know, he called Kyle Rittenhouse some kind of white supremacist, white nationalist or something.
Maybe so. Anyway, President Sunday seems to be on the run from us too, by the way, guys.
Oh, whatever happened?
He never responded. I tried to reschedule. And not only that, I found a tweet of his giving Destiny a hard time because Destiny agreed
He hates Destiny, yeah.
Well, no, he agreed. Destiny agreed to some debate, and then he's saying, "Oh, Destiny's a chicken shit for backing out." And I'm like, "What the fuck, dude? You what? Where? This is you. Look in the fucking mirror. Look, you agreed to come on our Sunday stream and then backed out at the last minute. I'm trying to reschedule with you. You're not responding. How are you not Destiny in this situation?"
Supposedly, he did the same thing with Wicked Supreme. Wicked Supreme had to like fucking like just pester him forever, or for some extended period of time to get him to come on. So I don't know if I don't know if we care enough to talk to him that badly. But
well, I know our fans like to pester people, so
right,
and we have, believe it or not, some overlapping fans with President Sunday.
I don't really care enough, though. I mean, I was curious because his take is so weird.
Well, I'm curious too because he's supposedly a political science major. Like he has that's crazy to me. How do you get a degree in political science and you're this much of an idiot?
Right. Well, it's just, if someone has to say like, "Oh, I have some family issue I have to reschedule," I'm totally fine with that. Okay, things happen in the real world.
No, but this is like a week later though.
Right, yeah. But then if you just don't ever follow up, I don't know. A little sus, but whatever. Who knows? Anyway, let's continue.
Let me make it clear. Nothing about this is okay. Now, the weaponizing of...
Nothing about this is okay. He had to throw that in there because, his own audience is so sensitive. They might be like confused, but like, "Are you saying you enjoy this, Ian? You're white? Oh my God."
Minority suffering is employed against many minoritized groups. I could be making this video about transphobia or homophobia, and while many details would differ, I wouldn't even have to change my intro. Samuel R. Delaney, take a
What was that?
About transphobia or homophobia, and while many details would differ, I wouldn't...
So what's this thing he sneaks up here? UC Emeryville, of course, is going
Oh, wait. This is hilarious. So you think, because he flashed on screen, that he posted some kind of quote...
Receipts, yeah.
A receipt from Milo Yiannopoulos saying that Milo Yiannopoulos was going to put up pre-transition photos of trans students. Okay. But that's not what he posted. He just posted his own script of him saying that.
No way.
Read it. That's his script. That's just the script that he just read.
You're right. It is.
He just put up his own script as evidence of something.
That's so bad. That's so bad because it gives the air that, oh, look, I have an article here, a respected article from a journal. Look, it's something typed out. Look, you've got to believe it now. It's just his fucking lies in written format. What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit. It's so bad.
Didn't even have to change my intro. Samuel R. Delaney, take a...
Mention Samuel R. Delaney. So who is this fucking Samuel R. Delaney?
I don't know.
We got to look into this. This is like, look, it's on his bingo card. Everyone's
Samuel Delaney.
This is a window into Ian Danskin's soul.
Someone with a big ass beard.
Yes.
Let's see. Samuel Delaney is an American author and literary critic. His work includes fiction, memoirs, criticisms, essays on science fiction. Okay, Okay.
Well, is he a commie or what?
Probably.
Socialist. Right there. Samuel R. is an American author and of missing socialist. Maybe he's not a socialist. Must include socialist. Let's see. How does Samuel R. Delaney work? What? The science fiction of Samuel R. Delaney. It is a free society, libertarian society with socialist overtones. Oh, they're dissecting his work. Someone's done a research paper on his work.
Okay, here you go. Here's a paper he wrote in 1998 called Racism and Science Fiction. Racism, for me, has always appeared to be first and foremost a system, largely supported by material and economic conditions at work in a field of social traditions. Thus, though racism is always made manifest through individuals' decisions, actions, words, and feelings, when we have the luxury of looking at it with the longer view, and we don't always, usually I don't see much point in blaming people personally, white or black, for their feelings or even for their specific actions, as long as they remain this side of the criminal. These are not what stabilize the systems. These are not what promote and reproduce systems. These are not the points when the most lasting changes can be introduced to alter the system. So basically,
racism.
Yeah. So basically, it's 1998, and this guy's going on and on about systemic racism. So I'm assuming that's why.
Samuel Delaney, Race, Identity, and Difference. A review.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's where the love affair from Ian probably comes from this.
That's why. Yeah, I wanted to figure it out since Ian just makes shit up. I was like, where's he getting these? Who's filling his head with these crazy ideas? Samuel or Delaney is. Makes it I like Innuendo Studios drinking game. Take a shot when makes it about capitalism. That's interesting.
That's how often he does.
That's number one.
Yes.
Misuses big words.
Nice.
Plays a shadow tune. Smash Bros analogy.
What's
Down
a
there.
shadow
Part.
tune? Oh, show tune.
Oh, show tune. Did I say shadow tune?
You did.
Hilarious. Starts sentence with like. Swears loudly suddenly. Okay.
Okay.
Shot argues that misogyny is the oldest bigotry, and therefore the model on which all other bigotries are based. I'm focusing on
misogyny is the oldest
the oppression
bigotry.
of. Okay, let me read the quote. The oppression of women is the model for all other oppressions in the world. It is the model for the oppression of black people. It is the model of the oppression of children. Wait. It is the model for the oppression of children?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Children are, look, when you make your child go to bed on time, that's oppression.
Wait, what the fuck does that mean? The oppression of, wait a minute. Oppression of children. I hope he's not one of these weirdo.
It is the model for the oppression of workers by their bosses.
Of course.
Whenever there is a power differential between people, whenever there's a power differential, people learn how to do that because of the way women are oppressed in this society. Power differential. Okay.
So, but first of all, while I look into this, I'm confused about this child thing. But first of all, he's wrong. He's completely wrong. The bigotry of or the oppression of any of these groups, regardless of whether they face oppression or not, is all based on tribalism.
Right.
Tribalism is the original form of bigotry that humans evolved to have. Obviously, because it stems from having to regard, I would imagine the first friend or foe distinction was from your child,
right,
through a stranger. And when I say child, I mean like for non-human animals too. Was to differentiate, between like a mother animal having to take care of its child versus, killing some other, killing the same type of animal for invading its territory, essentially.
You think men versus women tribalism came before tribe versus tribe tribalism?
No, not at all. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
right.
It seems ridiculous. Seems only in the modern era. Well, no, I could see where there's different vocations in a tribal society where there's different vocations based on traditional gender roles, there being some tribalism between men and women.
So, I don't know if I should say this without information.
What do you mean?
I'm reading. So I typed in Samuel Delaney oppression of the children.
Right.
And this brought me to a book he wrote called Hogg, Hogg, which apparently is all about an underage boy doing all sorts of sex
No
acts.
way. No way.
And so I just saying, I don't know if it's like I'm hoping that it's against, like, the point of the book is that it's anti this and not pro this. I would assume, I'm assuming
Now we
that
better.
the book is against pedophilia, and that's the
No,
point of the book,
I-
is that you
I
read
would
this and you
not-
go, this is horrible.
I
Okay,
would
that's
not
my
as-
assumption.
I would not assume that at this point, to be
Okay.
honest with you.
I don't want to make like that. It's a very strong accusation to make against someone. So I'm not going to make that without, understanding or reading more about this book.
Yeah. It is odd, though, that Ian Danskin is quoting this guy in every other video, enough that it's on his take a shot card, right?
Mm,
And he's written some book that's this
right.
weird.
I mean, I'm reading the plot summary of this on Wikipedia, and this book is like, like insane.
Horrific.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. So, anyways,
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
that oppression of the children line stood out to me. It'd be weird. I mean, though, I guess it would make sense, if he believes children are oppressed. He writes a book about children suffering, sexual violence.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That would conform to that. So.
Yeah.
I don't want to make accusations without evidence, because I'm not Ian Danskin.
Right. Yeah. But we don't have
Institutional
enough
racism.
evidence to go either way, though.
Right.
As my chief example, first, because this is America and the cup runneth over. Second, because in the 2016...
See all those black oppressed people in that video?
No.
Focusing on institutional racism as my chief example. First, because this is America and the cup runneth over. Second, because in the 2016 election,
Okay.
the greatest indicator a person was going to vote Republican, more...
Look, he's even got articles from 2017. What? Is this just like a re-upload? Maybe it is.
Wait, what was the name of this article? Past year of racial resentment.
This has to be now I'm wondering if this is just like re-upload.
No. I mean, I think I've seen all of his videos. This is new.
Well, I know it's a new video technically, but
Right.
the fact that this article is from 2017
Mhm.
makes me think this is like a re-upload.
strongly correlated than being registered as a Republican was racist sentiments. And third...
Okay. So the claim he just made was that someone has evidence that the correlation for people voting for Trump, that there's a higher correlation that they were racist than that they were a registered Republican. Do you believe this?
The highest correlation? No, it's he's pressing that negative stereotype of conservatives, that
Right.
voting conservative makes you racist. Yeah.
Right.
What
So-
what is this from?
See, our data comes from a Gen Ford survey, which had 1,800 respondents between the ages of 18 and 34. So it's among young people.
18 to 34.
Right. The sample includes responses from 503 African Americans, 510 white people, 505 Latinos, and 258 Asians. To measure white vulnerability, we constructed a scale out of 3 questions asking, number 1, whether whites were, quote, economically losing grounds through no fault of their own. 2, whether discrimination against whites was as big a problem as that against blacks and other minorities. And 3, if minorities overtaking whites as the majority of the U.S. population by 2050 would strengthen or weaken the country. So only one of those questions, the last one, I would say, has anything to do with some sort of racial fear or racial animus whatsoever. The other ones don't.
Right.
So let's see. So I'm assuming they're going to say that the people that the most people that voted to say that they thought that there was some sort of problem against white people also voted for Donald Trump.
They broke down the survey into how they answered that last question.
Says first of all, again, this is only, and Ian's stupid and he didn't talk about this. This is only, not only the survey only surveyed 500 white people. Okay. This is a
Right.
survey that surveyed 500 white people in the entire country of the millions of white people.
Right.
But it was only 500 white kids from between 18 and 34 too.
Right.
And it says white millennials who scored high on this white vulnerability scale based off of three questions, two of which I think is bullshit questions, and quote unquote of white vulnerability, were more likely to vote for Donald Trump, which shouldn't really be surprising at all. But did they say, wait, did they say what the actual breakdown of the questions were? Because that's really what I'm curious about.
He's got corrections and clarifications here on his YouTube page. Corrections and clarifications. There are a few points where I switch between the term black, POC, and immigrant as though the terms are interchangeable. They are not.
I'm glad that of all the things that could be corrected,
right,
this is what he felt needed to be corrected.
The image representing pre-transition photos is not an actual pre-transition photo, in case anyone was worried. This should have been clarified in the video itself. I wish I'd changed the phrasing on tokens on a white person's game board to make it clear that this is an unambiguously false opinion. Wow. So I guess this is a new video, yeah, obviously.
Right. So all of his corrections were about he wasn't woke enough, essentially.
Yeah, no, it's his woke audience attacking him, which I think is funny, but look, Ian Danskin doesn't even know the difference between a black person, a POC, and an immigrant. Look, and he didn't even capitalize immigrant in his corrections and clarifications. What's up with that? Does he hate immigrants? He capitalized black people.
Well, you're supposed to capitalize black. Remember, this was like the weird new AP guidelines where you're supposed to capitalize black but not white, and everyone was like, "That's weird."
I thought they changed it though immediately. They're like, "Okay, you can capitalize white." Jeez.
Oh,
white.
Did they change it?
Yeah, now it's you capitalize white and black. I don't capitalize the first letter of a sentence 50% of the time, so I'm not gonna like. Listen, I'm not going out of my way to capitalize shit just for fun. All right, this is a brand new video from 2017. It's just so weird that he's got an article in here from 2017. You don't think they've done better research? I mean, listen, this is pre-pandemic.
How did he even find this article?
This is pre-pandemic. Like, the racism is gone. We're all in this together through the pandemic.
Are you saying the pandemic solved racism?
A lot happened in the world since 2017.
Right.
Does Ian Danskin even know that Biden is president now? All this racism is Biden's fault.
You don't understand. In the alternate universe that Ian Danskin lives in, Donald Trump won the election and was reelected.
Oh, yeah. Ouch. Yeah. Scary for him.
Because racism is a fundamental building block of fascism and a primary means of sowing discord on the left. But we'll get to that. I am going to curb my reflex to make every alt-right playbook some kind of definitive statement. I do not have the last word on American racism. If you want to hear about American racism from the people who experience it, here's a book. Here's 5.
You're such a fucking shithead, Ian. You make really crappy fucking videos.
Books. What I bring to the table is I have...
Okay. So Ian doesn't list or say any of the books that he's listed here. He throws them out on a table.
Okay.
What a dipshit.
So I'm trying to find this specific question in the survey. I can't find it yet. But question 24 in the survey says, some people say that racism no longer exists in American society and politics. And then they say, So here are the choices you can vote for. You can say racism remains a major problem in our society. Racism exists today, but is not a major problem. Racism once existed, but no longer exists. Racism has never been a major problem. Okay, those are your four options.
Okay.
60% of the 510 white people that answered the study said that 60% said racism remains a major problem in our society.
60%.
Yes.
Okay.
32% of the white people that responded to this question said racism exists, but is not a major problem in our society today.
Right.
Only 5%.
Oh my God.
Only 5% says racism once existed, but no longer exists in our society today.
5%, yeah.
Only 5% out of
Right.
500 people.
That's-
Only 2% said racism has never been a major problem in our society.
Right. So you got 7%
Right.
that have kind of strange responses.
Yes.
Out of the norm. Well, literally
Yes.
out of the norm. I mean,
Out
it's
of
only
the
7%.
92%, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
93%.
1632.
Okay.
There was one that skipped the question.
Oh, okay.
There's 1% that skipped.
Good for him. Her.
Right.
Good for they. Anyway, why? So this doesn't really prove anything then.
Well,
And-
I can't
and
find
they
the-
don't-
I'm trying to.
Where's the question, who did you vote for on the survey?
Well, no. So the question I'm looking for is that they claim there's a question about do you think that society will be worse off when there's less whites in 2050 or whatever? I'm trying to find that question.
2050?
Yeah. There's another question that says, since last year, do you think race relations in the United States are getting
Depends. I
better?
mean, Is it
Are
less
getting-
white people like Ian Danskin?
But then we will definitely be better. It says the question is, since last year, do you think race relations in the U.S. have gotten better or worse? Every person, regardless of ethnicity, says getting worse overwhelmingly. 75% of African Americans think race relations are getting worse. 69% of Asian Americans, 65% of Latin Americans, 62% of white Americans.
Yeah, no.
All
I
those
mean,
things
I
getting
would
worse.
answer yes. Race relations are getting worse.
Mm-hmm.
It's terrible.
Right.
Do you disagree? Do you not?
No, I completely agree because of this woke shit. Because of this woke shit.
Yeah, it's bullshit. Ian Danskins of the world are using black people to beat up on conservatives.
Right.
They're basically saying they're using black people to hit conservatives with the racist stick. This is why it's a mass slip moment when he actually admitted that.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
The 5 books are Stamped from the Beginning by Ibram X. Kendi, Sister Outsider by Audre Lorde, The New Jim Crow by Michael Alexander, James Baldwin, Collected Essays, Killing Rage by Bell Hooks. Have you read any of these?
No,
You don't like the Ibram X. Kendi?
I haven't read these books. No.
Ibram X. Kendi got called out by Jonathan Haidt in his letter. Why he's
I
like,
saw that. I saw that. That was good, Jim. So this survey is actually this shows how dishonest how people use information. So Ian Danskin makes the claim that according to some study somewhere, it showed that the highest correlating factor for voting for Donald Trump was
racism. Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is based off of a quote unquote study where people who didn't take the poll selected 3 questions from like 50 that were asked in a poll and said that these 3 questions are going to determine, white resentment and white vulnerability statistic. Okay. Which, first of all, being white vulnerable having a fear of white vulnerability has nothing to do with being racist necessarily anyway. Right.
Sure.
So Ian is already way off on that. But so the 3 questions they asked, one of them was whether whites were economically losing ground through no fault of their own, and whether discrimination against whites was as big a problem as for white people as it was for black people. Okay.
Right.
Here's what they don't tell you. The question says, Do you agree or disagree that through no fault of their own, whites are economically losing ground today compared to other racial and ethnic groups? 7% of the whites that answered this strongly agree, and 27% strongly agree, or somewhat agree. Okay. So 7% strongly agree, 27% somewhat agree.
Right.
However, when they asked the black people that responded, 5% strongly agree.
Mm-hmm.
So only 2% less black people disagree with white people on strongly agreeing with the statement, and 20% somewhat agree.
What was the question again?
Do you agree or disagree that through no fault of their own, whites are economically losing ground today compared to other racial and ethnic groups?
Right. So the blacks even agree that the whites are losing ground.
Right. So if you combine strongly agree and somewhat agree, black people said 25% of the black people that responded to this poll agree with this, that whites are losing ground economically compared to other racial groups. And 34% of the white people responded agree with that. Okay. So there's literally only a 9-point difference between the black respondents and the white respondents. And yet some researcher somewhere thinks he can pull that question out, only talk about the white responses, and say this is evidence of white vulnerability.
Right.
Do the black people that responded the same way have white vulnerability too?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking? Like, this is so dishonest.
This whole video is dishonest.
This is so dishonest.
Dishonest Danskin.
Right.
God, he's so soy in this picture. This is a picture of himself he wanted to put in the video.
Okay, I found the question I wanted. This is actually hilarious. Says, as you may know, Hispanics, Latinos, Blacks, Asians, and other minorities are expected to make up more than half the U.S. population by the middle of the century. Do you think that this increase in minority population strengthens the country, weakens the country, or doesn't make a difference? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
35% of whites said strengthen the country.
Okay.
49% says doesn't make a difference.
That's okay. Well, already we're in the overwhelming, we're in the 90% range here.
Right. Well, no, we're in the 84% range. 16% said, only 16% said weakens the country.
Right.
Okay. And here's what's interesting. 12% of blacks said it weakens the country too.
No way. That's fucking hilarious.
So that's interesting.
That's hilarious.
That's pretty interesting.
That's hilarious. There you go. Oh man. That's so telling. This is ridiculous. You can't use this. This is not a scientific. You can't make this claim based off of these poll numbers.
No, you can't.
And
60% of 500 people.
And I mean, and to say half of America voted for Trump. I just don't get how this poll syncs up with all of those 70 million people that voted for Trump they all care about race. That's why they voted for Trump. That's just such a bold-faced lie of a claim.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
What a dick.
It's very, I mean, that's what I'm saying. The way this claim and the way that this quote unquote study was using this polling data is incredibly dishonest. So,
I mean, we all know that 90% of Biden voters voted for Biden because he likes to sniff hair. He's a hair sniffer. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't vote for Biden because he's a hair sniffer, right?
No, I love sniffing hair. That's why I voted for Biden. You don't understand. There's nothing I like more than sniffing the hair of strangers. Okay.
Oh my! Who wants to sniff somebody's hair?
Listen, Ian masturbates in the closet to his girlfriend getting railed, and I sniff hair. Okay. we all have our hang-ups.
Sniffing hair. Oh, so weird.
It is a little strange.
Even hair that's properly shampooed has a weird smell to it.
I don't think that's true.
A hair smell.
Are you like an anti-hair smeller person?
Yeah, of course. I wouldn't smell somebody's hair. Stay away from the hair.
Even if like your wife, you're not like, oh, you smell good today. You've never had this thought in your mind with a loved one.
Come here, honey. Let me sniff your hair.
This is weird. I was joking. Now you've made it weird.
Come here, honey. I'm in the mood to sniff some hair right now.
I don't know, man. Sometimes, okay, this is.
Come over here and shove your hair in my face. I'm
not saying you.
Oh
okay,
yeah.
Listen, wait a minute. I'm not saying that you walk over to your wife and you grab her head and you go. Okay, that's not what I'm saying.
Smell. Oh okay. Yeah.
I'm saying, but when you're making out with a lady,
uh-huh.
Okay, or a dude, if you know that's what you're into. Sometimes you're making out with them, you're touching them, you're like, oh, your hair smells good. Like this is a very common occurrence. I don't know what you're talking about.
It is. It's common.
Yes, there's even I literally just watched Sin City like 2 days ago, and he's talking. Don't you remember Marv talks so much about how about how Goldie smells like the way angels ought to smell, and he's talking about like how strong and good her hair smells. He like repeats this like constantly throughout his whole section.
I think I do remember that.
Adam has never given his wife a hug. Yeah, this is just, I don't know. This is strange, but yeah, hair can smell great. Thank you, Bridges. Hair can smell great. Aren't there fairy tale women that give men a lock of their hair to remember them? Yes. Okay. Listen, I don't know. Listen, Adam's just not into hair smell, I guess.
When you get that lock of hair and you smell it all day.
Wait, why do we have this horrible picture of Ian on screen? When did this happen? I was looking at like this poll and I missed this.
This is Ian, the picture that Ian picked in his video.
Wait a minute.
If you want to hear about American racism from the people who experience it, here's a book. Here's 5 books. What I bring to the table...
Look, he's so proud. He's like, here's all the shitty books I read.
Yeah.
Here's all the crap that I fill my head with.
We got Bell Hooks, which is garbage. We have the new Jim Crow, which I haven't read, but I've heard it's garbage. And Ibram Kendi, which I assume is garbage. So,
of course it's garbage.
Fun.
Table is, at this point, several decades experience being white.
This is the racism I'm talking about here. Ian, you don't speak for me, you soy fucking motherfucker, okay? Just because you're fucking white doesn't mean that you can come on your YouTube channel and talk about how I fucking feel. You fucking piece of shit. Look at this guy. What the fuck? You think because you're white, you can speak for all of white people. No, that turns you into a racist piece of shit. Look, why? How does this not make sense? How does this not make sense? You do not have the experience of all white people, okay? What a fucking dick. What a fucking dick. Look, this is the picture. This is the representation of white people that he wants to put out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're all fucking soy ass pieces of shit. What the fuck?
You're completely right, Adam.
What a bastard.
Christian has sent me a picture, however, that confirms that you are actually Ian Danskin.
Christian, please, you're wasting your time with these deep things. Look at this. Look, let me white-splain you here. What a racist.
Christian has also sent me a picture that, in fact, you are actually Milo Yiannopoulos. It was you that was trying to abduct immigrants.
No. Stop
2017.
Stop it.
Trying to explicate white supremacy, it is sometimes worthwhile to look at...
So, wait, I do have to say, I am disappointed. A little disappointed in you, Adam.
Why?
First of all, the thumbnail you made for this video is amazing.
Mm-hmm. But we could have used it.
But
I know. You're right. We have to.
He's making the soy Wojak face. It's perfect.
We might have to update the thumbnail.
Oh my god.
At it from the inside. So my focus will be...
Look at this. He's pitching himself as the inside white person.
Yeah. Yep.
Fuck you, Ian. Fuck
He's racist
you.
as fuck. Yeah, of course he's racist.
What? Like, he's literally saying that all white people act the same, and that he knows how white people act because he's one of them, and he's hung out with them that all act the same. What a racist piece of shit.
Here's a question.
What?
Do you think, so live on stream, I spent, I don't know, the 10, 15 minutes it took to go research the study that the article was citing.
Yeah, we read it out. We totally debunked it.
Do you think Dan spent a single minute to look into that study or polling data before he included it in his video?
Of course not. No, he spent 5 seconds looking for something that would validate whatever nonsense was coming out of his mouth hole and fucking put it in the video.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, he's a lying piece of shit. He's a lying racist piece of shit. He is. How can you not say this is not racist?
It is racist.
Look, all white people are the same, and I'm white, so I'll just speak for everyone. Num, 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 num.
Oh, CT brought up a good point. Galadriel gives Gimli hairs. Remember Gimli asked Galadriel for hair.
You're making my point, CT. That hair sniffers are weirdos.
Are you're attacking Gimli? Gimli is wholesome, okay? How dare you?
Is it?
How dare you, Adam?
Is it this the Gimli from the original?
Yeah,
Lord
this
of the
is
Rings.
Though I guess you could have an argument here. I'm pretty sure that scene was only in the extended edition.
Oh, okay.
So maybe you're gonna say like, well, they cut it out for the theater edition because they knew it was too weird.
Listen, I'm just warning you. I'm gonna ban hair sniffers from the chat. Okay, so just you've been warned.
Look at this guy.
No more. I don't like racists, and I don't like hair sniffers. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Adam is anti
That's where I
the smelling
draw
of
the
hair.
line.
Yes.
Let's back
Ian
it up a
Dans-
little bit so we can get this picture up again.
Someone says that Ian Danskin's face is the face of a fellow whose girlfriend's boyfriend bought him a Nintendo Switch.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
True.
The people who experience it, here's a book.
Oh, here's
Here's
your books.
5 books. What I bring to the table is I have at this point.
What he
Please.
brings to the table.
Please stop. Just let this part roll out
I
because
can't. The picture's too good.
it's so what he says here is so evil. You just have to let it go
know.
completely in context.
It's
Okay.
impossible. It's
Look.
impossible, Adam.
He's like, what I bring to the table is I'm
my
white.
soy Wojak face.
yeah.
Okay. I won't pause.
What I bring to the table is I have at this point several decades experience being white. And in trying to explicate white supremacy, it is sometimes worthwhile to look at it from the inside. So
He's saying that he's a white supremacist.
He is, yeah.
my focus will be, what does whiteness mean to white people?
So
Yeah.
no, but you know what? I'm glad he said this. Okay, because here at the Sitch and Adam show, both myself and Adam
Right.
are not racist.
Of course.
We're vehemently anti-racist.
Of course. In the traditional sense of anti-racist, as
Right.
you know, we don't like racist pieces of shit. Most people who are calling themselves anti-racist these days are in
actually
fact
super
racist
racist.
pieces of
Yes.
shit. Yeah, exactly.
They just want to reverse,
Right.
the racial hierarchy essentially.
Right.
So that means that since we're not racist and we don't
Right.
like racist and we're not white supremacist and we are vehemently anti-white supremacy,
Yeah.
that means that Ian, by acknowledging that he's a white supremacist, we don't have to listen to anything he's saying.
Of course not. Yeah. Well, and
He's the
a
racist one here.
Well, he
Right.
literally is a racist piece of shit.
Right.
In just saying like, because I have had 2 decades on this planet as a white person, I can therefore speak for all white people. It's like, what?
One of the smartest bits that South Park ever did was there's an episode, and I've talked about this before, but there's an episode where it turns out that Token's name, the black character,
I love this episode.
is actually not named Token. He's named
Right.
Tolkien,
Tolkien. Yeah.
like J.R.R. Tolkien, because his parents are very big Lord of the Rings fans, and so Stan has been calling him Token this whole time, not realizing that his name's actually Tolkien. And Stan can't get over this. And so he gives a speech so Stan starts to be worried that he's racist because he thought that Tolkien's name was Token instead of Tolkien. And he gives a speech about how everyone thought this and how this is all because we live in like a white supremacist society where we're all like internally racist.
Yeah, this is exactly where this video is going.
Exactly, but that's so true with all these people. It's like because they're fucking racist.
Yeah.
They just can't deal with it. They project their racism on everyone so that they could, accept themselves. It's like, well, I'm not the racist one. No, it's society that's racist. It's everyone else that's racist. They've made me racist. It's not my fault. Oh.
It is the ultimate weak-mindedness.
Yes.
I mean, you got to be completely dim to think that any group of people has like any form of consistency completely across the group, and to do it based on race or political affiliation, even in religious circles where something that you could tell yourself, okay, well, this is a philosophy or an ideology, whatever you want to call it, so therefore there's got to be some kind of ideological consistency to this group. No, not at all. No, they always break down into a million different sects with a million different traditions, with a million different ways of analyzing the same book that they all go to. Like, it always breaks down into a million different factions. So to sit down and to say any one group, blacks, whites, Asians, all share the same characteristics is asinine. It's completely asinine, and it's lazy thinking. It's completely lazy thinking, and it's the root of bigotry everywhere. Because this is how the bigots think. Oh, they are all like this. That's how they all are. It's fucking bigotry. I can't stand it. It requires work, and Ian Danskin here, who's thinks of himself as like, I'm an intellectual academic, but let me do the laziest type of thinking. I was born a white person, and therefore I'm going to tell you how white people are.
Let me speak for you.
It's so offensive. It is so offensive. It's just, I lose my shit because, no, you can't do this. Not unless you're a big fat racist.
American racial discourse has four principal white characters. On the far right end, you've got the guy white people picture when they hear the word racist. Your Klansman, your neo-Nazi, your suit and tie ethno-nationalist. This guy knows he's a racist, and he's proud of it. Next to the white supremacist, you've got the white collaborator. Politician, public figure, or businessman who does not agree with the white supremacist on paper, but will seek out their votes, attention, or money. Next to the collaborator, you've got the white moderate. People who ostensibly believe in racial justice as an end goal and are somewhat committed to bringing it about, but only with the cooperation of the white collaborator. It wouldn't be fair to do it without their consent, you see, and thus the white moderate spends a lot less time opposing collaborator.
So if you're just listening to this, okay, he has the quote unquote white collaborator is a white guy with a red tie, obviously signifying that all Republicans are white collaborators, and the white moderate is a white guy with a blue tie.
Right.
So
signaling he's the white Democrat. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Now, this breakdown of the groups, it's just, it's insane. Navel gazing at its finest. It's like, let me just
make a
this
bunch of
is
shit
how
up.
I conceptualize this.
Right.
With my decades of experience as a white person. It's like, what? I can say all this because I'm white.
But it's not even, what does this even mean? That's the white moderates only want racial justice with cooperation of the what do you call them?
Collaborators.
The collaborators, yeah. What is that even? What is that referencing? Does he mean like, they don't like, because we live in a democracy where you have to like vote on things? Is that what he talks about? Is that the collaboration he's talking about? Because you have to vote on things?
Who knows? Let's see.
Of the white collaborator. It wouldn't be fair to do it without their consent, you see, and thus the white moderate spends a lot less time opposing collaborators than appealing to their better natures. They tend to operate on behalf.
What world does he fucking live in? Like right now, the name of the game in politics is to just say, "Oh, my opponent's super duper racist," and try to bludgeon them to death with the racist stick to guilt them into to either A, guilt them into going your way, or to draw people to your side to vote who are like afraid that they live in some sort of racist society.
Yeah, both sides are equally using the other side as racist caricature.
Yes. And so, but this is the biggest problem with Ian. This is how you know he's insane. Is that like literally every time he talks about his worldview, it's just so disconnected from
reality.
Anything, from reality. Anything any of us experience whatsoever.
Yeah. It's possible.
Half of people of color rather than with them. Plainly put, the cost of doing business maneuver is this group using this group to attack this group using people of color as their weapon of choice.
Okay.
What does that even mean?
Like, I guess, Ian, you can't just listen to Ian's videos. You got to fully engage with his stupid little drawings here because he's like, this group to attack this group. So he's saying the collaborators...
Republicans.
Right. The collaborators are using the Richard Spencers and Nick Fuentes of the world, who, you know, they banned from CPAC and distance
they're using them.
distance themselves from them as much as possible.
Right.
You know, they've completely deplatformed Richard Spencer to the point where he's doing, you know, live streams with small YouTubers now.
They can't even like open a bank account or
right.
whatever.
Yeah, he's completely debanked. Right.
Right.
The bankers will not allow him to have a bank account.
Right.
They're using these people, so these people will attack people of color, and those people of color will in turn attack Democrats. What?
No. He's saying that the white nationalists attack. He's saying that under his bizarre, fanciful, fake reality, he's saying the white nationalists really want to attack the white liberals, but they can't, which makes no sense. So they attack minorities as a proxy to attack white liberals.
Right. So he's basically saying that they're doing like a hostage situation here with the people of color. They're like, we're going to call these people of color names, not because we care about the people of color, but because we want to own you.
Right.
Yeah.
I guess it's not. I mean, this conception of reality is batshit crazy.
Racists who are proud to be racist generally don't like people of color. I mean, I'm just going to break it to you. They don't give a fuck what you think. What you think about it.
Right.
Yeah. They're very clear in their preferences. So
I don't think that the white nationalists are attacking people of color because they secretly actually want to attack white liberals as their main enemy. Like that doesn't even make any sense.
Right. We need to say Ian Danskin doesn't envision himself in any of these people here. I'm assuming he's going to end up in number 4 over here.
Yeah,
he said there was like 4 over.
Right.
So this is his conception of politics here. Which, okay, I guess, I don't know that you're going to win a lot of elections with this one, but...
It is white supremacy in the form of 3 groups of white people fighting amongst themselves. Finally, on the far opposite...
Oh, looky here.
It's Antifa. Look at that.
He's made himself a cute little Antifa guy. Oh, that's so fascinating. Look at that. All your experience of being white, and this is what you've come up with.
And you have the honest-to-goodness anti-racist, where the racist will support white supremacy, the collaborator uphold white supremacy, and the moderate seek to reform white supremacy. Only the anti-racist is trying to get rid of it.
Look at
so
this.
There you go. If you're white in America, you have 3 options, okay? You can either be super racist, you can be kind of racist, you can be fecklessly racist, or you can be Antifa. Those are your only options.
How sad. How sad.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it does feel like a lose, lose, lose.
Right.
I love the options that he set up here for us.
Right. But
And
this is
what's going on. How come the Antifa looks like a child?
well, I mean, all the little characters look like children, I guess, just the art style. But
Oh, okay. They're not wearing hoodies.
well, they're wearing black hoodies, not gray ones. But
The other characters are not wearing hoodies.
because
Yeah.
yeah, but the other characters don't. I mean, that's Antifa. They wear the little hoodies with they cover their faces and all that stuff.
Okay.
Well, but to be fair, I mean, they are children, right?
Basically, yeah.
Antifa are children, so it makes sense. But no, but this is the common tactic we see from the communists is to say like it's the Anakin Skywalker. You're either with us, you're either with me or you're against me. Like there's
Anakin Skywalker. It's the George W. Bush.
well, either or. Okay, I was going for the the killer of younglings.
Well, I just like the George W. Bush because they're basically
Right.
coming out and doing George W. Bush's speech. You're either with us or you're with the terrorists.
That's
How are you
true.
any different than George
That's
W.
true.
Bush?
The person he probably hates.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
And even they are not free from racial bias. And if you tell one of them, you are not free from racial bias, it's not guaranteed they will react well. It's just, if you're trying to fight white supremacy, they're the white folks you have the best odds with.
Okay, so even the even the Antifa people are not good enough for Ian Danskin.
Yeah.
This is a complete no-win situation. Why would anyone want to follow this? This is literally Ian Danskin sitting in the closet, masturbating while watching his girlfriend get railed by a person of color while he flogs himself, saying, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry."
Ian Danskin lives to call people racist. It's pretty obvious from this.
Including himself.
Yeah, well,
He gets off on it. This has to be some kind of weird fetish at this point.
but I think the last exchange just shows
Mm-hmm.
nobody in our modern society likes to be called fucking racist. Like
Right.
he's even calling the Antifa people racist, and they're like, "Fuck you, Ian Danskin.
Right.
I am not racist."
Which proves everything he's saying wrong.
Of course,
Because if we did live in some crazy white supremacist society, no one would care about being called a racist at all.
yeah. Yes, it wouldn't be a massive insult. It wouldn't be a hit to your status for people to find out that you're a racist.
Right. They'd say, okay, so what?
Now, this little chorus line is not how white people typically frame the situation. We usually think of racism as a binary. There are racists, and there are non-racists. In that
Oh, look at this.
Little do they know that every white person is a racist.
Right, yeah.
framing, the provocateur is someone whose allegiance we get to debate. He willingly sacrifices people of color, but without personally hating them. Does that count as hashtag racism? This debate lasts approximately the rest of your goddamn life, which should be evidence enough that the frame is wanting. In today's framing, there are several shades of racism, and there...
Oh my God.
So there you go. Everyone who's not Antifa is racist, but even the Antifa person still has racism in them. Like, this is just wacky.
I was only listening yesterday. I didn't watch this video.
You didn't
but
watch it?
this
Yeah.
image is just oh man.
This is original sin.
It is. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's making great evidence for your claim that wokeness is a religion. So.
Yeah. Wow.
There is anti-racism. There is no non. Now, before we map the...
So wait a minute. He just complained. He's like, all these stupid idiots used to think that there's just racism and non-racism, but they're wrong. But no, what he meant was, no, there is just racism and non-racism. It's different how you define it. Everyone is racist except for the Antifa people.
Right.
He does live in the racist, not racist binary. He's just changing the players involved.
Well, he's saying the non-racist doesn't exist. He's saying this is Ibram X. Kendi, and it's funny that he even cited Ibram X. Kendi. he's basically saying that if you aren't actively anti-racist, you are in fact racist.
Right, by their
there's no way,
definition of anti-racist.
Yeah, there's no way to opt out.
Right.
Which, when he says there's no non-racism, he's saying there's no way to opt out. He's basically saying colorblindness doesn't exist.
Right. Which is funny because, like, when you think back in history, and often even in stories, whenever the character is like poses you with this, like, there's a character who's neutral, who's like, I don't want to be involved in your conflict, and they're like, you have to choose a side or we're gonna kill you. Like, that's always the bad character,
the evil character,
the villain. Yeah, that's forcing this choice upon people, saying, no, you have to choose either to join our revolution or you're a collaborator. There's no alternative. Like, that's always the evil side.
Yeah, we need a war on terror.
This is ideological terrorism.
Of course it is. It's ideological blackmail. It's basically saying, look, I'm going to call you a racist unless you're Antifa, you piece of shit. Whatever. Ian's a moron.
Choreography of how these four types interact. First, a quick note on how most white people think about whiteness.
Oh, great. Look, Ian knows how I think. Look at that. It's amazing. How's he do this? He's reading my fucking mind.
Short answer, whenever possible, they prefer not to. Whiteness in America. Is it vanilla? No. It's fior di latte. Nothing but milk and sugar. When non-whites are flavors, we are the base. In the same way one does not hear one's own accent. British people have accents.
That's not a lot of pots.
But we just speak English normal-like.
That's not a lot of pots.
If you have not built your whole identity around being...
It's actually hilarious because I guess it shows how stupid Ian is. He used this in like this throwaway line. Well, obviously there are, American accents like, New York accent, Southern accent, Boston accent, California accent. Obviously there's all sorts of regional accents. I forget what it's called exactly. There's like a metropolitan American accent, which linguists will say is the least accented like way of speaking, I think, ever.
Really?
It's like the American metropolitan accent. So, thank you, Ian.
White, you probably don't think about your whiteness very often, and perhaps even feel uncomfortable when one points it out. For it is the white experience to passively, unconsciously, conceive of oneself as a kind of raceless default. This is privilege! Indeed, this is part of what makes privilege privilege. It's the identity that's treated as a norm, the one you don't have to think about. A movie with an all-white cast is widely perceived as being in no way...
So the whole concept basically of white privilege is penalizing you for being part of a majority identity.
It's majority privilege, exactly.
Right. Which exists, but the way to solve that issue is to just expand that grouping so that it includes everyone.
Well, the colorblindness was a solution to majority privilege.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, for racial majority privilege, yes, right.
Of
course.
If you called it majority privilege, it would be more accurate because there are places in the world where whites are not the majority.
Right.
But I'm certain in those places they have majority privilege.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
Of course they do. But it's funny too because even in America, there's lots of places where you don't have majority privilege. And this is what Scott Adams has been trying to bang on about all week, is that, if you're trying to get a job in corporate America, they're going to try to hire people that are not white intentionally.
Right. Yeah.
Because they want to, they want to diversify as much as possible.
Right. Yeah. Save themselves from the anti-racist stick.
Right.
Way about race. But that's not true of one with an all-black cast. Identities being treated as defaults makes institutional racism difficult to understand even for well-meaning white people.
It's just, have you ever considered yourself like the default?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think of myself. Well, first of all, no, because I'm a big brain genius and everyone else is stupid. So obviously, I've suffered alone in the oppression of being an individual my whole life.
Yeah, me too. I've always been special, so I've never considered myself the default. I've always been exceptional. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, America.
But I mean, Ian is very stupid. So
America is the exception.
Right. What was the argument that we had with dishonest? I'm sorry, dialogue always.
You're trying. I like that.
About whiteness. That was just so insipid and insane.
Well, I was saying whiteness studies creates stereotypes, negative stereotypes of white people. And he was just like, no, it's just a way to describe the situation neutrally.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like Ian is kind of siding with us in this situation. Okay.
Oh, really?
Well, he's kind of making our argument by being so racist.
Okay.
How can I be racist if I don't identify as a racist? How could I be part of a group I never opted into? But let us reflect. Would a group one never opted into not describe a minority? People don't choose to be gay, and while people also don't choose to be straight, being straight is normal. People don't come out as straight or have complex codes for signaling heterosexuality. Not that they'll admit to, at least. In lieu of other evidence, straightness is presumed. But if people clock you as gay, or even think they've clocked you as gay, then you stand out from the background.
There's no presumed white. I mean, it's obviously...
Well, unless you're a Talcum X, but...
Yeah, unless you're white passing. Unless you're... whatever. But I mean, obviously...
It makes you more visible, where the appearance of straightness makes you less so. Makes you the everyman. Of the many identities one may have at any given time on any given axis, there is typically only one default, whose rules operate differently to the rest. The more of these normal identities one possesses, the more accustomed one is to being the default. The idea is foreign that people might group one not by how one thinks of oneself, but by how one is perceived, and by how one impacts others. It gets hard to fathom that any more than whether or not a light-skinned Mexican...
Well, no, see, and this is part of why this is disgusting, too. He skipped over the main thing here. The way in which people should perceive themselves is not based on how they think of themselves. It should be based on how they act.
Right.
That's who you are. You know, you can have all the thoughts in the world in your mind, but if you don't act upon them, then you're not that person. Whatever you act upon is who you are.
Yeah.
But they don't want to say that. They don't want you to be an individual. They want to say, no, you are a group. What you think, what you do is irrelevant. You are part of some group. And all that matters is that group has a majority. And that in the past, that majority group was racist against a minority. So you have the original sin of this racial bias.
Well, he is kind of touching on it, and a lot of people on the left do talk about how minorities have not opted into the way they're perceived by society. But I would blame a lot of those perceptions on negative stereotypes, which we've spent decades working on changing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but this is why these socialists are either the dumbest fucking people alive, or they're just dishonest pieces of shit, or both. Because if you think that majority privilege is this massive problem that society's facing, okay, the way in which to fix that problem would be to have people not identify with that quote unquote majority privilege, or to expand that majority privilege to include everyone.
Which was exactly what we were doing.
We say, oh, we should de-emphasize racial identity and we should emphasize like national identity.
Right.
You know, we're all Americans or something. There's some sort of group unifying identity.
Americans come in all colors.
Right, exactly. Which is the direction we were going under the liberal paradigm.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And yet then these piece of shit communists come along because they're not actually interested. Either Ian is lying and not interested in this, or he's so stupid that he doesn't realize that he's a useful idiot for this. Because the reason the communist method does the opposite of bringing people together, it separates them. It says, no, we need to start classifying everyone by their race again and their group again, and we have to point out how there's so much racial animus in our society. Okay, which all it's going to do is make things worse.
Right.
And the reason the communists do this is because the communists want to make things worse, because they want to have a revolution against liberal capitalism and replace it with communism.
Right.
And either Ian wants to do that and is lying, or is too stupid to realize that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole civil rights movement was about extending white privilege to everyone.
Yes.
The whole idea that whites had privileges in society,
right,
that were at the expense of other people was, obviously racism. So they were like, let's just extend everything that we give to whites to just everyone.
right.
So I feel like colorblindness is an attempt to extend the privilege of not thinking about race to everyone. Like the idea that blacks must think about race. I mean, I feel like we've attempted to strive towards fixing that. Whether or not we've achieved that, I think is obviously up for debate. And I think, obviously Dialogue Always will come on and say, no, obviously we haven't even come close.
Well, we're obviously going the wrong direction. Regardless of
I've lived in the South, and I've lived in California, obviously. And I feel like if I was black, I'd much rather live in California than in the South. I feel like the racism in the South is palpable if you're black. Obviously this was 20 years ago. I lived there.
Yes.
Maybe things have changed. Hopefully they have changed. I know a lot of people a lot of our fans say, Adam, the South has gotten much better. Here. Okay, thank you. But just the point that, blacks would like to go through their lives and not think everyone's looking at me because I'm black. Everyone's judging me as a criminal because I'm black. I don't know how much of that people experience.
Right.
So, but none of Ian's video pointing to whites and saying, you have white privilege because you think of yourself as the default. It's like it puts everything on fucking whites. And not only that, in the wrong way. Well, I don't know. Now colorblindness is out of fashion, so.
Well, there's a reason that the communists attack colorblindness. Because it works.
Yeah.
And it's stable, because colorblindness stabilizes societies.
Yeah.
And they want to destabilize society.
Yes.
And then you have idiots like Ian that just parrot this shit, not realizing what they're doing. Not caring what they're doing.
He heard it in his academia class, so.
Right.
Gets to be white is up to them. Whether or not you fit the definition of racist is not up to you. The boundaries are not policed from the inside.
Well, there you go. It's not up to you. So listen, we call Ian a giant racist Nazi piece of shit, and he can't fight against it because it's not up to him to make that determination. It's up to us, right?
Well, I mean, I don't feel I'm being dishonest when I call him a racist piece of shit because I base it on behavior, not on skin color. So and his behavior shows him to be racist.
True.
So that didn't even end in what did we learn from that? White people are bad because they think of themselves as the default.
Right.
I feel like that's the message that he wants. Yeah.
Which would be true of any majority population in any country.
Right. But he's just doing it to create negative stereotypes of whites. Whites are these fucking aloof people that don't even realize, oh my God, I'm the majority. I have no idea what's going on. I'm fucking stupid. I don't realize how bad black people can feel if they're outnumbered in a classroom. Come on. What a fucking idiot. It's just it's so insidious. Like people understand how other people feel.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, also there's no solution to this. There's no solution to what he's proposing. I mean, what black population is like, what, 13%, 18% or something?
Yeah.
It's never going to be, 50-50 split.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Going again from right to left, this is where we find the titular alt-right. What's novel about the suit and tie ethno-nationalist is how they break from the iconography of racism. Their goal, like that of many racist people, is to attack and oppress people of color, but in such a way that the white establishment lets them get away with it.
Ian Danskin lives in a fucking alternate universe.
Mm-hmm.
What is he talking about?
Yeah.
What white moderate let the alt-righters at Charlottesville get away with anything?
Yeah.
That event is what destroyed and killed the term alt-right and for them and made it so toxic. Was Charlottesville?
Well,
What
it
the
also
fuck
lost.
is he talking about?
It also lost President Trump the election. If Charlottesville didn't happen, I mean,
Yes, the fine people line was used to cudgel Donald Trump over the head with
for 4 years.
4, 5, still continuing
Yeah.
6 fucking years. What reality is Ian Danskin? How far up his ass does Ian Danskin have his head if he believes there's some fucking alternate reality where white moderates are walking around saying, well, I don't know, Richard Spencer is wearing a nice outfit, so he's not a racist.
Yeah.
Like, literally, that never happened. That never fucking happened.
It happened in his brain, in his
People
lives.
were calling fucking Jordan Peterson a white nationalist writer.
Yeah.
What reality is he fucking talking about?
Yeah, that's true. The white moderates have way more false positives than ignoring it.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, they're calling Ben Shapiro an anti-Semite when he wears a yarmulke all the time.
Like, Ian Danskin is fucking insane.
Yeah.
Like, he has to be the most insane person we've ever covered. You know, there's lots of people that we don't agree with their worldview. There's lots of people who we vehemently don't agree with their opinions. But I don't think anyone we've ever covered is this detached from reality, where they literally just see everything the opposite of what it is.
Yeah, it's just what media, what brainwashed Ian Danskin into being in this position? It's got to be those 5 books. We have to dig in. I mean, at this point, it's for science at this point. I'm just completely bewildered by how someone could be this out of it.
Well, see, here's the thing. He made a video about 2017, 5 years late. Okay.
Right.
2022. So he's probably reading literature about 1970 and he's applying it to today's standard.
Yeah, that could be it. It's so weird. It's so out of touch.
Ian Danskin, really this is the truth of Ian Danskin, okay? He was on an Arctic expedition in 1969 and he fell into an iceberg and he got frozen and they thawed him out in 2015. And so everything he does now, he thinks, you know, his worldview was stemming from and based on the world of 1969 America.
Yeah, pretty much.
The average white person's shorthand for a racist is still primarily the Klansman and the neo-Nazi, respectively a rural working-class white nationalism and an urban working-class white nationalism. The alt-right is the gentrification of white nationalism.
What?
Their pockets...
Look, he's so proud when he's like, oh, look, I've made an idea that's so fancy. It's the gentrification.
Squares and NBA...
all the white nationalist people, like the Richard Spencers, the what the fuck was those guys' names? The Anglin, the guy that we talked to, whose name I forget. All these guys, like whenever you go into their home life, they're all like living in fucking poverty somewhere, some shitty, like, you know, some shithole, like in a cardboard box. Like, these people are all poor. Like, I don't know, like, what is he talking about?
Yeah. They have nothing to lose.
And 90 cuts short out the white moderate's brain because they still associate white supremacy with white trash. Racism is worse than evil. It's common. It's why they insist reactionary conservatism is propped up by the white working class in flyover states, despite all evidence to the contrary. The alt-right...
See, this is so much more just calling all Trump voters racist. I fucking hate this shit.
Well, no, he's saying that, oh, all the liberals think that racism is only a problem among the poors. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, okay.
And he's saying there's apparently a whole bunch of rich white Republicans and I guess liberals running around are all super duper racist that everyone's just ignoring. So
Well, he is saying that that's why he used the term gentrification when he's talking about the
Right.
gentrification of racism. He's basically saying all Trump voters are racist, and
right.
it's not just a problem of the poor. It's a problem of
White
rich people
Right.
who are also racist, who
Right.
voted for Trump. And I mean, that's what he
Well,
means.
but this is, and you're right, and this is this disgusting graphic he has up. So he has a graphic that says apparently the median household income of a Clinton voter was $61,000, and the median income of a Trump voter was $72,000.
Right.
Which, first of all, I would have to research, because if people with college degrees are more likely to vote Democrat, I don't know how this number makes any sense.
Yeah, for
But-
all we know, he just made this number up.
Right. But even if, assuming that this statistic is true, that doesn't mean anything. It's because he posted a phony statistic in the beginning, or he made a phony claim based on phony statistics that all the people that voted for Trump are, racist. And so therefore, if the people that vote for Trump have higher median incomes, well, he already established that they're all racist, so therefore all these people are racist, essentially.
Yeah. That's where he's going.
It can't be as bad as everyone says, because whoever heard of a racist going to Harvard?
The alt-right bridges the gap between white nationalism and the rest of white culture using class signifiers to gain access to the political and social capital of the more mainstream collaborator, and getting the moderate to treat them not as someone to be ignored, but someone to bargain with in good faith. The collaborator finds value in this relationship because, regardless of one's position on it, racism,
Right.
but someone to bargain with in good faith.
What the I can't get over it.
Yeah,
What-
it's alternate
when
reality.
Was a fucking Democrat bargaining with Richard Spencer about anything?
Yeah.
They canceled their bank accounts and they made him a pariah. They made all those people fucking pariahs. Okay.
Yeah.
Who was bargaining with the fucking alt-righters?
In his fucking fantasy world. That's
What Republicans were bargaining with the alt-righters?
Yeah. The whole purpose of this video is to make you think that Republicans are just fine with racism, and they're fine with dealing with racists, and they're fine with all the work that the Republican Party has done to distance themselves from racists. This video is meant to squash.
Right.
Yeah.
This video is to say that all Republicans are racist and all Democrats are fine with racism.
Right. Yeah.
That's what this video is saying. So
Which is, it's a lie. It's just a lie.
this is just so silly.
When can we actually have an election based around? It's so stupid because this is the political maneuver to just, so we aren't talking about important things like the economy and healthcare
Right.
and housing, affordable housing. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
We have to talk about stupid Ian Danskin and racism.
Right.
Please, it's so boring.
The collaborator finds value in this relationship because, regardless of one's position on it, racism works. A police officer may not be personally...
I know this part. God.
Did you hear that?
What was that?
That's the sound he made. Listen.
The collaborator finds value in this relationship because, regardless of one's position on it, racism works. A police officer may not be personally racist, but when it's the end of the month and they need to hand out a few more tickets to make quota, it's safest to do so in a low-income neighborhood where the average driver can't make their life hell by hiring a lawyer, and due to decades of racist...
Does
Okay.
this happen? Did you look this up?
I don't need to look it up because what the fuck? He doesn't have any clue what he's talking about. You know what happens if you get a traffic ticket and you hire? First of all, if you fucking, very rarely does someone hire a lawyer to contest a traffic ticket. Okay,
Right.
And you know why you don't have to hire a lawyer to, or actually that's not true. They have these like, I don't even know what to call them. They're like lawyer clinics that you go to and you pay a lawyer somewhere between $50 and $100 to go get your ticket expunged or removed. And you know what they do?
What?
You pay this guy a lawyer $1,500. He goes to the courthouse to contest the ticket, and the cop 99% of the time never fucking shows up because they don't give a shit and they have better things to do than to go to court to contest the ticket. Okay. The only time a cop's ever going to show up in court to contest a traffic ticket, if you're bringing it to court, is if they really despise you. Right. You really pissed them off when they gave you the ticket. That's the only way they're ever going to show up in court. 9 times out of 10, the cop's never going to show up to anything. They don't care. It doesn't affect them. So this conspiracy that, well, the reason cops are going around giving black people tickets is because they're too poor to fight them in court is just completely insane. Because the cops don't care if you contest them in court. It doesn't affect them.
Well, I mean, cops do show up in court and they do get paid to go to court on the tickets. So I do think
they don't show cops like so rarely will ever show up in fucking court to fight a traffic
Have
ticket.
You tested this? I mean, I've contested
yes.
I've contested some tickets, and I heard the rumor that the cop never shows up, but the cop has always showed up with me. So
well, then you live in some weirdo place. Maybe.
Well, I lived in a small town where the cops have nothing better to do.
Maybe they have nothing better. Okay,
and they get
fair.
paid. And they get paid to go sit in the fucking in the air conditioned courthouse rather than driving around in the hot car. They're like, "Fuck yeah, I'm gonna go sit."
Maybe in small towns where cops have nothing to do, they will show up in court and contest the ticket. Okay.
Yeah.
But in cities, which is what he's talking about, because he's talking about cops going to poor black areas. Okay, they don't show up.
We need our cop counterpoint.
Ask counterpoints if he's in the chat. How often do cops show up and fucking contest?
But he's throwing this out there like every single police station is racist, and just is the whole idea that you have to. Is our ticket quotas a real thing? I never knew if they were even a real thing. Like, do cops? Did they tell cops you have to write a certain number of tickets?
Sometimes. Well,
I mean, I feel like the city makes its money off of property taxes mostly. But I guess if it's an area where there's nobody owns property. I mean, even if it's a place where people just rent, someone owns the property and pays property taxes on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know that I buy this. And obviously he doesn't show any evidence, so. And the whole idea that racism works, anyway, he's just trying to trigger us.
Well, and as you said, even if the cop shows up, what is this? He's making a claim.
Right.
That cops are intentionally going to lower income areas to write tickets.
I know, yeah, that's a claim.
And I don't, how would you prove this claim?
Well, this is why they like to make claims that they don't have to prove.
Because what's actually more likely happening in the scenarios is that cops are trying to go into high crime areas. Okay. And this is what the communists they always get wrong about policing. The cops are going into higher crime areas where there's higher rates of homicide and burglary and, people breaking into stores and holding up cashiers with gun points and all these sorts of things. These are the areas that cops are policing more so. Okay.
High crime areas. Yeah.
Right. And
not me. I'm policing the donut shop myself.
Right. But that's going to be lower income areas generally on average. Okay. And so when the cop is in that area, they're also going to write tickets for traffic violations that they see happening.
Right.
So there's going to be a higher number of tickets written for people that are living in these areas because the cops just happen to be in those areas. And even honest, ACAB lefty people acknowledge this. That's why they complain about, the areas are over-policed. Because they understand it's just because the proximity of the cops being there. It's not the cops' intention like, I'm going to go write a ticket. Let me go head to the poor black areas to write the tickets to the poor black people.
I've done a lot. I mean, I've been in court a bunch of times challenging tickets because I always got tickets and accidents and all kinds of shit when I was a kid.
How are you always getting tickets then?
Oh, I'm a fucking maniac driver. I could never help myself. but I mean, even when the cop doesn't show up, which I've had, sometimes the cop shows up, sometimes they don't, but even when the cop doesn't show up, it's not like they just let you go. The judge the judge basically plays cop and wants to hear the story, and they dismiss or. So it's not like, I mean, all this seems just crazy weird to me, but.
Right.
Like you're going to show up in court because the cop's not there. They're going to be like, okay, you're free to go. No, the judge is like, okay, tell me the story. Why are you here?
Right. Well, that's what I said. You hire a lawyer for $50, $1,500.
$1,500?
50 or $100. It's very cheap.
50.
Have you ever seen those ads? Those like for $50 to $100, we'll get the ticket removed from you. You don't have that ads where you live?
I mean, I find it hard to believe that an attorney is going to get your ticket removed if they have you on radar going, 35 miles over the speed limit. They're going to be like, nah, you're not getting this ticket removed. What tickets are they getting removed? It's these days.
You'll have to ask them.
I mean,
unlike you, I don't get all this. I don't get all these police tickets.
This is like, I mean, they've got me with a helicopter before where they do.
Jesus, what the hell are you doing over there? You're like a high-speed pursuit. The helicopter's getting you.
Oh, I was driving like 90, I think, or 95.
Well, okay, Adam. No wonder you don't get listed. If you're driving 90 miles per hour and it's like 50, yeah, you're gonna get hit with the ticket. I don't know what to tell you.
You can't fight that shit. Don't think you can.
Okay.
Anyway, I don't. It's just this is ridiculous on so many fronts.
And you know what? As someone in chat said this, and this is so true. He said when cops are trying to give a lot of tickets, they don't go to the minority parts of towns. They go to one of the several speed traps.
Of course,
okay?
Yeah.
And, right. And everyone that lives in an area,
knows where the speed trap is. Exactly.
Right. Knows where the speed traps are. And I know that there's like 4 locations that are within 30 minutes of my house where almost every time I drive by them, I see there's a cop snuck away somewhere around a corner.
Yeah.
And it's always the same 4 places.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The whole idea that they're going to a minority neighborhood is like ridiculous. And not only that, they're going there because they know all the white people will get an attorney.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's so ridiculous. They're just going to pay.
But yeah, the majority of people don't contest the tickets anyway.
They just pay the ticket.
Right.
Why do I want to pay $1,500 to an attorney? Oh, I guess I would pay $50. Man, Florida's great. I'm moving.
Someone says Adam has killed and will kill again.
I've never killed anyone in a car yet, but
yet.
Knock on wood.
Redlining most low-income.
The cop is the witness. If the cop doesn't show up, there's no witness. I don't know exactly how it works.
Listen, the ticket is an affidavit that the cop signs as a witness. They don't to bring out. It is evidence. It becomes evidence.
Mm-hmm.
I know because when they got me in the helicopter, the helicopter cop was the eyewitness.
I can't believe you got that's it.
That's
why they had to bring out the helicopter. Adam was going so fast they couldn't catch him by car. They had to rip out a helicopter.
No, and this is the speed trap thing too. They have the helicopter flying overhead. You've seen in California they have 1 million places on the highway that says patrolled by aircraft. Right? And you always think, sure.
They don't do that in Florida. I don't know what kind of crazy state you live in.
You always think, sure, it's patrolled by aircraft. Right. But then I got pulled over and it was a helicopter.
The helicopter pulled you? What did it land next to you?
No.
Like, what do you mean it got pulled over by a helicopter?
The cop pulls you over.
Yeah, I understand.
The cop is the one that tells you. Yeah, the helicopter.
You got radio from the helicopter.
Yeah, exactly. And the helicopter pilot becomes the witness. He's a cop too. Yeah.
Right.
Because the cop that pulls you over and writes you the ticket isn't even a witness. Like, he didn't see you do it. He just heard from the helicopter guy. This is bullshit.
Neighborhoods are disproportionately black and Latinx, so... And a prison warden may not be personally racist, but white people are approved by jury selection more often than people who think the justice system itself is racist.
That's the fucking attorneys, dude. That's not the prison warden.
Wait.
What the hell? Does he not know who approves juries?
Hell by hiring a lawyer? And due to decades of racist redlining, most low-income neighborhoods are disproportionately black and Latinx, so...
Why does he say Latin A? What the hell is that?
Because that's how you pronounce the X.
Latin A?
I guess. I don't know. I'm just making shit up.
What is
Oh,
Latin
wait.
A?
Mr. Ubercross is weighed in here. Mr. Ubercross is an attorney, so he should know. Mr. Ubercross, for $20.
Yes.
Cops show up to court. Your fee is hiring with a lawyer.
Is higher.
Oh, your fee is higher with a lawyer for traffic stuff. It just says off the. It just stays off.
Cops show up. Mr. Ubercross for $20. Thanks so much. Says cops show up to court. Your fee is higher with a lawyer for traffic stuff. It just stays off your record. It's a racket. The prosecutor has a preset deal on tickets. Oh, interesting. That's why it's only $50 to $100. It saves your insurance costs. Okay, so that's interesting. So the point. So actually, wait a minute. That makes
you still pay the fee.
No, so
you
that
pay the
makes,
fee. You pay the attorney. It just stays off your record.
Right. So the point of contesting the traffic ticket isn't to not pay the ticket.
It's to not pay the higher insurance rates.
It's so you don't end up paying the higher insurance premium.
Right.
Okay. That's interesting. I didn't know that. That's fascinating. I get that, but see, that explains why most people don't bother contesting it. And shows
no, I would contest it every time.
Well, yeah, if you're going to get a higher premium, but most people don't think that way.
Right. I don't want to pay a higher premium. Look, my premiums are off the charts already.
Yeah, because you're driving 90 miles per hour getting pulled over by helicopters, Adam. Okay.
I think I've gotten in like 4 or 5 accidents.
Oh my God.
Never my fault though. Well, except for
Latin A is the less woke version of Latin X. I've never heard that. I've never heard Latin A before.
Thank you for clearing that up, Mr. Ubercross. Very nice of you.
That's interesting. I've never heard that before.
And a prison warden may not be personally racist.
A prison warden. Okay. Get that.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. A prison warden.
But white people are approved by jury selection more often than people who think the justice system itself is racist. So
who approves who does jury selection?
Wait. The fuck's he talking about?
Hiring a lawyer? And due to decades of racist redlining, most low-income neighborhoods are disproportionately black and Latinx. So... And a prison warden may not be personally racist, but white people are approved by jury selection more often than people who think the justice system itself is racist. So black and Latina people are the easiest to jail, and private prisons get more funding when they're full. So... And a conservative politician...
Wait, so what? What is the point? Wait, I don't understand.
So is the race. He's saying racism works. The so racism works is what he's saying. That's the so.
Yeah, but so he's saying that. Okay, first, so he's saying that prison wardens are racist. Prison wardens don't have control over who's in the prison
or jury selection. I'm like, what?
Yeah, they're not responsible
who
for the
selects,
population that exists in the prison. The prison warden is not responsible for that.
Quick, before Mr. Ubercross super chats again. Who selects the jury, Sitch?
The lawyers.
The attorneys. Exactly.
I don't think that's what he was saying, though. I think he was... I don't know what he was saying, but I don't know.
I love how he sets up a binary between white people and people who think the justice system is unfair. It's like no white people think the justice system is unfair. Okay.
Right.
As someone who got a ticket from a helicopter cop, I think the justice system is unfair.
Right.
Politician may not be personally racist, but black and Latina people predominantly vote Democrat, and since they're disproportionately imprisoned, if the politician denies convicts the right to vote...
Look at all those white convicts in his picture there. I see like 1, 2,
There's one
3,
black guy,
4,
two black guys.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
There's 3 black guys in that picture. No, 4 black guys in the picture. The rest are white.
I mean,
so I don't know. He should have picked. He should have picked a better picture, Ian. Should have picked a better picture.
What's going on here?
They're more likely to get reelected. So
I don't know.
This is all fucking bullshit.
How come Trump?
The labor unions and their bosses really?
How come Trump was able to pull more Latino and black voters away from the Democrats?
Yeah.
I'm just curious, Ian.
Because they don't like that wokeness. You don't think they're worried about their kids getting transed? I'm sure they are. Come on.
Hate me? That doesn't matter, but I know I'm not in their unions. I don't know if the real estate lobby is anything against black people, but I know the real estate lobbies keep me in the ghetto.
Don't you?
I
Aren't
don't
you glad that
know.
we had to go back to
I
1960
know.
for a
That's
clip,
what I was
you
going
know?
to say.
Yeah.
I don't know about 2022, but I know I can pull clips from 1940.
I'm so glad that 50 years ago we have to bring up some issue that was relevant 50 years ago.
It's hilarious. It's hilarious. Look at this. Yeah, this clip was done before the civil rights movement. Yes.
I would assume. I don't know what year that, but I'm assuming this was like in the 60s.
Yeah. Guess what? Things sucked before the civil rights movement.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know if the Board of Education hates black people, but I know the textbooks they give my children to read and the schools that we have to go to.
Now, frequently,
Now, guess what? The textbooks have changed in fucking 70 years. What a moron. What a moron.
What a
enough, these
maroon.
people are self-identified, card-carrying racists. My point is, for this system of incentives and rewards to operate, they don't have to be. Any of them may, but none of them must. Racism exists, and it's efficient.
I like that his strategy here is I'm going to make a bunch of unsourced claims about all these different people's motivation, and you're just going to eat it up. Just going to eat it right up.
The whole point of these videos is these people already believe in this thing called systemic racism.
Yeah, he's just reaffirming.
Yeah.
Point, yes.
So they don't need sourced claims. They just need
Right.
someone to lay out the narrative for them that they believe, and they're like, "Oh, please give me more."
Right.
This shit sandwich is delicious.
And in a capitalist society where cops are competing
What was that? What did I hear?
A capitalist society?
In a capitalist society. Oh.
Oh my God.
for promotions, private prisons are competing for contracts, and politicians are competing for votes, if an unethical behavior sees a higher return than the alternative, then ethics are a luxury. There are hundreds of examples of businesses that
He doesn't even, that's not even, oh my God, that's not even the claim of systemic racism. The claim of systemic racism is just that because of the history of oppression is basically created a situation where, you know, black people have been impoverished for, you know, historical reasons, and that the system just perpetuates a cycle, even when you remove the racial elements to it, you know, just perpetuates the cycle.
Yeah, they started the race late and they're still not caught
Right.
up.
The people that are talking about systemic racism are not saying that they're people intentionally running around doing a systemic racism to make money. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah,
How the fuck does that make sense?
it doesn't.
claim, in periods of prosperity, that they prefer to do what is right over what is...
Oh, okay. So here is Ian Danskin, who is an art student who's never, I'm assuming, ever worked for a large company in his entire life. Okay? Because he's about to say something that's going to melt your brain. And it's, the exact opposite of reality.
I can't take it. My brain is already melted.
Then ethics are a luxury. There are hundreds of examples of businesses that claim, in periods of prosperity, that they prefer to do what is right over what is profitable. But what do they say when prosperity ends? Every boom has a bust. Since 1900, the US has spent 1 out of every 4 years in recession. And in the lean season, not using this generations-old system built by white people to advantage their descendants is a liability.
Oh my
A
God.
values-based
Fuck you.
business typically goes one of 3 ways: compromising their values to stay competitive, getting bought by someone who compromised their values to stay competitive, or sticking to their guns and facing a higher risk of going out of business. Many choose to do the right thing, and some even survive. But that's beating the odds. The market trends towards the optimal strategy. No one ever went broke appealing to the ignorance of white people.
Okay. So, if you're following along at home, Ian Danskin is claiming that corporations know that white supremacy is profitable.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when there's ever an economic downturn, corporations will drop all the phony equity diversity talk and go back to white supremacy to make money.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen any evidence of that, but
So we currently, for the last year or two, have been living in a pretty significant economic downturn. Right. Coming out of, we had COVID for 2 years.
Right.
We had lockdowns for 2 years. So the economy was pretty shitty during those time periods. Coming out of COVID, we have, pretty high inflation. The economy's been doing very poorly. Let me ask you a question, Adam, in chat. In the last 3 years of economic downturn, have corporations become less woke or more woke?
Way more woke.
Oh, right. It's like, again, Ian Danskin lives in a fucking backwards mirror nightmare world where black is white and up is down.
Yeah.
Or everything's fucking inverted. What the fuck is he talking about? Like, it's the corporations are so dedicated to woke shit right now. It's like insane. It's baffling. They're like marching off a fucking cliff while they're dedicated to this woke shit, and they don't care. Like, what's happening? Why? In the most common element of this, like, one of the most visible examples of this is our media.
Yeah,
we're seeing
media
again and again. Disney, Marvel, Amazon, HBO to a lesser extent. We're seeing again and again, like, so many large movies, so many TV shows that they're spending millions and millions of dollars on, and they have to keep marketing it towards wokeness.
Yeah.
Okay. That they keep doubling down on wokeness, saying, if you don't like,
how dare you have an all-white cast?
If you don't like this product, you're racist, you're sexist.
Yeah.
And Ian Danskin lives in a fucking backwards universe where now, in the economic downturn, all the companies have decided that they need to go back to appealing to the whitey.
They're like, no more minorities and rings of power, okay? We've hit rough times here at Amazon Prime.
Right.
We need to make something that's actually true to Tolkien lore.
He's just what the fuck is his problem?
Yeah.
He lives detached from reality.
That's why he's a lolcow, basically. That's why these videos are so entertaining.
Insane. This is why everyone's attacking ESG right now on the right. Because the corporations have doubled down on this shit. They all still are. They're all still doubling down. Fucking Jonathan Haidt. This goes exactly what you're saying. Jonathan Haidt left. What did he leave? It was some kind of sociological organization.
Yeah.
Because they were requiring him to sign a fucking diversity, inclusion, equity statement that he said had nothing to do with his field.
Yeah. Had nothing
Who
to
are
do
these
with
companies,
research.
Ian, that have suddenly decided, oh, well, now that we're in troubled economic times, we got to start, fucking over the minorities. Name a fucking company. Just one. Just name the company that's doing this, Ian.
Jonathan Haidt is resigning from the Society for Personality and Social Psychology. Yeah. They've gone too woke.
Yep.
The collaborator treating non-white suffering as the cost of doing business also works rhetorically. The average...
So no, he's not going to give us a single shred of evidence, even a single example of anything that he's talking about.
The cost of doing business.
It just disgusts me that this piece of shit, who's like schizophrenically insane, okay? This guy is schizophrenically insane if he believes this.
Right. And he's
yet
like a big social media influencer.
Yeah, 500,000 people watch this shit and they go, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, this is QAnon levels of crazy here.
This is literal blue anon.
This is
like,
blue
or red anon because he's a fucking commie. Like, this is common on. Insane.
The whole idea that people are being tangibly harmed and other people are just going, yeah, that's the cost of doing business. Like we're grinding people up into Soylent Green or something. What?
I know.
You really should give some receipts for these kinds of claims, Ian.
Mm-hmm. We should, yeah, but
fanciful nonsense.
Yeah. Diogenes, thank you so much for $20. Says, I keep hearing about white conservative racism, this, white liberal racism, that, but what if, plot twist, the person of color is racist against other people of color? Why don't I get a voice in the conversation? Because you're racist. If you don't buy into the line, regardless of your skin color, that's why.
Yeah, according to their Kafka trap that nobody
Yep.
pays attention to or should pay attention to.
Michael Stutton, thanks so much for $20. Says, I saw this last night, and I'm so glad y'all will review the video, so I have something to listen to for 8 hours at work this Monday. You're welcome. Keep up God's work, fellas. S class stands for Sargon's class.
Oh wow! Look at that. Sargon just stole the S class from you.
He stole it from me. How dare? How dare?
I thought it was the Sargoninos, but
Conservative citizen doesn't know anything about the Syrian civil war, but they know the refugee crisis is something the left seems to care about. So demonizing refugees is mutually beneficial about this. The collaborator treating non-white suffering.
What?
I mean, this is so narcissistic. To think that the only reason conservatives care about immigration is to own the wokies is just so ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. They care about immigration because they care about, cultural drift. We can talk about half a dozen reasons why they care about immigration, but they to think that they only care, like they don't care about it, they're only doing it because they think you care about it is narcissistic.
I know, that's what I was wrong, because it sounds crazy. Silva42, thanks so much for the $19.42. Says, I was feeling pretty lousy after a rough week. Here, take a small portion of my credit card rewards. Now all three of us can feel a little better. Free money, right? Buy yourselves a beer or whatever your vice is. Well, thank you, Silva42.
Yeah,
hope you're feeling better. Hope you hearing me scream ultra triggered at this insane person who should be basically relegated to shouting at passerbys on a street corner somewhere, like living in a cardboard box with the smell of booze and drugs all over them on YouTube.
Not promoted by the YouTube algorithm to 500,000 people.
Right.
As the cost of doing business also works rhetorically. The average conservative citizen doesn't know anything about the Syrian civil war.
Look at this, and he's like just saying the average conservative citizen.
Well, to be fair, I don't think the average anyone knows about the Syrian civil war, but...
You're right, yeah, but...
Wait, why is he talking about the Syrian civil war?
Who knows?
But they know the refugee crisis is something the left seems to care about.
Oh, they know the left cares about the Syrian civil war, so...
No, but okay, I am okay. The Syrian refugee crisis was when was that? 2019? Right? Or was it even earlier than that?
Hell, do you think I care about the Syrians?
It just feels like everything he's talking about is in the past. It's so weird. Why does he refuse to talk about anything that's actually happening currently?
Because he has nothing to say. Look, Donald Trump lost the election, so he's just got nothing to say.
Right.
White supremacy has been defeated.
So demonizing refugees is mutually beneficial for pundits and politicians who want to rally their base by spiting.
Look at this. He's got
Donald Trump hasn't been president for 2 years. Okay.
It's weird. It's totally weird. He lives in a dream world.
Liberals, and for white supremacists who want to mainstream racism against Arabs. The average conservative citizen doesn't understand epidemiology, but they don't want to blame their own party for letting 1 million die.
Oh, finally, I see something that says 2022 on it. We have evidence.
But wait, his claim... Wait a minute. This is a weird claim. So is his claim that the average conservative he thinks the average conservative doesn't actually care about refugees or immigration, and that the only reason the Republican Party is anti-immigration overall is because there's some minority of white nationalists that are anti-immigration that the Republican Party is trying to appeal to? Is this the argument he's trying to put forward?
Well, and it triggers the pro-immigration libtards.
Okay. So Ian Danskin literally doesn't understand anything about the conservative mindset
No.
or conservative philosophy.
Of course he doesn't.
At all.
Yeah.
Okay? I mean, we've talked about this so much. And it's funny, I had a long debate / conversation with my parents 2 days ago.
I love these.
Where
what happened? How did it go?
So they repeated the whole conservatives are only against abortion because they want to control women's bodies.
No way.
Why? They did.
Why would they say that?
And I was because it's a very common thing that people on the left say, especially
Right,
like the more normie people.
It's a stereotype. It is.
Right. And so we got into a very, 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 very long debate conversation. And at the end of it, I actually managed to convince them.
No way.
I actually did manage to convince them. And part of the way that I was convinced them was to explain that because they were bringing up the Vosh argument, which is if conservatives really care about babies, the life of the baby, why do they not support the life of the baby once it's born? And sort of I had to go through the whole like negative rights conceptualization and how people on the left tend to think that your environment makes you who you are, and people on the right tend to think that you internally are who you are essentially. And so, the right will basically say, oh, if you want to succeed in America, I shouldn't have to provide all these social services and social welfare and all this other stuff. You should be able to do it on your own, blah, 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 right? Even though most Republicans, agree with some amount of social welfare. There's very few Republicans that, don't want any social safety nets. That's kind of a straw man. But one of the ways I was able to convince them was to say, you have to understand that the difference between the left and the right is that the left believes that all of our problems in society stem from our traditions and from our current systems. The left thinks if we have a problem, it's because there's something inherent in our current system that's creating the problem. So a solution exists somewhere else. The solution exists outside of our current system. We have to be looking forward to some kind of new way of thinking, some new system, some new solution. And that's part of why the left generally is open and believes more in openness towards borders, because they believe that the problems are coming from within the house. So one of the ways to solve the problems is to bring in new people with new ideas.
Right.
Now, the conservative mindset is the exact opposite of that. The conservative mindset, on average, obviously, is what I'm talking about, is that if we have a problem, it's because we've turned away from our pre-existing systems that worked, from our pre-existing traditions that worked. There's some outside factor that's coming into our current system and degenerating it from the inside. And this is why you never, ever hear anyone on the left ever use the word degenerate. Ever. You only hear people on the right use the word degenerate. Because people on the left don't believe that things degenerate this way.
Right.
And so because people on the right have this tendency to believe that so then the people on the right believe that the solution to our problems then means that we need to turn back towards our traditions, back towards our systems, that we must have changed something. We were doing something right, and we must have changed something. So we have to go back and figure out what it was. We have to go back to the way it was. And this is why people on the right are generally more in favor of closing the borders, because they feel like, well, we were fine and now we're not fine. And so it must be something coming into our borders that's causing the problem.
Yeah.
And I said, there's no greater example of these two thought processes than the last, well, putting aside Biden, the previous two elections. Because what happened? We have 2008, massive financial crash, people feeling uncertain, scared, and confused. And what are the two forces that embody this? We have Obama. And what did Obama run on?
Change.
Hope and change. Yes. Yep. Obama, the left-wing candidate, ran on, I'm going to look to the future to change things. Okay, what we're doing isn't working. We're gonna change things. We're gonna be forward-thinking. We're gonna be hopeful. Blah 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 blah. And then what did Donald Trump run on? What was his campaign slogan?
Go back to the way things were.
Right. Make America great again.
Right.
Things suck now, but they didn't suck back then. So we need to go all the way back. We need to figure it out. We need to go back. We need to make America great again.
Right. Too much change.
Right. So Ian Danskin doesn't fucking have any clue. He's over here complaining about white people swimming around in their whiteness, completely ignorant of what's going on. Ian Danskin doesn't even understand his own mental processes, let alone the mental processes of conservatives.
Of course, yeah.
And
Progress
so
and
he's coming up
tradition
here
are
on the
always
internet
in this
philosophizing
tension.
all this insane shit that doesn't make any sense, completely detached from reality.
Of course, yeah. All of his philosophizing comes from a negative stereotype of conservatives that's not accurate.
Right.
The only thing that Ian Danskin believes is conservatives are racist.
Right.
That's the only thing that he is capable of understanding, or capable
it's even worse than
of
that.
believing.
It's that conservatives are racist and that white people are racist and or willing to accept racism for their own gain,
Yeah.
essentially.
I don't like Ian.
No.
Of COVID, calling it the Chinese virus is mutually beneficial for pundits and politicians who want to deflect blame onto a foreign nation, and for white supremacists who want to mainstream racism against Asians.
Well, first of all, we do need to get to the bottom of whether the virus was a lab leak or natural. We
Right.
do need to get to the bottom of that, because if the virus was natural, then you would say, okay, we as a society need to be doing more research on these viruses in labs so that we can be, maybe better prepared the next time one happens. But if it turns out that this was a lab leak based off of a virus that had a gain of function added to it, then the solution is the opposite. The solution is like, well, wait a minute. We've never had the only pandemic we've actually faced was based on an artificially screwed with virus escaping from a lab. So maybe we shouldn't be doing. Maybe we should be more careful, and maybe you should be doing less of these kind of studies. Maybe we need to have completely new guidelines for these. Maybe we shouldn't even allow any sort of gain of function research whatsoever.
Yeah.
But no, you can't, because it's racist, because you call it the China virus.
Well, he's just talking about calling it the China virus, which,
Right.
I mean, Trump was trying to deflect blame, obviously, but
Yeah, but it wasn't for racist reasons.
no, it was
Because it came from China, like literally.
It was for political reasons, and I
Right.
mean, I don't see how you could blame the pandemic on anyone in America.
No. Well, he's saying, and this is a common thing here, that because of like something Trump did, more people died from COVID, which
That's not true.
I don't know. I don't know what they're basing that off of, but
They wanted to keep the border open longer. Trump's probably saved lives by closing the border quickly,
Right, but I'm
regardless
assuming
of the
they're saying-
reasons.
right. But I'm assuming they're saying because, the Republicans are more hesitant to do lockdowns and things of that nature. Would be their argument.
They locked down that border quick.
Yeah, but see, I'm not even sure it matters. I mean, this is part of the problem too, is that it is going to, unfortunately, take a Monday morning quarterback situation for someone to really comb through all the different countries' responses to try to figure out. Because for a lot of countries, it seems like it kind of didn't make a huge difference one way or the other.
I saw a thing where the numbers for California,
Mm-hmm.
the pandemic numbers for California and for like hospitalizations and deaths and all those are very
Right.
similar to the numbers in Florida, and where they have similar populations and whatnot.
But very different.
Yeah. I'm
Like, yeah.
Wait a second here. California, who did like massive lockdowns and all this shit, and Florida, which did no lockdowns or anything, had the same fucking outcomes.
Right. Well, no, Florida did some kind of lockdowns, but they ended them far sooner than California, I believe. They were
Yeah.
far laxer than California. And again, it's, he actually has it reverse, because it was actually for racial reasons. It was the left that changed their opinions on COVID.
Of
Because-
course. Yeah.
Because if we remember, when there were people protesting the COVID lockdowns, that were on the right. The left would say, "Oh my God, these people are so irresponsible, so terrible. They're having these protests and they're just spreading COVID around, blah 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 blah." But then the second
George
that
Floyd.
George Floyd dies and the Black Lives Matter protests spark up, suddenly it's totally fine for giant masses of thousands and thousands of people to go outside and congregate during COVID.
Remember, racism is the real pandemic?
Yeah. Right.
Oh, of course.
Right. And the other thing that's kind of
must be nice not to have any principles whatsoever, right?
I know. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. If that situation happened in a movie, you would say it was like too contrived. Like that wouldn't actually happen.
Yes, I would.
Oh, and also, I'm pretty sure when I've seen the data that the majority of anti-Asian violence in America recently
is coming from
is being perpetrated from black people against Asians. It's
what?
I don't think it's a lot of white people running around beating up Asians, but I could be wrong. It's from the stats that I see. So.
I heard that that's based on a racist stereotype too.
Yep.
And yet, despite...
Do you know the racist stereotype that's supposedly based off of?
What?
That Asians, like, don't use banks and that they always operate in cash?
Oh, I don't think that's why.
I've heard this.
Well, no, but I'm saying I would assume that the reason is because it's more likely that in poorer areas, which are unfortunately more likely to have higher number of black population, a lot of those stores are more likely to be owned by immigrants who very often come from, Asian countries.
Oh.
So it's probably a proximity situation.
Well, I also heard there's like a lot more targeting Asian homes and whatnot for burglary and stuff too going on, which is kind of sucks.
I don't know. I don't know about that, but
this blatancy in collaborating with white supremacists and having eerily similar goals to white supremacists, the collaborator...
Look, he's going to make them kiss. He's going to make them kiss now.
I guess that's why they kicked Nick Fuentes out and doing everything they can to disassociate with them.
They are themselves non-racist. Their decades of opposing affirmative action, right to assembly, police reform, fair voting efforts, redistricting, funding for public schools, prisoners' rights, religious tolerance, shutting down Guantanamo, accessibility for non-English speakers, immigration, investment in...
I love how all of these issues he's blaming on racism.
I know. I was gonna say all these issues. There are reasons for why people have feeling. Well, it's actually super weird too, because that means that he thinks that the only reasons people on the left have the opposite opinion on these is because of race issues too. Like everyone just sees all these myriad of different political issues through the singular lens of race.
Right. Weird.
Low-income neighborhoods, decolonizing school curricula.
What?
Decolonizing. Why would anyone in their right mind be against decolonizing school curricula?
What does that even mean?
It means getting rid of all the racist white people from the textbooks. Come on.
Decolonizing.
You don't know that?
School curriculum.
Obviously, only racists are against decolonizing school curricula.
Mm-hmm.
Look, somebody has to decolonize the school curricula.
I like that if you Google search that, the second hit
is a Ian Danskin video.
No, is a James Lindsay article explaining why it's bullshit.
Oh, okay. Well, good for James.
That's great. That's great.
Indigenous people.
Oh, why would they be against Indigenous Peoples Day? Is there a bigger look? You're going to spend your time working on affordable housing or Indigenous Peoples Day.
I know.
Is there a bigger virtue signal than Indigenous Peoples Day?
Yeah.
How many people are helped by Indigenous Peoples Day?
Well, it's a no-win situation because if you're against it, you're racist. But if you're in favor of it, it's like, oh, this is just a useless liberal virtue signal that doesn't solve any problems. Can't win.
Yeah, it sucks.
People's Day, putting Harriet Tubman on.
Putting Harriet Tubman on the $20 bill. Okay.
Well, it's a little weird when we only have presidents and I think Benjamin Franklin. You know, we only have like founding fathers and presidents.
Right.
I don't know. It's a little weird. But
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I think they should keep Jackson on the 20 because it's the greatest troll of all time to Andrew Jackson's
of course,
dead body,
yeah.
you know, to the ghost of Andrew Jackson. Because Andrew Jackson would have hated the beat on money.
Yeah. Andrew Jackson despised the central bank. Yeah.
Yes. And the concept of it. So like
It is a giant troll to put him on the bill.
I'm almost convinced. I don't know. I haven't looked into this. I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't even be remotely shocked if they put Jackson on the 20 as an FU to him.
Yeah.
It is pretty genius.
On the 20, kneeling, ending the drug war, or
Ending the drug war.
withdrawing from the Middle
Kneeling?
East. Or
Withdrawing from the Middle East. Wait a second.
The right's in favor of withdrawing from the Middle East.
Yeah. What are you the right's going crazy because we're in Ukraine right now.
Right. Well, some people are right.
framed as problems of implementation. We agree with the aim of closing the racial wealth gap, just not like this. We agree with the aim of Latin Americans entering the country, just not like this. We agree.
Wait, how is any of this racist? It's like, okay, someone says, yeah, I agree that everyone in society should not be judged by the color of their skin and should get a fair shake. Okay. The not like this is, I don't believe that my money should be taken from me and given to other people on the basis of their skin color.
Right.
That's what the not like this that he's just going over so quickly is. Like, that's an important part of the conversation.
Of course it is. He doesn't care about that.
Or the immigration. If someone's saying, yeah, I'm fine with immigration, I just think it should be legal. And he's like, well, not like this. It's like, yeah, people don't want illegal immigration that comes into the country.
Yeah.
You can't just go over that and say, well, not like this. Like, that's a big fucking deal, Ian.
With the aim of peaceful protest, just not like this. And if we on the left are to ask, how exactly are we supposed to get this without this? Oh,
Republicans are going to flip. Republicans are going to flip so fast on Mexican immigration because as soon as the numbers start, as soon as they figure out that Latinos vote overwhelmingly conservative, oh man, it's going to be like, open the border.
I know, it's going to be hilarious.
It is. It's totally going to be hilarious.
It's going to be hilarious 20 years from now if it's like this. The parties have completely flip-flopped on immigration.
It's going to break Ian's brain.
Yeah.
All I see is Trump voters here. Look at all these American flags.
That'll be the greatest evidence that no one has any principles whatsoever.
Of course.
When that flip occurs. But did you hear how racist what he just said is? Ian just said something super fucking racist. Okay.
peaceful protest, just not like this. And if we on the left are to ask, how exactly are we supposed to get this without this? Oh, coming up with that solution? That's our job.
Okay. He just said, how are we supposed to get
this without this?
He just said, how are we supposed to have Mexicans in our country without them illegally crossing the border?
Right.
Ian Danskin's so racist. He doesn't think Mexicans specifically, because they're all guys with Mexican flags, he doesn't think Mexicans can legally immigrate in our country. He thinks the only ways that we can get Mexican Americans in our country, and I assume he's broadening this in his mind to all Latin immigration, is if it's illegal immigration.
Right. We have to put up a wall and some razor wire and we're not looking now. You guys can come in.
No, but this is just so incredibly racist and offensive to all of the people of Latin descent who legally immigrated into this country.
Oh, yeah.
Because Ian's like, no, the only way that they can get into our country is through illegal immigration.
Yeah, everyone I know who's done the legal route just hates illegal immigration because they're like, I worked my ass off to get here.
Of course, because, yeah, exactly. They spent all this time and energy and effort.
Right,
and
to do it the right way. Yeah.
Right. It's like a lot of people have the same feeling about, paying off the college debt.
I know. Yeah.
Right.
I saw a video that I guess Biden reneged on half of it or whatever. He's not going to give.
Oh,
half.
really?
Yeah. Which I thought, I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting.
Huh.
Yeah.
Biden college debt forgiveness. That's
Coming up
fascinating.
with that.
I want to say, Kavon in
Yeah.
the chat said, quote, how is immigration supposed to happen without breaking the law?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, even when they come in illegally, they still set them up for like a court date to figure out why. I mean, they try to make it some sort of legal process.
Mm-hmm. I don't. This says it's still the same. I don't know what you were referring to.
Really?
100 people that earned 125K, 250K for households, which I think is way too high, are eligible for at least $10,000 in federal student loan debt. It was always 10,000, wasn't it?
Kyle Klinsky made a video talking about how something like $4 billion or something they weren't gonna do.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
wait.
no, it says
I think it was they were forgiving the debt on the Pell Grants, but they were going to also forgive $10,000 on private debt from banks, but the banks were like, no, you're not doing that. So Biden folded and said, okay, we're not doing that.
okay,
But I
so it
didn't know the
says-
specifics of it because Kyle Klinsky made it sound like the government was going to print an additional $10,000 and give it to the bank to pay off the loan instead of the student paying it back. And I thought, okay, so that's really inflationary. It's
Well,
like
that's
not
yeah.
only are you letting the student keep the $10,000, you're creating another $10,000.
Well, that's what I assumed. I was having a conversation with someone about this. I forget who it was, and I was saying that I said the exact same thing. I said, paying off, regardless of whether you support paying off student debt, this would be literally the worst time to ever do it.
Yeah, because
Like-
it's massively inflationary.
Right, because I said literally that. I said it has a double inflationary effect because the person who has the debt doesn't pay it off. So then they would spend that money on other things. And then you're going to give a bank, if it's a private bank, you're going to just give a bank $10,000.
Right. Which they're
So-
going to loan out to somebody who's going to spend it doing other things. You got the money
Right.
competing in both places.
Right. So it would a double inflationary effect. Yeah, it's like this would literally be the worst time to do it ever. So okay, this says
I
only
just
borrowers.
paid $7 a gallon a few days ago in Los Angeles
Really?
for gas. Yeah.
Down here, it's now it's like 3 something.
Gas popped up to $7 a gallon last week. Yeah, in Southern
Why
California.
is it so expensive over there?
I don't know.
That's crazy. What is it normally?
Well, in California, gas is always more expensive because there's a special refinement process for California that's different from anywhere in the United States.
Is it supposed to be like more eco-friendly or something?
I think so, yeah. Our gas is just better. It's all better. It's better.
That's crazy.
It's
Like-
better for the environment. It has like a nice Chanel No. 5 smell as it comes out of the tailpipe. I don't know what the fuck they do, but for some reason, California has the most expensive gas in the world.
That's crazy. No, 'cause where I live, it's just gas. Gas shot up earlier the year, like exploded, and now where I live, it's just been going down slowly ever since.
Well, no, it did go down.
Right.
We were in the $5 range, and then just it popped up to like $6 and then $7 like overnight. It was crazy.
That's crazy.
Now it's in the $6.50 range right now, but hopefully it's going in the right direction.
Okay. This article says only borrowers with federal
I'll
loans.
be right back.
Only borrowers with federal loans are eligible for relief if their individual income is less than 125 or 250. Pell Grant recipients can get up to 20,000 canceled, and everyone else up to 10,000. Okay, so maybe it sounded like Adam was saying, maybe this article is out of date. It sounded like Adam was saying that now they're saying that only people with federal loans can get any sort of debt cancellation. But why would the banks not? Why would the banks not accept the 10K though? I mean, they're not going to turn down the free money, right? Gas is $2 and $2.88 in Georgia. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, Yeah, $7 seems insane. I paid 3.2. Yeah, I paid. It's like mine was like 3.30, I think, where I lived. But anyway,
That solution, that's our job. And if it's not getting done, it's because we haven't come up with a solution they like yet. And probably what they don't like about our solutions is that we implied the problem was racism. Yes, white people.
well, okay. Not only first of all, they didn't just okay. They don't imply that the problem is racism. Okay, the far left hits everyone with the racist hammer, demanding that the problem is racism, saying that you are a horrible bigot if you don't agree with me. But then on top of that, their solution to this is to destroy capitalism and liberal democracy. So that's why no one likes your solutions whatsoever.
Didn't you know $7 a gallon gasoline is caused by racism, Sitch?
I didn't know that. No.
Yeah, it's always
I didn't
racism. Racism is the answer to everything.
I see.
People are overrepresented in dozens of industries nationwide, but have you considered that it's a fluke? Pitch me a solution for it being a fluke. The collaborators' white supremacy exists in the negative space. They agree racism exists. They agree we should oppose it. But they disagree that any individual thing you're talking about is an example of it. Getting a Republican to identify an actual incident of systemic racism is like trying to point at your shadow with a flashlight. And it's reasonable to ask, Jesus!
How? Okay. Why should any Republican listen to Ian Danskin about anything when Ian Danskin has spent the first half of this video calling all Republicans racist collaborators?
They shouldn't. They should tell Ian Danskin to fuck off.
Right.
Yes. How far can these guys push the envelope before the rest of the establishment calls them what they are? But if you're waiting for the moment a white moderate agrees mainstream conservatism has done something unacceptably and unequivocally racist, you're underestimating how long white people can equivocate.
What fucking world does he live in? What world does this person live in, Adam?
It's all equivocation, Sitch. Just all I hear is equivocation all day long. All I hear all day long is white moderates making excuses for racist Republicans. That's what I hear. I hear it on the news.
This is like insane.
Yeah, no. There's a bunch of excuse makers.
What? Joe Biden's first campaign video
Don't bring that
bringing
up.
up Charlottesville.
Don't bring that up, okay? Come
That
on.
was his very first thing, was bringing up Charlottesville.
That's why he ran for president.
Yes, he said the reason I ran for president is because Donald Trump is racist.
Yeah, that was his opening salvo. Remember how he had Kyle Rittenhouse in the ad about white supremacy?
Yes. Oh my God, I forgot about that. There was a
Kyle
flash, the image
Rittenhouse.
of Kyle Rittenhouse. Yes. Or what the fuck, Ian Danskin?
Charlottesville, Kenosha.
The mainstream narrative was that Kyle Rittenhouse was racist.
Yeah,
Okay. What are you
that
fucking
still is the
talking
mainstream
about?
narrative.
When Ron DeSantis and in Florida, when they passed literally the most milquetoast law that basically said we don't want to have racism in schools, okay, a law that Martin Luther King Jr. would have done backflips to get passed in 1968, okay, when that law passed, all the mainstream media said is Ron DeSantis and Florida Republicans are racist, and that's why they're passing as well. I know I can hear the you need the cat to like stave off like the insanity of Ian Danskin.
This cat's such a talker. Oh my God.
I know. Chris, we'll have a cat break.
Sorry.
That's good. We need something refreshing after all this.
A palate cleanser.
Yeah, we need a little adorable palate cleanser.
Okay.
You need to have that cat exercise. It looks a little fat.
That's the winter. The cats put on weight during the winter time. Come on.
I don't know about the muffin cat. Yeah, muffin cat.
Yeah, that's the muffin, not Wormy. Come on,
Yes.
Wormy's
Muffin
sleeping.
Ragamuffin's got a muffin top. Okay, he's got to work on that.
It's a she, too. How dare you, fat
She's got to
shame.
work on that. Okay.
How dare you fat shame my cat.
Hey, Aiden. Aiden says, I 100% agree with Wormy's point. It's based, I'll bet, spicy. Well, there you go. I am fat shaming Ragamuffin. Yes. Yes. Listen, it's not healthy. It's not healthy. Anyway, back into the fray. Back into the fray of insanity. The world where the mainstream Democrats don't call out the Republicans for being racist.
This is the bubble that these people live in.
Jesus Christ.
That nobody in politics is calling
Oh
anybody
my
out for
God.
being racist. They're just,
This is
all
insane.
politicians are just racist, and
I know.
no one talks about race. Race is the big problem. Wouldn't it be great if we actually had an adult conversation about race? No, nobody ever talks about race in politics. Never happens.
Oh my God.
A lot to say about the white moderate, and I'm about to be that lefty who expends as many words complaining about liberals as he does fascist.
Look, another quote of his script. Another
Right.
script screenshot.
So I want to make a video at some point.
Mhm.
I got to read Dev's book, Neither Right Nor Left, to do this. Make a
Okay.
video about how socialist and fascist have far more in common with each other than either of them have with liberals.
Of course. That would be a great video. I
That's
support this video.
Yeah, they hate. I mean, this is what the socialists and the fascists have so much in common with each other. They have almost the exact same worldview and almost the exact same political ideology. They just change. It's like Mad Libs. They just change some of the nouns around a little bit about who's to blame for the problem. You know, is it class that is it the rich elite to be blamed, or is it the degenerating elite? You know, insert ethnic group that's part of your country that's creating the problem.
Right. Yeah.
So.
No, it's all about blaming some outgroup.
Right. It's all about blaming some outgroup that's hypnotizing the majority of people into buying into some false narrative or something.
Right. Progressives say that all the time. That's like their go-to move. Like,
Yeah.
people would vote with us if they just weren't being brainwashed by all of our enemies. That's how they think.
I know, it's so silly.
Did you watch any of that debate with Jessica Burbank and Styx Hexenheimer 666?
I turned it off after like 13 minutes.
You should have
because-
just skipped to the halfway point, because the second half is way better.
Well, it's like it's just so annoying because the topic of it was the debate was about whether there should be unions or not, right?
I think so.
Labor unions.
That's
yeah.
boring debate
Right.
anyway. Why?
Well, it's a boring debate, but it's also a very complicated subject that has a very complicated answer. And I don't want to hear the person on the side of the labor union just giving a bunch of like insane woke communist talking points about how, well, the reason there are rich people in America is because, you know, the evil rich elites with guns took all the resources like 200 years ago and have been sitting on them ever since.
That's
and,
the insane
and that's why
part.
we need labor unions. And you're like, what?
That's the insane part, though. That's a.
I know, but that's I don't want it's like that's totally insane.
Did you see
It's
her smoking
ridiculous.
weed during the debate? She's totally puffing on a.
No, but I guess that that tracks.
That's
That
hilarious.
tracks.
And then in the debate, she literally said that the people who were against being in a labor union were too dumb to realize that it was in their best interest to be in a labor union.
Of course.
Yeah. Oh, man. That's so infuriating that people think that. To think that you know someone's personal situation. Oh, it's so infuriating.
But look, as much as this series is about the tactics of the far right, it is at least as much about how the center left is susceptible to them and complicit. So, okay, when a Democrat loses an election, what happens with the white liberal pundit class? Well, there's suddenly a lot of chatter about how to talk to your racist uncle over Thanksgiving, about how liberals in red states can contact their representatives, about the value of debate. This is our fault, they say. We let this happen.
That never happens.
What
This
the
is
fuck
like,
is he talking about?
There's never any.
Help me, God.
I know.
Please Help me.
They never do that.
No.
When Hillary Clinton lost the election in 2016, and he shows a picture of Hillary Clinton, what the left did was say, America is far more racist than we had anticipated.
Yes. Yes. That's what the only people that were saying otherwise was like Bill Maher and like the handful of like heterodox liberals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was it. Every other mainstream source was that was Democrat was saying,
Right.
oh, we can't blame ourselves. I mean, some they would blame Hillary Clinton and say she ran a bad campaign, which is true. But most of them would say, oh, she lost because it was just so racist and all Trump won all the racist votes.
Remember the white lash comment?
They're literally saying the Ian Danskin worldview. They're saying exactly his worldview to him, and he stares at them, mouth agape, like a mouth-breathing retarded fish dying on land, and he says, oh, so you're saying the opposite. You're saying it's woke people's fault. I knew you were all racist.
Yeah.
I've never seen this in my entire life. I've never seen someone that
You've never seen an idiot?
I've never seen someone who literally just sees the exact opposite of what's happening so consistently in one YouTube video. I've never seen this before to this extent.
Yeah. And someone who thinks of themselves as, an intellectual. This is so low tier stupid. It's beyond me.
This is beyond low tier stupid. We're in the fucking bizarre. This is like Ian Danskin is like Bizarro Superman. He must be a Bizarro Ian Danskin who came into our universe and he just says everything backwards. And that's why it makes sense to him. We don't understand that he's just saying everything in reverse.
Remember the Van Jones, who is actually a black moderate, not a white moderate. But Van Jones came out and made the white lash comments right after the election.
Yeah.
What we experienced was a white lash. White people striking out at us. I mean, Trump didn't win. Trump didn't win the popular vote, so I mean,
right.
How big a white lash really was. It's just so ridiculous.
Oh my God.
Welcome to Ian Danskin's world.
It's insane. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be in Ian Danskin's world. It's scary and weird and wrong.
What would the world be like if liberals actually did take the blame for anything? I mean, that would be a foundationally different world.
What would be the world if anyone ever took the fucking blame for anything? Okay.
Well, I do feel like conservatives play the game more after they lose an election. I do feel like they have more of that. What did we do wrong? What
really?
Could we get better? Kind of.
You want to say this after the last election?
Well, not obviously the last election is obviously the last. Well, I mean, there were certain factions that were. There are plenty of factions that were in that. Okay, we fucked up this time. We need to. Well, actually, yeah, totally. Well, I mean, I've read a few books by people that were obviously
the fucking with the president who's for the Republican Party, or who is the president. When Donald Trump is like, it was all stolen. It was all election fraud. It was all stolen. It's like the exact opposite of taking responsibility. That's the most non-responsibility you could take for a situation.
Trump is definitely in the "this is not our fault" category for sure.
Okay.
I cannot defend Trump.
Right.
Yeah. Trump is, unfortunately.
Yeah, not big on responsibility.
Well, he would have been he'd be in a much better place for a 2024 run if he hadn't done a lot.
Oh yeah, he would be he'd be in a very strong place right now.
Right.
Well, actually, I disagree. He wouldn't be, because presumably he still would do all the stupid shit with the documents.
Well, many of our fans do. Every time we mention him, they send me something showing Donald Trump is doing great. So
okay, we'll see. We'll see.
I'm always amazed.
Because we didn't have enough conversations with white conservatives. You hear a lot more of that talk than about how the gutting of the Voting Rights Act cost a lot of the left the right to vote. and what could be done to guarantee their representation in the next election. In fact, you hear a lot more about how that kind of talk is alienating to the white conservatives who supported gutting the Voting Rights Act. About how reaching across the aisle is going to mean...
What Republican voter gave a fuck about the Voting Rights Act, or even knows what's in it, or cares about it at all? And it's like, I'm going to vote Republican because I'm in favor of gutting the Voting Rights Act.
I don't think anybody cares.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Well, they care about getting their voters, and
yeah, the politicians care, but I'm saying, like, he's making it seem like the Republican voters were turned off. Someone thinks the average Republican voter was turned off voting Democrat because the fucking Voting Rights Act conversation.
No, of course not.
Easing off the, at least for now, POC representation is quickly reframed as a critical long-term goal, but in the present moment, while we are competing for elected office, guaranteeing the minority vote is a luxury.
He doesn't. This fucking buffoon.
Yeah, total
this
buffoon.
Stupid moron. He doesn't understand anything about the current political landscape.
Nope.
He has everything backwards. The reason Biden was able to beat Trump and Hillary Clinton lost to Trump was because Biden was able to pull out more minority voters.
Yeah.
That's literally the current Democratic strategy right now.
Well, they're in a weird position because if they lose just 5% of the black vote, like they can't win elections. Yeah.
Right.
So what he's saying is ridiculous.
Has literally everything he says is backwards and wrong and stupid. He's the dumbest fucking person on the face of this earth. Okay. This is shocking. He understands nothing.
Yeah.
About what's going on currently politically.
The whole Candace Owens phenomenon is an attempt for Republicans to peel off that 5% of the vote that makes the 5% of the black vote that makes Democrats competitive. Like as soon as they get enough black conservatives, Democrats are out of business.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, exactly. That's why she's trying to do what she's trying to do.
Yeah, no, that's why black conservatives are trying to do what they're trying to do. But black conservatives don't want the Democrats to be competitive either, obviously.
Well, sure, of course.
Because they're
conservatives.
Yeah. But Ian Danskin only sees it as a race thing.
Mm-hmm.
And black conservatives obviously don't see it as a race thing.
Right.
They see it as a conservative philosophy versus woke philosophy.
Prioritized is that the people who suppressed the black vote in order to win elections not be made to feel that they are racist. Because, what if they genuinely believe the Voting Rights Act unfairly targets southern states?
So, again, I don't know what fucking world he lives in, because I've never, every mainstream Democrat that I've ever heard says all this stuff that he's saying, that the Republicans are racist, that they intentionally gutted the Voter Rights Act. Well, first of all, he's saying the Republicans gutted it. It was the Supreme Court that changed that removed the key parts of the Voting Rights Act that he's even talking about.
Right.
So
they said it was irrelevant now.
Right, or I think they said it was irrelevant, and also it wasn't fair that it only applied to certain states.
Right.
As opposed to it should apply universally to either all states or no states. But this was such a common thing that we heard when Trump was president. This is something we heard just consistently. I can't fathom. It's like Ian Danskin never in his entire life has ever watched the mainstream media. He's never turned on MSNBC. He's never watched CNN. He's never read the New York Times. He's never read Washington Post. I'm shocked that he had a Vox article, because I would assume he's never read Vox ever. It's like he just literally sits in his underwear in a cave on the most far left message boards ever. He's just on the BAM message board or the Unicorn Riot message board, and everything that they say whenever they whine and bitch about liberals and conservatives, he just assumes is true, and that he bases his worldview off of this.
That's scary.
Or even if, and I'm saying if here, they did do it to suppress votes. If hurting black people isn't their goal and they're just trying to win elections, is that really racist? Moderates are very cagey about breaking out the R word.
Look, you can't even say that. There is going to be a situation when conservatives do finally peel off that 5% of the black vote that makes Democrats non-competitive. They're still going to try to make it so predominantly Democratic counties can't vote, right? And if those counties are predominantly black, Ian Danskin is still going to blame it on racism, even though they're going to, where their voters can vote, some black county where it's primarily conservative, they're going to make sure those people can vote.
For a fellow white person. See, there's this other definition of racism that most white people learn in grade school. Racism is when you say mean things to other kids about skin color and it hurts their feelings. Racism is about cruelty, and harm done by white people, therefore, is not racism if it isn't cruel, if it's merely ignorant or apathetic. But ignorance and apathy can be reasoned with. You just gotta sit down and hash it out, as long as it takes. Real white supremacy is about emotional distress or interpersonal violence. It's uncommon, it's unpopular, and it's a hearts and minds issue.
Does he explain why he thinks people are racist? I'm very curious.
Yeah, I don't know that he does in this video. But
Where he thinks racism comes from and what he thinks it actually is. I'd be very curious to hear that.
all this just seems like one long tangent non sequitur after another to me. Like, where are we going now? What are we doing now? Now all of a sudden we're in some sort of weird psychology video.
Right.
What's happening?
What this definition leaves out is any notion that white supremacy is about power. That white people who disavow racism still live longer, get paid better, get arrested less often, and are typically in position to negotiate with whomever's in power. That this society was built for the everyman, and being the
Oh my God. Society is built on the idea of helping the majority of people. Wow. This is some big brain. Wow.
That's the foundation of democracy.
Well, and it's funny because he doesn't even believe this is true. He doesn't. Ian Danskin is lying. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and this is the two-facedness of all the communists on this conversation. If you're ever talking about race, they'll say this. They'll say society is built around placating the white everyman. But then, if you talk to that communist, 2 days later, so they forgot the previous conversation, you start talking about like economics. What do they say? Well, society is based around the 1%. Voting doesn't matter. I've seen studies that say that voters don't get what they want. That it's all about what the rich 1% want.
Right, yeah. That's what he would say.
So he doesn't even believe this. Okay. He doesn't believe society is based around the white everyman. He believes it's based around the mythical
rich,
1%. Rich. Yeah.
Powerful people.
Right. But since that doesn't help his argument at this point in time,
right,
that all goes out the window.
Right. Yeah. Now it's all for white people. All white people, not just the rich white people.
Right.
Everyman confers power upon you. When children of white moderates get older and first brush up against this definition, wherein white supremacy is not small, but all-encompassing, where it can be cruel, but is at least as often indifferent, and where every white person in the country is bound up in it and privileged by it, whether they want to be or not, and will never, ever experience it themselves, where it's not about feelings, but about power. How often do they say, oh, maybe the definition I grew up with was simplified for 9-year-olds? Or, oh, maybe the definition given to me by white grown-ups was less complete than one a black grown-up might have given? And how often do they say, you can't just read...
Blacks weren't using that definition of white supremacy like 20 years ago.
No, nobody... Well, it's the communists were, but CRT people were.
Yeah.
define racism. Right out the gate, the white moderate is possessive not just of their whiteness, but of the very definition of racism.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Fuck you, you fucking scumbag.
Yeah.
Okay. No.
You're just trying to live in the past, Sitch. You're so
What's happening here?
possessive of your definition.
Ian Danskin, you fucking piece of shit. You lying scumbag. What's happening here is that a bunch of socialist pieces of shit like you who want to label everyone racist and want to label all society racist as an excuse to tear down capitalism. You've gone out there and you've decided that you're going to redefine the word racism so you can apply that label to whomever you want. And you're going to redefine it in a way so that, you know, people can't use it to call you racist. Okay, that's the goal here. It's not about, oh, the white people are just so incredibly racist. They want to possess the definition of racism. No, motherfucker, you want to come out here and completely redefine it for purely political purposes.
Yep.
And there's something, this video.
Nefarious political purposes.
Exactly. And this video is this perfect communist Marxist dogma bullshit. Because, of course, as Ian just mass slipped and showed the world his cards with his projection, okay? Because what did he say it's all about? It's all about power.
Power, yeah.
And what's the literal worldview of the postmodern neo-Marxists is that nothing in the world is objective, that nothing matters except for power. That's literally their worldview, the neo-Marxist worldview.
Yep.
Is that all that matters is power.
Yep.
And everything they do is based around how can we accrue more power for our movement and our ideology, including how they decided to try and redefine racism.
Yeah. Yeah. He even admits whoever controls the definition of racism is the one with the power.
Right.
And you trying to hold on to the old definition of racism is a power play. It has nothing to do with the utility of the term. No. It's a power play.
Right. It's disgusting. It's so disgusting.
I mean, I judge words usually by their utility, which I guess you could. I mean, that's a type of power. Right?
If an individual person or a group of people are trying to redefine a word just because they don't like this is the epitome of word thinking. Okay. Word thinking is when you don't want to construct an argument to actually explain why you're right. Okay. Right. You want to just have like a magic phrase, like a Harry Potter spell you can throw out there and you make everyone capitulate and do whatever you want.
Right.
That's what word thinking.
Trickster words. Right.
And so the magic Harry Potter word that has so much power in American society is calling someone or something racist. Yep. And so they want to engage in this word thinking by redefining that term so that they can label everything they want racist to force people, especially white liberals and white moderates. They want to force them to bow down and do whatever the fuck they want.
Right. On all those issues that he went through. He wants you to agree with him on all of those issues. You guys need to decolonize school curriculum, okay? Otherwise, you're a fucking racist.
Right. And that's why. So you should always fight any asshole, any piece of shit that wants to redefine a word because they want to win an argument. You say, no, motherfucker. You have to actually make your argument with logic and facts. Okay. And then we can have a conversation about whether I agree with this or not. You don't get to redefine a word to magic away the argument.
Yeah. What a jackass.
Definition they know, racism exists only over here. And the white collaborator is a compatriot who shares their ultimate vision for the future and is simply gone off course somewhere. And they don't see themselves as flawed individuals with a long way still to go. They've already arrived. They're the destination everyone else needs to get to. Living proof that white supremacy can be easily and painlessly opted out of. They can't see
But no, you have to go further to the left. You have to be literal Antifa. That's the only way to actually be an anti-racist, you fools.
Yeah. It is just using racism to trick people into being anti-capitalist, which is it's so funny that was his accusation from the beginning, that the white moderate and the white, all these people were using people of color, for their own political gains. He's basically doing the exact same thing.
Right.
Only his political gains is anti-capitalism.
I've never seen someone who's this detached from reality and their entire video is just their own projection of everything they're doing and everything they believe. Because you're completely correct. That's exactly what happened. He's hypocritically projecting what he's doing to everyone else about using minorities for their own political gain.
Is there any black polling, or is there any polls of black people on anti-capitalism? I mean, I know a bunch.
I'm sure it's very low.
I know a bunch of black anti-capitalists, but just because they're all CRT, Marxist, academics, I don't necessarily know that the black community in general is very anti-capitalist.
Right.
I don't. Aside from the internet, I don't experience a lot of anti-capitalist people.
No, because they're just all on the fucking internet.
Right.
And the problem is that they're all on the internet, and because they use the magic words of racism and sexism, all these big fucking capitalist companies basically kowtow to them and allow these fucking psychopaths to just roam free, lying and saying the craziest shit possible. And then we get me and you get in trouble. We get demonetized while this psychopath Ian Danskin, totally has no problems. Okay.
Yeah. We get channel suppression and all that stuff.
Would not be channel suppressed by YouTube, would never be canceled or anything like this, even though he's just making up the most insane racist shit ever.
Right.
So.
Collaborators as opponents, because there is no definition of white supremacy that includes collaborators and doesn't also include them. And this is critically.
What the fuck? You're just a lying piece of shit. There is a definition. It's called the original definition of white supremacy.
Right.
What are you talking about?
It's a word thinking. It's all, I just redefined a magic word. This is all just, this video is, I need to guilt white liberals and white moderates into allowing white radical Antifa shitheads to do whatever they want, essentially.
He just said that there's no definition of white supremacy that doesn't include these people.
I know.
The definition of white
one.
Yeah, the definition of white supremacy originally was someone who believes white people are superior to other races. That obviously does not include. Well, I don't even know if that definition includes the alt-right people, because they always say, I don't think whites are superior. I just think
they say that, but
right. Yeah.
They say that, but
well, they claim
I don't believe it.
They claim under the old definition of white supremacy that doesn't even fit them.
Sure.
Convenient.
Convenient.
I get it, but
yeah. Is that what he said? That's sick.
Opponents, because there is no definition of white supremacy that includes collaborators and doesn't also include them.
Oh no, so he said there's no definition that includes the quote unquote collaborators.
Okay.
So he's already saying under our woke definition of white supremacy, it includes them, which of course it does.
Okay.
And this is critically important.
Is it?
They don't want to start thinking of themselves as white. They don't want the constant awareness of one's race and how one's race is perceived. The things the rest of humanity deals with. And who would want that? I'll tell you who wants that.
See, this is exactly what I was saying. The whole idea behind the civil rights movement was to extend the privileges to everyone in society.
Right.
And basically they've said, well, the privilege of not being judged by your race, it's impossible to extend that to people of color. So now we have to find a way to judge white people as bad. We have to come up with a negative stereotype for white people because everyone needs a negative stereotype, and this is how we're going to solve the problem.
Right.
It's so insidious.
It is.
Do you really think there's no? I felt like colorblindness was working, but maybe I'm just in a bubble and I don't know.
Well, not only was it working, there's no alternative. There's literally no.
Well, no, the alternative is we have negative stereotypes for every race. Like the negative stereotypes for white people is they're all racist. That's the negative stereotype for white people.
I mean, there's no alternative to creating a non-racist society outside of colorblindness. There's literally no other way to create that society.
Right. Because
it's impossible.
Because if you're swimming in negative stereotypes for everyone,
yes,
that society's going to have a tough time getting along. Right?
As long as you keep pointing out people's racial differences as important, you're never going to get rid of racism. You literally can't, because you keep pointing it out. And if you keep attacking white people for their race and trying to guilt them and use their race as a political tool against them, they're just going to say, oh, if you're going to attack me for being white, I'm going to start unifying around being white.
Well, they already are. I mean, people are.
Right, but that's why there's been the current, I don't know what it is because not a lot, but the current small resurgence of white nationalism is entirely in response to wokeness.
Well, I think people are gonna revolve around race without saying it. They're not gonna come out and say I'm a white supremacist or anything like that, but they're gonna definitely take that into account when they vote, when they buy things. They are. How are they not?
And it's going to be, it's all because of this woke shit.
Yeah.
Because they're basically promoting racism against white people and anti-whiteness. And they're so fucking stupid. And it's hard to understand because you have the people who are just so stupid that they don't understand what they're doing. Okay. That they're literally making the thing that they claim they want to work worse. Or B, you have the people who do understand that they're making everything worse and they don't care because that's their goal, is to destroy society. So they can have their communist revolution, essentially.
It's fucking stupid. God, it's so bad. I thought we were making progress on negative stereotypes. Now I'm just like,
We were.
Well, now we have one. I didn't grow up with all white people are racist stereotype. maybe blacks did have a stereotype of whites that they were all racist.
Mm-hmm.
But I wasn't aware of it.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of negative stereotypes about blacks too, but obviously those are evil, just as evil, right?
Right.
Nazis and Klansmen want that. They're the only ones who like thinking about whiteness every day. So white moderates cling to the other definition, the comfortable one. They may be more or less willing to collaborate.
Look, what was the other definition? Because I resent the characterization that it's a comfort thing. It's more like it's a practical thing.
Well, it's not a comfort thing, okay? Unless you think that not having society be destroyed by racial animus is comforting, which I agree, it is. So if you want to say that's comforting, yeah.
I would. That's why I say practical seems more.
It's a universal definition, and I believe very strongly that rules have to apply to everyone equally. Okay, you don't have groups of people, because I'm not fucking racist. Because I do believe in liberalism. I believe that you, as an individual, should have the same rules apply to you as everyone else. You don't get magic rules because of your, belonging to some group.
Right.
That we get to define words magically differently for you. Okay?
Yeah. I want everyone treated the same.
Right.
With people of color, but mostly in ways that don't foreground their whiteness. White as default is one concession that can never be made. In part because it's the one that can't be spoken.
This is, I fucking hate this guy, Sitch. I hate him.
I know, he's a piece of shit.
No, he never made a clear justification for the white as default thing. Like I've never thought of this white as default I mean, this is a argument that the woke people make that I don't think people in general make. People don't think of themselves as the default.
Right, but he would say the fact that you don't think about it. Well, he's kind of talking.
That's
out
what
both sides of his
makes
mouth.
you the default?
Right, because on one hand he says people don't think about it, but then they think about themselves being the default. And it's like, that's impossible. You either think of yourself as the default,
or you don't think about it.
If you have to think of yourself as the default, then you're not the default. By being the default by default means you're not thinking about it.
Well, the whole idea that you can go through life and not worry that someone is looking at your race and conjuring up some negative stereotype about you because of your race, I mean, that's a good thing, right? You don't want that to take place. So, I mean, I just have a very nuts and bolts, a very practical way of looking at this. And I feel like there was a time in America when black people probably went around and thought, you know, people are looking at me and assuming because I'm black, there are all these stereotypes that apply to me. And that's an uncomfortable situation to be in when I'm not that way. People are getting a false impression about me because of my skin color. Now it's happening with white people. White people are looking, you know, you're getting people looking at you and thinking, wow, look, that person's white. They're probably a big fat fucking racist. Right? That person's white. They probably voted for Trump. As if a bunch of white people didn't vote for Biden, right? Or voted third party or whatever, right? There are all these assumptions that are coming to people's minds that is not comfortable. It's totally not comfortable. But instead of, you know, trying to clear out all of the negative stereotypes and saying we have to judge people as individuals, you know, like good old Martin Luther King said, right? Judge people as individuals, content of their character and whatnot.
And Martin Luther King also said when he was in jail the white moderate.
So you literally cannot extend that privilege to everyone just by destroying that privilege. Like that privilege is necessary to make society function. We want to get to a place where everyone walks out in the street and doesn't feel like they're being judged negatively. I mean, if positive stereotypes are a whole different story, right? You know, if I'm Asian and I walk out in the street and everyone thinks I'm a math wizard, I'm not going to lose sleep at night over that. I feel like that might be a good thing.
Right.
Yeah. So it's the negative stereotypes that are really the problem. So, okay.
Their ideal is a kind of big tent anti-racism where victory comes by winning over reactionary conservatives. That might...
No, he doesn't understand. He literally understands nothing. He understands spends all this time criticizing all these people, and he hasn't taken a fucking modicum of time to try to understand any of the arguments made by any sides.
It's like he's completely confused about everything.
Having a concept of colorblindness and liberal universalism is the only possible way to construct a society that is not racist. And it's not because we're trying to win. You're not trying to win over the white nationalist. That's fucking stupid. No one's trying to win over the white nationalist. Okay? It's that going forward, if you want to have the next generation of people not be racist, that's how you do it.
Right.
You have to get them to not give a shit about their race. That's how you construct the anti-racist, non-racist society. It's not about trying to win over the white nationalists. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah. Well, the white nationalist definitely has the negative stereotypes of the different races.
Of course.
Down pat.
No one's trying to win the white nationalist vote, okay?
Yeah.
This is so, and this is just so ludicrous.
The white nationalist vote, I think, is so tiny. I mean,
yeah, no one gives a shit to try to win it.
Yeah.
It might strike you as odd that reactionary conservatives have seen many victories over the last racism, where victory comes by winning over reactionary conservatives. That might strike you as odd, given that reactionary conservatives have seen many victories over the last 20 years, and it's not like they did it by winning over us.
What? Where are the reactionary conservative ones? I mean, we've debated several reactionaries on the channel.
Well, who knows what he's defining as reactionary, so
basically rank and file conservative.
Yeah, he's probably saying anyone that voted for Donald Trump is a reactionary or something. I don't know. Who knows? He's plays so fast and loose with all his facts, his worldview, with his definitions, with everything.
Right. I generally think of a reactionary as someone who wants to go back to TradCon days.
Right.
Yeah.
White supremacists bolster their numbers by finding little disgruntled pockets of America that have not heretofore engaged much in politics, and radicalizing them to the cause.
Notice that Jordan Peterson flash in there?
No, I missed it. He had a Jordan Peterson flash in there?
Yeah. Fucker. What a fucker.
White supremacists bolster their numbers by finding little disgruntled pockets of America that have not heretofore engaged much in politics, and radical...
You're right. I can't pause it, but I saw it.
What a fucker.
Winning over reactionary conservatives. That might strike you as odd, given that reactionary conservatives have seen many victories over the last 20 years, and it's not like they did it by winning over us. White supremacists bolster their numbers by finding little disgruntled pockets of America that have not heretofore engaged much in politics, and radical...
Oh,
It's almost...
Who cares? Whatever.
You're so
regardless.
close.
Yeah. But so, okay, I love it too, because it's like the alt-right hates Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, I know. You
and they
made
hated
2
Jordan Peterson in
videos about it.
2017. Yeah. They hated... I mean,
he's a conservacuck.
Right.
Or cuck-servative, that's what they call him. Look, I don't
Well,
even
they know
the lingo.
Jordan Peterson's like pretty vehemently not racist. If you ever like listen to anything he's ever said, it's like totally insane.
Ian
to call
Danskin
him
doesn't
racist.
know that.
No, of course.
Ian Danskin thinks anyone who's Republican is a racist.
Well, I don't even think Jordan Peterson is a Republican. He's like, when asked like if he would vote for Trump, he's like, I don't know, I'd have to really think about it. Like he doesn't even know who he would vote for.
Yeah.
He's like maybe when I was in that voting booth, I'd say, gosh darn it, I'm going to flip the table. I'm going to vote for Trump. It doesn't sound exactly like a strong endorsement from like a lifelong conservative, but whatever. But it bothers me so much because I lived through this as someone who, was on the internet, was on internet message boards for, as soon as they existed for most of my life. You could very clearly see that so much, like, before wokeness existed, okay, before Gamergate, before wokeness was a thing, all spaces on the internet, almost every space on the internet, was dominated by moderate liberal thought. And it was only once wokeness sprung up that the backlash started to grow and that the internet became so divided politically.
Mm-hmm.
Like the woke people and the woke PC bullshit is what created all of the resurgence of internet racism that they're talking about. Like it manifested it, because then it became cool and edgy and funny for children to go be racist on 4chan or go, make funny racist memes or go leave racist comments and see people get triggered by it. Like it was
more trolling than anything. Yeah.
Yes. So much of it was just trolling.
Right. But Ian Danskin would say, "Oh, you're just pretending to say it's trolling. It always was racism and white supremacy. Trolling just gave you the opportunity to do it publicly." That's what
he would say that. But as we've learned from this video, Ian Danskin's worldview is so detached from reality that no one should trust anything he says, because he obviously doesn't operate according to
the real world. Yeah,
the real world. Yeah.
Yeah. This whole video is misinformation.
Right.
Who is analyzing them to the...
Oh, look, Andy, no. Who is this?
Look at that white supremacist.
Are there, I mean, I've heard, like, Caleb Kane did constantly talk about how, and he kind of tried to build up his internet persona around, I'm going into these discords and trying to convert racists. Like he would always try to say there was this huge like white supremacy problem.
Right.
And I'm trying to de-radicalize people. That was his internet presence. I don't know how much success he had, but I kind of always wonder Because he's talking like they go into the physical space. The internet is not the physical world in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
Like if some guy shows up in our Discord, not me particularly, but I'm just saying, you know, if you're a bunch of guys and you're hanging out in a Discord and some woke person shows up and is going to try to de-radicalize you,
Right.
like it might just be fun to fuck with him for a long time.
Of course,
right?
right.
I mean, I'm just saying, I've been, you know, I was a teenager.
Right.
Doesn't it seem like you might be getting bad metrics if you're going around the internet
Of course.
trying to de-radicalize
Of course.
people? Like people might rise to the occasion to be more radical than they actually are.
Just to fuck with you.
Just to fuck with you. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So where are these numbers coming from? That's the
I
thing
don't
that
know.
I'm worried about. I read that book you turned me on to, which was actually pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
That Breach book, the guy who was
the guy who was the January 6th committee guy?
and he says white supremacy is a giant problem, like neo-Nazi hate groups.
Really?
Yeah, and
He's a Republican too, isn't he?
He is a Republican.
Yeah.
And I don't know how much of it is. I mean, QAnon. I think QAnon could be a problem. Although I don't.
Mm-hmm.
People believing insane shit, I think, is just the norm, and like them actually acting on that insane shit is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it's a problem because the internet allows you to act on insane shit in ways that make problems, like, you know, you can call up people and give them death threats and stuff like that, which people might not always do
Right.
pre-internet. But yeah, he said that, and I don't know how much of it is just, obviously he was a one-term congressman and wasn't very well received. So the book is obviously a mixed bag. So yeah, but it made me want to dig in a little bit deeper on. I guess there's FBI numbers on white hate groups or something like
Right.
that. We should dig in a little bit on it just to try to get a better understanding.
Well, I didn't even
obviously.
know that he talked about it. I was more curious as to, like, you know, supposedly he was saying things about the processes of the January 6th committee. I was just curious if he said anything interesting about any of those processes.
So this is what was most fascinating about the book, because they got Mark Meadows' text logs,
Mm-hmm.
and his job as a intelligence officer in the Air Force was to get, you know, hunt down signals between, you know, terrorists or whatever. And so once they got Mark Meadows' text logs, his job was to use all these different sources that are out there in the world now to figure out who was texting who, and whether or not anyone inside the administration was texting rank and file people out in the crowd in January 6th. And they just got a bunch of shit, man.
Mm-hmm.
They got a bunch of stuff from those messages. Yeah. Text messages and shit. So it is pretty fascinating. That stuff is really fascinating. But
Right. Okay. So we'll do a book review when you're done, I guess.
well, I want to know about, like, how this is a thing. I want to know how big. I don't give a fuck about Ian Danskin's everyone is white supremacist. Fuck off, Ian. I want to know the real white supremacists, right?
Right.
I want to know how bad it is with them, like the genuine racists, the people who are willing to get violent over a race. I feel like we've made huge strides there, but I don't know. I don't have
Right.
I don't know the numbers on those kinds of things. And do we even have agencies that are keeping track of those numbers? I wouldn't trust most of the institutions because they're all bullshit. They're all coming out with bullshit numbers.
Well, the problem is that, you know, if the FBI has some numbers, I'd be more inclined to believe that over a private organization, because all these private organizations that claim to track hate groups are all using this. They're all lying about it and using this to raise money. they send out mailers saying, "Oh, there's been all this, white supremacist violence, all this white supremacist hatred increasing in the country. Send us money and we'll do something about it."
Right.
So they're financially incentivized basically to play it up as much as possible.
Right.
Okay, wait a minute. Here's an article. This is
This
from
guy,
PBS.
this guy
Okay.
ran for Congress, and he was like, I was uncomfortable with the kinds of things that my constituents were saying to me as like this, just thinking that they're normal Republicans. So
Right.
go ahead.
So this is a PBS article, so you know which side of the political spectrum
Yeah.
they're buttered on.
Super way leftist.
Number of hate groups declined in 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Though they also say, but the Proud Boys are surging. So
Right.
have to
I
have the
mean,
button.
that's another
But-
thing. He was
but-
totally black-pilled on the Proud Boys, which I think
Mm-hmm.
the Proud Boys are obviously a mixed bag.
Right. The Proud Boys could suck. I don't know if I don't think they're white nationalists. I mean, you can be shitty and have shitty beliefs. It doesn't have anything to do with racism.
Well, and you can be willing to, and you can be authoritarian and not be racist.
Of course.
Like authoritarianism could be around
There's
political
nothing- yeah,
party. Yeah.
About anything, yeah. So this article says, the first paragraph, this is from this year, March, the number of white nationalist, neo-Nazi, and anti-government extremist groups. So that's a problem already. They've lumped, so I understand lumping in white nationalists and neo-Nazis is fine, but anti-government extremists? There's lots of anti-government extremist groups that probably have nothing to do with racism
Ian
whatsoever.
Danskin is like an anti-government
Right.
extremist.
But okay. So it says the number of white nationalists, neo-Nazis, and anti-government extremist groups across the U.S. fell for a third straight year in a row. So the numbers are just going down.
Yeah. So, okay. So it's bad
There you
information.
go.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, so
They're
the
on the
numbers are
way
just
out.
going down. Right.
Like I'm going to worry when I see someone in front of my grocery store that's like, hey, over here. You want to join an extremist group, right? I mean, something. I mean, the kind of the Jesse Single in me wants to be like, let me see if I can join one of these groups and figure out, how hard is it? How prevalent is it? But
Right,
I also I feel like Caleb Kane was actually trying that and just getting fucked with right and left.
Probably.
That's the thing that I don't want to get involved in. I don't want to just be fucked with by people on the internet. Come on, guys. I'm looking for... Are you racist or what? Tell me the truth. Nobody's going to tell you that shit. Nobody's going to tell you that.
No.
the cause, and then pitching themselves to white collaborators as a demographic now large enough to sway a narrow election. If moderates wanted to counter this strategy, they might look at who out there is sympathetic to progressive causes but isn't voting. Maybe because they don't feel liberal candidates represent them. Or maybe because someone
And how did that work for a man named Bernie Sanders?
It didn't work very well.
Did that work out for? He's Mr. I'm gonna get all the college votes. I'm gonna get all the socialists that aren't voting. I'm gonna get them all to vote for me. How'd that work for him?
Didn't work at all.
Oh, it didn't work at all.
Socialists
Okay.
hate government.
Yep. And you
It's
know who
funny
hates
they want-
voting?
Oh, yeah.
Young
Kids.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, if it's between voting and getting laid, I understand where you're coming from.
It doesn't. It's between voting and literally chilling at home watching Netflix. It's between voting and anything, Adam. It doesn't even have to be about sex. Okay. Putting it between sex is putting the bar way too high for voting.
You think so? Oh, my God.
I don't think 99%
Listen,
of people.
I've been giving young people a pass all this time because I thought they were out there
You thought it was
getting
about
laid.
sex.
Yeah.
No.
If you guys are at home fucking playing video games, fuck you.
99% of people would go for the sex than to vote, Adam. Okay, that's not even
Yeah.
right. But that's what I'm saying. That's not the thing that's
That's not what's
preventing young people
happening?
from going out. No. Nowadays,
now I'm
when
pissed.
nowadays where it's so easy to vote, there's so much like the early voting times are so long. What are they just having sex for 3 weeks straight? They can't possibly go out. They're having so much sex they can't sign the little ballot, mail it to someone, put it in their mailbox.
I had a funny phone call. I've talked to Isaac the other day.
Yeah.
Isaac, you remember Isaac? Isaac,
Of course.
I had Isaac. Isaac reached out. He's a friend of mine. He reached out to me. He said, "Adam, I really want you to like red pill me." And Isaac is your typical Ian Danskin type. He's like a San Francisco liberal. Yeah. And
I think Ian Danskin's a commie, so I don't know if Isaac is, but
it wouldn't surprise me if Isaac was a commie, to be honest with you. I haven't talked to him specifically about it. I mean, it wouldn't match up with his stock portfolio, but but you know, obviously people are walking contradictions all the time, but
sure.
But it didn't go well. I talked to him, I don't know, 6-10 times maybe, and it ended up just like basically he called me a Nazi and I lost my fucking shit.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? And the other day, he patched me in on a call from another longtime friend of ours. And this longtime friend of ours was telling him how he was in a liberal bubble. And how insane he was. And
that's hilarious.
I think it actually made an impression on him. I think he was like, oh my God, Adam might have been right. Because that was kind of the gist of this conversation was kind of, oh my goodness.
Did he like call you out like, oh, I want you to tell me how I'm right and Adam's wrong, and then it just blew up backwards?
No, he texted me. He's like, our friend Dion says I'm in a bubble too. And I was
nice.
like, okay, well, I'll call him up. And he picked up and patched Dion in, and we both like beat on him for about an hour and a half.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe there'll be hope for Ian yet. Who knows?
Yeah. We'll see what happens. But Ian, I don't know. Does Ian have any friends that are outside of the communist bubble? Something tells me.
Oh, Ian, not Isaac. Yeah, I doubt it.
Yeah. Isaac is going to come back on my stream one day. Like he's agreed to it. It's just a matter of like.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do I need to be there to moderate?
You can if you want. I mean, I keep telling Isaac, I'm like, listen, we've established a narrative that people want to know how it turned out. I keep telling people, no, we're still friends, but people are like, I don't believe you.
Well, last stream ended very contentiously, so.
It did, yeah. And I mean, I blocked him on social media and was like, I didn't know if we'd ever even talk again, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Someone just happened to shut down all the polling locations in their neighborhood. And, you know, mathematically, there's probably a lot more disenfranchised people of color who match that description than racist white people who aren't already Republicans. But that strategy would mean doubling down on anti-racist talking points instead of easing off of them.
I can only say it so many times. I don't know what world he lives in. I heard endlessly, and I still hear endlessly, from mainstream Democrats on MSNBC, on CNN, the New York Times, the Washington Post, what Ian just said no one is talking about. All they complain about is Republicans are shutting down voting places and polling places in black areas, and they're trying to do everything they can to, hurt
the
black
Voting Rights
communities
Act
from getting out. Yeah, this is like one of the most common talking points that mainstream liberals say. Yes. I don't know what fucking reality Ian Danskin lives in.
Yeah. We could turn on MSNBC for 5 minutes and someone would say something about Republicans not letting black people vote.
We literally, and I don't even remember which video it was. I remember when we were covering one of our videos covering the mainstream news, this was one of the things they were going on about.
Of course. Yeah. No, this is the talking point for the next election, for the midterm
This is one
election.
of the most common talking points they ever bring up.
Yeah.
And I like that he puts in, of same equality importance of voting districts, he puts in fucking Harriet Tubman on the $20 bill.
Well,
who gives a fuck about that?
It's ridiculous. His argument now is that the way to get these people who have progressive inclinations to actually vote is if we're going to put Harriet Tubman on the fucking $20 bill.
Yeah, like anyone gives a shit about that.
What fucking universe do you live in? You think people care about Harriet Tubman on the $20 bill?
Well, this video is literally because Ian Danskin is in the bizarro world of communism and up his own ass in the communist bubble, he's like, well, the Democrats should stop trying to appeal to the racists. They should start trying to appeal to me and the communists.
Yeah.
Like the communists are gonna fucking go out and the small amount of actual communists outside the internet are gonna go out in droves and vote for Democrats.
Well, look at the other thing that he has. So he's saying we need to double down on these hyper progressive issues like police reform. Didn't we? Hold on. Didn't we defund the police in the last election? How'd that work out for you?
Yeah, it's totally blown up, and every Democrat that's supported strong police reform regarding defunding the police, trying to make it easier for people to get off on bail and not be incarcerated. Every fucking city that was enacted is just completely self-destructing in the Democrats' face.
Yeah. So he's insane. Policy is what matters. What is the last one here? Is this like getting out of the Middle East or something? I don't know.
No, it's Baltimore. I'm assuming it's districting.
Oh, it's redistricting. Okay.
Yeah.
Willingness to alienate some white people. It's giving up on them. It's admitting that a significant percentage of American whiteness is not on the side of racial equity. It means there's a definition of racism where it isn't fringe, but common and pervasive, and where addressing it requires thinking about their place in it. It means.
Did she really say you're white in Seinfeld?
I doubt it. Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember the episode.
You're white.
It means asking why they feel more affinity for white people who oppose them than people of color they claim to agree with. Why the votes of the former have to be earned, but the latter are expected. And since all that seems intolerable, they fixate on the kinds of gestures that feel like moving in the right direction, but run very little risk of arriving anywhere.
So I can't find
How about instead...
I know this is like super important fact checking.
Uh-huh.
I can't find the clip, but I found the GIF. And by reading her lips, she's not saying you're white.
Oh, okay.
She's saying you're something like a B sound. There you go. Very important information.
Look, we've achieved such diversity that Ian Danskin can't even find a picture of two white people high-fiving. He has to get a white and an Asian person high-fiving.
Wait, I can't see the charts in the way. Oh, there you go. That's funny.
The former have to be earned, but the latter are expected.
You got to talk to Biden about that one, right? Remember, Biden was the one that said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. So.
This is so... I hate him. Mm-hmm. I hate this individual I hate so few people, and I hate this guy because his worldview is so toxically detached from reality. This is the exact no Democratic politician is running around out there trying to whip up the fucking MAGA vote. I don't know what, or the white nationalist vote. Like, I don't know what the fuck he thinks world exists out there beyond the internet.
Right, yeah.
They're trying to whip up the black vote. What the fuck is he talking about?
Oh, of course they are, yeah. The MAGA people have Candace Owens working on the black vote. They want more MAGA black voters. Are you kidding me? They're dying for MAGA black voters.
And now, Biden's obviously trying to whip up the college vote.
Yeah.
He's trying to do the very thing he wants, trying to get all the kids to come out and vote.
Yeah. But he's doing it more sensibly than Bernie Sanders did. Bernie Sanders came out and said, listen, we're going to change the world. And Biden came out and said, listen, I'm going to change your bank account.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit more pragmatic about it.
Exactly.
He's like, listen, I can give you $20,000 to $10,000 depending on your situation.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Bernie didn't stand a chance. Bernie talked about redistribution. I'm going to redistribute some shit right now. Oh, God. I'm so cynical about politics.
You have to be. You have to be.
And since all that seems intolerable, they fixate on the kinds of gestures that feel like moving in the right direction.
Look at that. It's like, that woman is so obviously Asian.
I know.
but run very little risk of arriving anywhere.
Oh, okay.
How about instead of defunding the police, we give them more money than any administration in years, but also...
Wait,
Yeah,
is he a moron?
Look,
What is he talking about?
He's just endorsed defund the police. He's basically saying we need to defund the police.
Wait a minute. If you think that the police have a problem with being racist, okay, the solution is not to cut their funding.
Of course not.
How is that going to? You have to increase the funding because you have to have better training and you have to have a better mechanism for weeding out bad police officers.
Yeah, you have better policing of the police.
Right. What the fuck is he talking about? Biden doubles police hiring budget. I gotta see what this is even referencing.
Mm-hmm.
What is this even? Is this from a sub? If this is from a Substack article, it's from a Substack article. Of course it is. I love when people fucking quote Substack articles
Why?
because it's always some like super biased person with their head up their ass, basically, like that some leftist guy.
Jesse Single's on Substack, but I mean, it
No, but
really
I'm saying,
depends.
like,
Matt
all the-
Taibbi's on Substack.
No, I said all these leftists.
Right,
Okay, they
right.
find some super lefty Substack article
Right, which is
to
just basically like a paid blog.
right. You can use Substack. Substack is fine for, looking like, getting the information and then researching it further to make sure it's true. Like that can be a great resource. And obviously, Jesse Single has done some of the best research
Of course, yeah.
on a lot of trans issues, but he's also a journalist, like an investigative journalist based. He's like the only journalist doing his job.
So is
on
Matt
this shit.
Taibbi. Matt Taibbi's
Right.
an investigative journalist. Yeah.
Well, Matt Taibbi says some weird, stupid shit sometimes too, though. So
You didn't like his Ukraine take?
his Ukraine take was like insane.
I know. I just
And not as insane as fucking Matt. Not Matt.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Matt
Tracy.
Michael Tracy.
Yeah, Michael Tracy.
Holy shit. Michael Tracy's gone on like the wackiest fucking arc of all time. I cannot believe he's ever said anything in my entire life.
I'm waiting
I've
for
ever
him to
agreed with.
dip into like Hitler apologia.
Like this is kind of the wackiest shit ever. Oh my, it's so bizarre. He's so bizarre. It's like he's singularly motivated by like one thing, and then it consumes all of his thought obsessively, and everything bends around it almost. So he's so afraid of like getting into a nuclear war with Russia that he has to like bend all of his thoughts around this idea.
Does he live in New York? Maybe that's what it is.
I don't know where he lives.
Because they're like, that's where
Right.
they're going to hit. New York, Washington.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I might get hit. LA might get hit. You're probably safe. I mean, I can run pretty fast. So I'll just like, and I'm speed racer, so I'll just jump in the car and drive.
I'm trying to see. I think the Substack that he pulled this from is actually saying that this is a good thing, not a bad thing. This police,
Really?
because I'm reading it. It says
How ironic. Biden's fiscal year 2022 requests more than double grant funds for cops hiring program.
because I read what it said under it on the picture, which is what made me look this up. But let me read. I'll read you what it says. It says the Office of Community. Okay, this is hilarious. What is the lefties always complain and whine about when it comes to policing?
Racist
say-
cops.
Yeah, but they always say we need more community policing, right?
Oh, yeah,
We need
yeah.
more police officers from the community. So, the Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services
Right. Oh, they're getting
Is
money
it-
now?
is a department or is a component of the Department of Justice that administers grants to states and local police forces. Okay,
Right.
so this is the thing that
What does that
they
even
want.
mean?
What's the thing that they want?
So Biden gave them a bunch of money for community officers?
So it says this program, the Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services program, is Biden's way of reforming the police through community policing efforts. This is what he says in his criminal justice reform plan. Policing works best when officers are out of their cruisers and walking the streets, engaging with and getting to know members of their communities. But in order to do that, police officers need resources to hire a sufficient number of officers. However, the program has never been funded to fulfill the original vision of community policing.
So he basically funded the community policing they were bitching about in the midterms, and Ian Danskin's like, we need to defund the police, you moron.
Yes. So this is the problem, and this is why Ian Danskin is a toxic wart on society that needs to be lanced. And him and his bread tube commie shit stain ways of thinking that the bread tubers engage in. There's literally a chart that shows Biden doing the thing they wanted him to do, and they're too stupid to look into it. And they just say, he gave money to police officers. He must be bad.
Right.
And then Ian wonders why the fuck the Democrats are not trying to go out there and wrangle the socialists.
Right. Yeah, because they're terrible people.
Oh my God. He's so stupid. This is incredible. This is amazing.
Juneteenth is a national holiday now. Something for everyone. The left has the numbers to leave behind white centrists who slow down anti-racist efforts. And it doesn't, because white moderates don't want to.
See, I just disagree that they have the numbers. This is delusional thinking right here.
Of course it is.
They always say, oh, we have the numbers if we just, cater to those numbers.
Well, it's funny because even though Umberto Eco's 14 points of fascism suck, they're a joke, one of the funniest ones is the weak, strong enemy dynamic.
Oh, yeah. Their
enemy is simultaneously weak, but yet he's they're the majority. The enemy is they say our side, the good people are the majority. And if we were just listened to by our corrupt politicians, we would get what we want. And the other side is actually really weak in the minority. They say that, and then they simultaneously in the next breath will say, but their enemy is everywhere and all controlling everything somehow.
Yeah.
And everyone's bending over backwards for them for some magical reason. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
And it's funny because all the communists believe this exact thing. The communists believe in this weak, strong dynamic.
Right. This is for the video, for the fascists are the same as communists.
Yes. And Ian is doing literally the same thing. He thinks that his side has the majority, and so they're supposed to be, stronger, and the racists are supposed to be weaker. But for some magical reason, unbeknownst to him, all the Democrats are just kowtowing to the mythical group of racists.
Yeah. If only they'd
the
listen.
enemy is weak and strong at the same time.
If only they'd listen to Defund the Police, Ian Danskin, everything would be so much better.
Oh my God.
They and the white collaborators are supposed to be in this together. And they are. Just not in the way they think. The irony is that the right feels no affinity for white moderates whatsoever. They hate, and I mean hate, white moderates. Smug pricks always talking about unity whenever they win an election. Reach across the aisle? That's what you say when you've lost and you want the other guys to make concessions they don't have to make. You don't do it when you're in power. Are they trying to humiliate us? Or did we really lose to a bunch of clowns who don't even know how to win right? Debasing themselves in front of minorities just to get their votes when they clearly aren't going to do anything real for them? Christ, at least the white supremacists are honest. The right...
You like that little tirade?
Insane straw man tirade of the moderate Republican, I guess.
That was the moderate Democrats.
No, that was the Republican talking about the Democrats.
Yeah, hating the Democrats.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Will threaten POC sometimes just to call the white moderates bluff. Racism must be understood as more than a set of individual beliefs in
Oh
where does that happen? When did that happen?
I don't know. In Magic Danskin land, in his head, when Danskin is off his fucking medicine and he's having a schizophrenic breakdown.
When did Mitch McConnell come out and, use the N-word just to get at Nancy Pelosi? I must have missed that.
You don't remember that? It's a very famous occurrence in Congress.
I don't recall, no. It doesn't seem... It seems like that would have been front page news for like a month. Mitch McConnell uses the hard R N-word. just to own Nancy Pelosi. No,
Confused Bucketeer, thanks so much
probably
for the 20
not.
Canadian, says, I really want to watch Ian's latest dispatch from his bizarro bunker, but was worried about my sanity and blood pressure. Can't thank you enough for the sacrifice of covering this today so that I don't have to suffer it alone. Yes, I would not recommend anyone cover this.
It is infuriating. I can't imagine. Well, I did listen to it yesterday alone, but I listened to it because I knew we were going to be covering it. So I was basically listening to it.
You were hate listening to it.
And thinking exactly how you were responding at the same time. So yeah, you were there in
is that
spirit.
when you listen to these videos, do you like hear an imaginary Sitch voice in your head?
I hear you sigh. The Sitch sigh.
It'll be one of these days when I eventually go on camera, you'll see that like I'm like fucking every time I sigh, I literally like fall under my microphone upside down. I put my head on the desk.
It is painful. I mean, I really don't like when people speak for white people. That really bugs the shit out of me.
Really? You don't like
it does. Yeah. Well, because I feel like it's a giant racism, and I feel like they're speaking for me, which, fuck you, I have nothing in common with you. Literally the only thing I probably have in common with Ian Danskin is our skin color. Which is, that's moronic.
Right.
Yeah.
True. Hey, thank you, Aiden. Aiden gave us $10. Aiden says, were this dude to get what he wants and overthrow all the evil whites for his new society, who would be in charge? Could it be the, quote, intellectuals like him who know what's best for minorities? Yeah, exactly.
Nah. They'd round up the Ian Danskins immediately.
Yeah, but he thinks he'd be in charge. Kyle Petty, thanks so much, Kyle, for $20. Says, to give a little pushback, in my tight friended group of 5, 3 of them are anti-capitalist. Jesus Christ. And straight want communism, and we're from the Midwest. But granted they don't actually want it, because let's be real, they'd regret it.
Yeah.
That's true.
It is a bit of an aesthetic, especially online.
Yes.
So.
Purple Brain, thanks so much for the €20. Says, fun Dutch history facts. Part 2. Republic of the United Netherlands, the first capitalist nation, was also the first to acknowledge the U.S. as a nation by giving a salute in 1776 at Statue Eustatius to Andrew Doria, a U.S. ship. Well, based Netherlands, I guess.
Yeah, thanks for the salute.
But as a tool for achieving political ends. First and foremost, because claiming otherwise is both factually and morally wrong, but also, without this understanding, white culture can't recognize the stakes. Fascism exists in a state of permanent conflict. Things like declaring an indefinite state of martial law, suspending elections, or executing members of government are justified on the grounds that the people are in danger.
Isn't all of politics, isn't all of society in a state of constant conflict?
White culture can't recognize the stakes.
Okay. I want you going into this section. Ask yourself this question. Is it the liberal, and I say liberal, I mean like liberalism, not liberal versus conservative. Is it the liberal colorblind conception of reality that says that society is in a constant state of conflict? Or is it the communist that literally believe in conflict theory that say that society is in a constant state of conflict?
Well, I mean, I feel like liberals accept that society's in a constant state of conflict. I mean, that's why they're for freedom of speech, is because this is how we resolve our conflicts.
No. Well, okay, you're using the term differently.
Well, yeah, I think, what do you mean by conflict? Because
so conflict theory states that. Okay, we'll start with liberalism. So the liberal conception of reality is that under free markets and with capitalism, society can basically incentivize people to cooperate economically in order to build society in productive social ways.
Right.
So the communists say that that's not true, and that's never been true, and that's actually impossible, and that society lives in a constant state of conflict where all that happens is that the rich 1% are constantly sucking up all the money, and eventually the poor people, the 99%, it gets to a point where it's so imbalanced that the 99% revolt and they tear everything down, and then there's a period of equality, and then the cycle just repeats itself over and over again.
Okay. That's
So they
a
don't-
communist way of looking at it.
Yes, that's the communist belief of conflict theory, essentially.
Okay.
That all of history is just a series of these class conflicts.
Right.
Okay.
What is it? Synthesis is the last phase. I don't know.
Right.
Anyway.
Right.
But anyway, but liberalism does accept that there's conflict in society.
Yes, that has to be
Liberalism
mitigated through society.
Right. Liberalism is a way to mitigate
conflict.
conflict peacefully without revolt or revolution or overturning society, all the things that the communists want.
Right. Right. Yeah, but the difference is liberalism says that people can work together,
Right.
and that also that history can be shown to be based on individual people and individual country, individual groups' interests,
Right.
either aligning or conflicting with each other. And the communists say, no. They reduce everything to literally the class lens and say, no, it's all just the 1%. Everything's just the 1%.
But
And the poorest.
don't liberals also say, though, that people can resolve their conflicts peacefully through
Of course.
incrementalism, freedom
Right.
of speech?
Right. Conflict and change. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. The communists don't believe that that's possible because
Equal
their
protection
worldview,
under the law. That's the one I
Right.
was trying to think of.
this is another reason why the communists don't believe in incrementalism. They don't think it's possible because they believe in this conflict theory, is that under that conflict theory, things only become incrementally worse. They never become incrementally better. So everything just gets worse until
I got it.
revolution.
Until it reaches a breaking point, and then
Right.
there's a complete resetting of society.
Right. Society resets. Maybe it's more equitable for a time period, but then it just again goes back towards 1% control.
I mean, that is kind of how things work under autocracies. I mean, obviously, Russia's
Right.
going to have a great resetting here when Putin is finally killed or exiled.
Right. But so the reason I'm bringing this up and why this is interesting, because he's going to go into how this applies to fascism and completely ignore this goes exactly to what I'm saying. Fascism and communism are so much more closely aligned with each other than either of them are with liberalism.
Right. Yeah.
It's a philosophy.
Look, all the turmoil that's taken place in the Soviet Union and Russia over the last 20 years is all because of this.
So every time he talks about fascism here, in your mind, you can listen to everything he's saying and just swap out a couple nouns, and it's literally just communism.
This understanding, white culture can't recognize the stakes. Fascism exists in a state of permanent conflict. Things like
Communism exists in a state of permanent conflict, literally,
Right.
by conflict theory.
declaring an indefinite state of martial law, suspending elections, or executing members of government are justified on the grounds that the people are in danger and need to be protected.
Literally the exact same thing the
Right.
communists said with the Vanguard Party.
Right. Yeah.
This is insane. How does he not see this?
And mobilized. Now, this isn't unique to fascism. Between the Cold War, the war on drugs, and the war on terror, the US has been in some form of ongoing conflict for the last 3 generations.
So he's so stupid. He takes this fascist concept of we're in constant conflict, so we need internal conflict, by the way. So we need to, purge out the bad people. And we need to have like an iron fist that prevents people from voting and blah, 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 blah. Have authoritarian rule. Okay. And he doesn't attribute this to the USSR. He doesn't attribute this to China. He says, no. It's the United States of America that's engaged in this.
Right. Well, obviously he wants to say the United States is fascist. That's what he's trying to do here.
He even brings up the Cold War, and he doesn't. He said it's the U.S. that's engaged in the conflict, not the USSR.
Right.
God, he's such a piece of shit.
But you'll note the Cold War didn't end on a battlefield. It ended when the Soviet Union collapsed in on itself. Communism, terrorism, and drug dealing are patterns of behavior, and they wax and wane, often for reasons outside our control. Geopolitics may sound...
The fact that the Soviet Union was allowed to collapse in on itself, first of all, proves A, that communism fucking sucks and doesn't work, and B, that America wasn't the, oh, we're just going to go in and fucking kill everyone fascist nation that he and all these other people like to pretend it was.
Yeah. Yeah. Just
someday
step back.
shift such that...
Yeah.
Let it die.
Well, also, I mean, it's hilarious too, because like, so after 9/11, yes, there was a curtailing of a lot of freedoms, and things did change after 9/11. But the war on drugs, did America become a fascist nation? The war on drugs.
No.
What the fuck is he talking about?
Well, he would say yes because of everyone that's been incarcerated. So
okay, right. Slavery's still legal in America, Sitch. It's happening in our prisons.
What's up with all this fentanyl stuff? Such bullshit.
Yeah, if America was really the fascistic, country that he claims they would be, we would have taken over Mexico long ago. Because of all the drug trafficking stuff. We would have taken over Mexico. We would have started attacking Central and South American countries openly that drugs were coming from, and all this other stuff.
In 20 years, Mexico is going to be like Canada. It's going to be great.
That would be great.
It is going to be awesome. I can't wait.
That would be nice if that's the case. They have to kind of weed out the cartels first.
That's what yeah.
Not super confident about that. But
we're working on it.
How fun would it be if this would like
if
make everyone's
Mexico
head...
was as safe as Canada? That would be
No, I'm gonna say
amazing.
This would make everyone's head like spin. I would love for this to happen just to see how people would react. Because I don't know how they would react. Like, what would happen if Joe Biden started drone striking drug cartel people? Yeah,
he'd get reelected.
He would. he would. They could wheel up Joe Biden like in a hospital bed, barely conscious after that point.
That would be tough. That would be a good dealing with the cartels south of the border.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'd be very curious to see the political fallout to that, to see what would the Democrats go along with, the left go along with it because it's from Biden, even though they would be reflexively against it. And would the right have to like actually pat Biden on the back and say that's a good thing, or like what would they do?
Do you think American businesses are worried about Mexico being as prosperous as Canada? Because
how would they be worried about that?
Because they get a lot of migrant labor. A lot of agriculture runs off of migrant labor.
Yeah, a lot of agriculture does, and that'd be a very interesting thing to see what would happen in that situation. But a lot of businesses, I think the majority of businesses would gain so much more because they'd have the majority of businesses that don't rely on like cheap labor, especially like the majority of businesses in America that are not agricultural or that don't require that kind of labor, would be jumping for joy because they just see it as more people to buy their shit.
Yeah, that's true. What's up with that crab thing you do on Twitter? What's going on there? Your poof crab thing.
It's a secret. I can tell you offline as long as you promise not to tell anyone.
Do you have crabs?
No. I'll say this. It's a prediction.
Sitch has a crab meter. He's like, whether or not...
Yeah, I do have a crab meter.
How many crabs bite his crotch?
I have a crab meter that's going on Twitter. It's a timer and a prediction.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Okay.
So you'll see if it manifests or not.
Okay. Are we getting more crabs or less crabs? I don't know.
You're getting more crabs, baby.
More crabs. Okay.
Many, many more crabs.
Okay.
Honestly, I was going to do one every day and I just forget all the time. So it's very spotty.
Less prevalent, or that lowers the demand for drugs. Communism can be fought with diplomacy and economic sanctions because communists can choose not to be communist anymore. And fascists have no use for soft power. To justify a military dictatorship, they need an opponent that won't just go away on its own one day.
Says a guy who's making a video about Milo Yiannopoulos.
This is the guy, he's literally the fascist. He's the one that's saying the opponent that won't just go away on its own is the evil white racist in America.
Well, it's white supremacy now. It's like a systemic thing. Oh my God. As long as there's a white majority.
How do you construct a video like so with this lack of self-awareness? Oh my God.
YouTube promotes the shit out of it.
I know. It always comes back to identity politics. Oh my God, he's so stupid. He's so stupid.
It always comes back to identity politics because black people can't stop being black. Theirs is a number that will not be reduced without the hard power of violence.
He's oh my God, what a stupid fuck. So he's too stupid and lacks the self-awareness to realize that his own conception of fascism he falls into, because he's saying, oh, you know, there's all this white, America has all these white supremacist systems inside of it that are, you know, don't seem like they're ever going to change. And yet now he's saying that no, it's really the fascist Republicans in America, and they're attacking black people because they need a constant enemy to attack. So they've decided for some reason that it's going to be black people.
That doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, there's a lot of black Republicans.
I'm very curious how he thinks this mental process works. Like, are there other Republicans who are fascists just sitting around like consciously thinking we need to have an enemy that will never go away, so I'm going to choose black people? Like, what is the thought process?
I thought they just chose like liberals. I thought that was. I thought they were
liberals
the
are going to go away.
Yeah, I thought. Like the whole engagement is liberal conservative.
Right.
Yeah, so.
But that's a great point, because under this conception, Ian, you very stupid person, why would the Republicans think that the Democrats would ever go away? That would also be the enemy that never goes away.
Well, the Democrats, and I mean the leftists, do think one day there will be a world without conservatives. Like they do have that Manichaean worldview.
They're stupid, yes.
This is war. This is a warfare.
Well,
which is just ridiculous.
It's because a lot of people on the left, and it's probably true of the right too, but a lot of people on the left especially, they think that the only reason people are conservative is because of like lack of education and ignorance. They don't understand that people just have different moral intuitions that are basically baked into them biologically.
How ironic. Because I feel like the uneducated ones are really the progressives. Like I really do. Whenever I talk to these, especially when you're talking like socialists, I mean, what do we talk to them about? What topic do we talk to them about that they don't have just a completely out there, untrue view of reality? I mean, we talk about race, we talk about economics, we talk about capitalism, we talk about policing, anything, and they don't really understand how things work. Look, he can't even figure out Biden's giving more money to policing is for community policing. Like he doesn't even know the basic stuff that we've just looked up during the live stream. He would contest.
Right.
I don't know. How's he the educated one here?
He's not. He's a fucking art student who's been huffing his own farts for 5 years, 6 years.
I mean, there are plenty of, like, we've been arguing with people about Ukraine on Twitter a bit. And I mean, there's a lot of times people they don't want to accept certain facts because obviously it means they're wrong. So,
oh my God. I'm so glad you brought that up.
Well, no, it's the same thing with Ian. It's like, he doesn't want to accept that Biden spent a bunch of money on community policing because it would mean he's wrong. So
I've literally been arguing with the dumbest fucking person on Twitter,
yeah,
which is a huge waste of time.
but fun nonetheless. I mean, it's a good
But
procrastination
right.
tool.
Well, no, see, I use this as an exercise of I'm trying to be. This is a bad video for this. I'm trying to be less angry.
Right.
Okay. I'm trying to be nicer.
You were doing
So-
great. You did a good job. I was
I know.
impressed.
So there's this guy on Twitter who's like the dumbest fucking person on the planet. So someone linked me and they said, "Oh, you guys should talk to Dave Smith, who I would love to talk to Dave Smith because he went on Joe Rogan and he said a bunch of stupid shit about the Ukraine-Russia conflict.
Completely wrong, bad information, doesn't know his facts. Yeah.
Right. Well, the problem is that because the mainstream media has been so utterly dog shit recently, this leads people to just say, oh, if the mainstream media says something, it must automatically be wrong. And if I hear a counter narrative that's the opposite of the mainstream media narrative, I'm going to assume it's automatically true.
Right. Yeah.
When in reality, independent media and news sources that are providing a counter narrative to the mainstream media are almost always just as wrong as the mainstream media is.
Right.
It's very troubling. Almost all news, regardless of whether it's mainstream media or independent, is horrible and wrong. And unfortunately, you kind of have to pick through shit yourself to kind of weed it out.
Yeah, you got to go to original sources.
Right. And so it seems like Dave Smith, who I don't follow, has fallen into this kind of acceptance of counter narratives, and he was just saying a bunch of very, very wrong things. And so I respond on Twitter. I said, I listened to this clip for 4 minutes. I don't find it remotely convincing. Dave Smith repeats the whole fake news about NATO promised never to move, 1 inch east narrative. Okay. Which is a completely fake narrative, completely bullshit narrative. And so this guy, I get in this super long back and forth with this guy about this, and he's being a dick to me, and I'm trying to be as nice as possible. I'm trying to be as cordial as possible because I'm trying to be less angry at people, especially random people on Twitter.
You were a saint. It was great.
Okay, I'm trying to be so nice.
I was like, fuck off, loser. Get out of my face. But then I just deleted the tweets.
Right. And so after our very long conversation, it's so funny because you can tell that someone's engaged in like cognitive dissonance when basically he's not arguing against anything I'm saying. He's saying, I heard you, Sitch, 10 months ago say something on stream, and I'm arguing that point based on my collective memory of a 10-hour stream from 10 months ago, as opposed to arguing with what you're saying right now. And the reason he's doing this is because if he were to argue with what I'm saying to him in the current tweet, he could be proven wrong. And he's this person is just so terrified of having to admit that maybe they're wrong. They have such a fragile ego that they could never dare admit that they are wrong about any subject matter. So, and they keep trying to change the subject. So eventually, after going round and round with this person, I say, listen, if you want evidence, here's your evidence. Here is an interview with Mikhail Gorbachev, okay, the president of the USSR at the time, who agreed to this agreement, who signed this fucking agreement that you're talking about, this NATO promise not to move east fake news agreement, okay? And even he, in an interview, says that the topic of NATO expansion was not discussed at all and was not brought up in that time period, and that agreement had literally nothing to do with NATO expansion.
Yeah.
So the fucking USSR guy who signed the agreement agrees with my interpretation of events. Okay. And what do you think the person on Twitter says in response to this? What do they say?
I have muted, so I didn't see what they said.
They say, Sitch, that's just an op-ed piece.
But it's by the guy.
So this person is so pathetically lame that they can't possibly admit that they were wrong. That a random Twitter user with a Pepe fucking avatar thinks that they can interpret and read a treaty better than the fucking president of the country who signed the treaty. It said, "This just up and Sitch." This is like the dumbest fucking piece of shit ever on Twitter.
Right.
Because he just cannot admit, and it's just what you said, just because he refuses to admit that he was wrong about something, he will stamp his feet and he will double down and dig himself into he will keep digging the hole deeper and deeper and deeper until he falls into the magma and reignites Mount Doom. That's that's in the Ring of Power. That's really how the orcs reignited Mount Doom, okay? They had some idiot on Twitter who refused to admit that he was wrong, and they just kept digging the hole deeper and deeper and deeper until they hit magma.
We were arguing over the Trump phone call. Because we were arguing back and forth, but with a different guy. And it was Ukraine related because it was about, and I think it was Danimal. Me and Danimal were both arguing with somebody because a lot of people, Trump did the phone call where he called the prosecutor, the Ukrainian prosecutor.
Oh yeah, that was a different conversation.
A good guy. Yeah, exactly.
Right, yeah.
I think you were in on that one too.
I wasn't looking.
Well, you didn't respond to anything. But it drives me crazy because they're out there putting out this narrative that's completely backwards. And as soon as you call them out on it and say, "Look, here's the situation. I don't know how much clearer I can make this." They're like, "What? How can you trust? I mean, you trust the NGOs?" I'm like, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Oh no, yeah, it was about, the argument was about whether Shokin, why Shokin was fired.
Right.
But
how
he
much
was
arguing that Shokin was like a good guy.
Right, and that whether Shokin was actually investigating Barisma, whether he was corrupt or not, yeah.
Right.
And it's so funny because part of the thing that's left out too is that, Shokin was fired in March. Joe Biden visited and told them, supposedly told them that they wanted to fire Shokin in December.
Yeah, 6 months later, 9 months
later.
later.
3 months later, but
March?
Yeah.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
December is a long way from March.
You're right. Yeah. So, yeah, it was the end of December, so it was like 5 months, right? No,
March is a 3.
Yeah, you're just
December is a 12.
Fucking with my mind. Okay, yeah, 3. That's what I just said. 3 months. You said 6 months. Okay, you're just
hold on. You said
it's getting late in the stream.
You said he said this in March.
No. In December of the previous year is when Biden visited Ukraine and supposedly had this conversation, right?
Okay.
You have to fire this guy.
And then he got fired in March, which is
in
3
March.
months. Okay,
3 months later. Yes, gotcha. Okay. Right. Okay.
December to
March. Hashed out basic math, but yes.
Well, I thought you were saying from March to December, which is a different number, obviously.
Right.
Okay. But anyway.
And then what happened right before then, and the thing that was more pressing, and the reason that he actually got fired was because basically what happened was some of his own lawyers, well, not his own lawyers, but lawyers that worked in the Ukrainian office, the government office, raided some of his proteges' homes and found a whole bunch of diamonds and money and gold and paintings that basically they found out that people under Shokin were coercing and blackmailing businesses, saying,
They had a business owner as a witness. The business owner said, "Yeah, they shook me down, and I'm fucking pissed about it." Yeah.
Right. They were shaking. So they basically, Shokin had under him these lawyers, one of them whom he put into this position of power, who I don't believe even had a law degree and was a professional driver and chauffeur before this.
Right.
But Shokin appointed him to this position. He was going around to business owners and saying, "Hey, you basically need to pay me off, or I'm going to bring a bunch of frivolous lawsuits against you with the backing of the government."
He would file the frivolous lawsuits and then confiscate a bunch of shit in the process of investigating, and then I will just drop the lawsuit if you just forget about all the shit I just confiscated. And they're like, wait a second, you got like $10 million in diamonds.
Right. And so this was a big scandal.
Right.
This was a big scandal locally in Ukraine.
Right.
And the Ukrainians, like the Ukrainian public, wanted this guy fired. They also wanted him fired because he wasn't investigating the Euromaidan shootings either.
And
so there's also that
and
issue,
he wouldn't investigate Barisma. The
right.
The guy the guy that actually got Jack the diamonds ended up getting killed. He was assassinated in a car. Which is like, oh, okay.
Super fucking shady, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
How shady's that?
Right. And so, but then the reason that Shokin basically got fired was because around that time period in March, or it might have been in February, it came out publicly that Shokin was doing everything he could to nix the investigation into this guy. Right. And that Shokin was protecting this guy from being prosecuted. And that's what got the public fervor all crazy about the fire Shokin. And that's why the Ukrainian government demanded that he resign. Was because of local politics. It wasn't because of Joe Biden. Something Joe Biden said 3 months earlier.
Right.
Whatever. It's a waste of time to have these conversations because people have made up their mind on these subjects and they refuse to actually look at.
Do you know like the $5 million bribe not to investigate Barisma? And they actually had like the $5 million in cash. Like they paraded it out and were showing $5 million in cash.
Barisma paid Shokin $5 million not to investigate
supposedly.
Them? Oh, I'm not familiar with that.
Not only that, if Barisma is trying not to get investigated, and Biden wants them to be investigated, wouldn't putting his son on the board be like a move to like try to get them to stop?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Well, we tried
the
$5 million bribe and that didn't work. Although Barisma totally said, "Oh no, we didn't try to bribe anyone." What? No, what money? What?
Well, the problem is people are working backwards from it because they want it to be true because they want to be able to use it to attack Joe Biden.
Of course, yeah.
And to justify basically what Trump was doing in that situation.
Yeah, but I want to know the truth. I want to know if Hunter Biden was just some dumbass that were like, "Oh, let's play him on the board. Maybe that'll make this investigation go away."
Well, the problem is it's like obviously it was true that they hired Hunter Biden for corrupt reasons.
Of course.
Obviously that's true. The question is did it actually work in that way? And if you actually look at the actual facts, no, it didn't actually work that way.
Yeah.
Because Shokin wasn't investigating, and they have evidence of this. Shokin had stopped investigating Barisma like a year earlier. There was no investigation in Barisma. Shokin was not pushing for any new investigation in Barisma. It was actually the EU was very big in trying to get Shokin fired because since the Ukraine after Crimea was invaded wanted to join that thing that's like the precursor to joining the EU, and the EU said in order to join us you have to clean up your corruption, and part of this, the way you have to clean up your corruption is to get your prosecutors to follow along with international investigations. And there was a British investigation into some Ukrainian company, and they were demanding that certain documents be sent to them. And they're saying, Shokin, you have to get this Ukrainian company to send documents to the UK because we're investigating them for corruption. And Shokin said, yeah, I'll get right on that. And then just did fucking nothing and sat on it and, buried it essentially.
If Barisma's worried about being investigated and Shokin's already, not investigated and made some deal with them that he's not going to investigate, wouldn't they still be worried that Shokin was going to get ousted and the next guy would investigate him?
Right. And so, yeah, they would want to hire Biden's son.
Right.
Sure.
To just throw him off the set.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Now Joe Biden, of course, is one of the dumbest fucking people alive.
Of course.
The fact that he didn't like disown his son publicly is
as soon as
insane.
As soon as he got on the board. Why just the narrative that Joe Biden, like that Barisma hired Hunter Biden as a favor to Joe Biden. It does, none of the facts hold up to that.
Well, I don't think that's the narrative that he hired him as a favor. It was that they hired him.
That's the right-wing narrative. Of course
No.
is.
My understanding was that the right-wing narrative is that they hired Hunter as protection. They're like, oh, if we hire Hunter, then, Hunter will get Joe Biden somehow to help us. No, the right-wing narrative is Shokin was investigating Barisma. They hire Hunter Biden, who will then tell his dad to then fire Shokin, which, first of all, is the most roundabout, insane way of dealing with a problem you could ever possibly imagine.
Right.
You're like, wait a minute. There's a local Ukrainian guy is investigating us. So we're going to hire the American vice president's son because he's then going to tell his father, the American vice president, who's then going to, for some reason, get this local Ukrainian prosecutor fired. Like, it's the most insane level of logic that was the scenario.
Mm-hmm.
And it was literally the exact opposite of what happened. But anyway,
do you know anything about that?
It literally doesn't matter because people will not accept it because they don't care about what is true. They just care about working backwards to fit a fact pattern that they want to be true, essentially. Kind of like Ian is doing with this video.
Do you know anything about the 10% for the big guy email that everyone always points to?
Yeah, I know. I've heard about it. Yeah.
What was the 10%? What
was supposedly in Hunter Biden's laptop, there's some comment about the amount of money he would make from Barisma and for other dealings. 10% would go up to the big guy, and everyone assumes that means that he's giving his father 10% of all of the dealings that he's profiting off his name, which is possible. He could be doing that.
Sure.
I mean, Hunter Biden is obviously horribly corrupt. I'm pretty sure Joe Biden is corrupt to some extent too.
But that doesn't change NATO's. I mean, all of this goes back to
right. But
Ukraine.
Of course, this doesn't mean that Shokin was fired because he was attacking Barisma. When if you actually look at the facts, it's the literal exact opposite of that.
Right. He was attacking for not attacking Barisma.
Shokin was horribly corrupt, was not going after Barisma, was not going after corruption, and that's why the United States of America. It wasn't Joe Biden. It was literally the United States State Department. Or the people that wanted Shokin fired. So unless the State Department's getting a kick from fucking Hunter Biden too, it was the United States State Department and the Newland, who all the other conspiracies are about. It was Newland and Pete who were the ones that floated the idea to Biden in the first place that he should go and pressure them into firing Shokin. So the idea didn't even originate with fucking Joe Biden. It was also the EU and it was also the UK. They all wanted Shokin fired. So the idea that these massive countries and these massive organizations all wanted Shokin fired because they all give a fuck that Hunter Biden is on the board of Barisma is like insane. It's just completely detached from the way world politics works. But it doesn't matter.
Of course it matters.
No, it doesn't matter because people don't care. They just want it. They want the story to
I'm
true.
pissed off if our money's going to fucking corrupt dealings. I mean, Shokin couldn't investigate Barisma because he just bribed him with $5 million.
Well, and here's something I didn't know until recently. So part of the big reason that America cared about this in the first place is that America had been doing, ever since the invasion of Crimea, America's been doing loan guarantees for Ukraine.
Right. So we got to pay that money back if they don't pay it back themselves.
Right. Because America stuck its neck out and they wanted private businesses to invest in Ukraine. America says, hey, because like think about it from an economic perspective. Okay. You have Ukraine. You had a piece of their country was just annexed by fucking Russia. And there's currently another piece of their country that's in the middle of a civil war that's being, financed by Russia.
That's a lot of business loss right there.
Right. But also a lot of business loss right there. But also what private business is going to want to invest money in this unstable situation?
None.
Right. So what happens is the United States of America comes along and says, hey, if you invest in Ukraine, we'll guarantee the loan. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why America gave a fuck about getting rid of Shokin and getting rid of corruption. Because if America is guaranteeing a loan and all that money just gets corrupted away into the fucking gutter, then America's on the hook for the bill.
Of course.
So,
yeah.
But I had this conversation with my parents a very long time ago where I said, Joe Biden is a fucking moron because he should have, like, as soon as he found out that his son was on the board of Barisma, as soon as he found out that his son, even probably before then, when he finds out that his son is using his name essentially to basically get jobs, and this makes Joe Biden look bad, he should have immediately released a public statement where he said, my son, Hunter Biden, is using my name to get jobs all over the country, all over the world.
Right.
He does not speak for me. He does not have any political sway over me. If you hire my son, Hunter Biden, for a job because you think he has my ear, you are wrong. I am not listening to a fucking single thing my son says.
But then how do you get the 10% for the big guy?
Well, but that's the thing. Here's the question. Do we really think that whatever amount of money that is, like, just Joe Biden really hurting for money?
Yeah.
He needs whatever this 10% is.
Of course
I don't
he
buy
is.
It. I don't buy it for a second.
He's a greedy piece of shit, man.
I don't buy it for a second.
He wants his 10%.
No, I don't think, because when I had this conversation with my parents, they said, well, it's easy for you
the big guy, man.
They said their rationale for this, which I think is probably more likely true. They said it's very easy for you to say that, Sitch. Well, they use my real name. Because
they call you Sitch?
Hilarious. They don't call me Sitch. My parents don't call me Sitch. They said it's easier for you to say that because you don't have a child. Okay.
They pulled the child card.
They pulled the child card on me.
Especially, yes. I was thinking that too, yes. Especially Biden, because isn't Hunter like the only son that's left alive?
Right, and they brought that up too. And there is a weird family dynamic because I think Biden had two sons. One who was like the golden boy,
right,
Bo, and one who was obviously the black sheep who fucks everything up and is a horrible degenerate, Hunter, who's like, a drug addict and he's fucking prostitutes and all this other stuff. And the golden boy dies.
Right.
And so it's like this is super weird family dynamic going on here.
Right.
And they're probably right. I don't think it's because of this magical 10%. I think it's probably because it would be very difficult for a father to basically publicly shit on their own son. But I think
and the 10% came in like a Christmas gift, so it wasn't really obvious anyway.
I think I'm autistic enough to do that, to say, fuck you. First of all, I would have the conversation with my son. I'd say, listen, I love you, my child. But, okay. But, my reputation, I'm a politician. My reputation is very important. And only that.
Oh my God.
Not only is my reputation important, but what you're doing is morally
what you're
wrong.
saying is ridiculous.
Okay. Look, what are you talking about?
First of all, a politician talking about their reputation, which politicians have terrible reputations.
No, you're wrong.
And then for a politician to say what you're doing,
that's literally all they have.
Listen, but you're making contradictory statements.
No, I'm not. Wait. We have to be clear here. Politicians as a group of people have a horrible reputation. Okay.
Right.
Individual politicians do not.
Right, but politicians, first of all, you're saying politicians act ethically.
I didn't say
that.
They don't.
They don't act ethically, and this is why they have a terrible reputation.
I didn't say that. I said what
you literally said. You need to say what you're doing, Hunter, is unethical.
Okay, no. I said what I would say if I was in that situation.
Right. Because you're allowed to use ethics because you're not a politician.
I understand that. I'm saying if hypothetically I was a politician,
right,
I believe I would have the strength and the forthwith and the whatever and the autism, if enough, to basically tell my own child to say, listen, not only for ethical reasons and for purely selfish reasons, you need to stop what you're doing. And if you don't stop what you're doing, I'm going to literally declare to the world that you have nothing to do with me.
I think chances are the 10% for the big guy came in as campaign donations that were separate from Hunter. They worked it out via email, but the big guy got his 10% for his campaign.
I don't buy that Joe Biden would take the massive risk and liability of his son doing what he's doing.
It's not a risk, though. They do this shit all the time. It's like open secrets.
Okay. Well, obviously it was a big risk because it's become this massive narrative that's plaguing Joe Biden, even if it's a completely fake narrative.
Well, it's
so obviously it was
real.
a huge risk.
Yeah, well, most of the time they get away with it. This time he actually got caught. Nobody knew drug addict Hunter was going to leave his laptop lying around a hotel room. I don't know if I buy the narrative.
Well, he should have bought. He should. Apparently, he does this all the time. So Joe should have been aware.
Oh, really?
This is like the third laptop.
Is it? I can't fathom that he left it at a
computer repair shop.
Yeah. I mean, it would be more believable to me if it was stolen from his hotel room or something like that, because that makes sense. Like, you'd be a target if you were the vice president's son.
It's hard for us who are not super wealthy to imagine like forgetting a laptop somewhere.
Oh, I know.
But yeah, maybe if you're really rich, you just don't have those concerns. I don't know. I mean, you would think he had so much personal information on it. That you would be concerned about it. But I don't know. I mean, if he's a drug addict and he's fucked in the head, who knows? Who the fuck knows?
These people do illegal shit all the time, though, Sitch,
right.
And they think they're completely above the law. They do. I would not be surprised. After Joe Biden gets 10% for the big guy for like 20 years, he's not worried about getting caught anymore.
No, but what I'm saying is I'm assuming that Biden's motivation wasn't financial, that it was like, oh, because he's my son. He wants to believe his son's able to like hold a job and actually be productive in society. And so even if that relies on banking off of his name, a father is more likely to basically convince himself that that's, his son being
right.
productive,
And if you get an extra
something.
10% for campaign contributions, you're like,
then that's all good.
It's a
right?
win-win.
That's a little cherry on the top, right?
Yeah. My son gets a job. I get an extra 10% for campaign donations.
But sometimes you just have to have the emotional deadness inside to basically tell your family members.
Look, he probably told him, he's like, listen, Ukraine's a big mess. We have to clean it up from corruption. My son's there on the board helping.
I don't think that conversation ever took place.
Why not?
Because I don't believe Joe Biden would think his son was ever on a board helping anyone do anything. Unless he's extra dumb, extra stupid. But Hunter Biden, who has no experience doing anything related to that business.
Right.
So I'm pretty sure he knew exactly why his son was hired on that board. Anyways.
God, I would have loved to be in some of those board meetings. Ask the
Fascism
crackhead, what does he
begins
have
by
to say?
stealing targets from the left. They focus on elites, corrupt businessmen, weak-willed politicians, subtly shifting focus away from leftist critique of systems to types of people. But sooner or later, they settle on something unchangeable. Race, gender, ethnicity, religious background.
Wait a minute.
Who's settling on this? I thought he was talking about the left.
Wait, what?
To types of people. But sooner or later, corrupt hard power of violence and displacement. Fascism begins by stealing targets from the left. They focus on elites, corrupt businessmen, weak-willed politicians.
They steal targets from the left, okay. They're not identical to the left, Sitch.
They're stealing it.
They're stealing those targets. They don't have the same exact targets because they're the fucking same.
That's so hilarious. That's
Look at
so
how he has
hilarious.
Look how he has to word it to get around the fact that it's identical. That's
I know.
Pretty funny.
They steal. It's not that it is the same. It's just that they steal it. Yes. It's amazing.
Subtly shifting focus away from leftist critique of systems to types of people. But sooner...
This is my biggest problem with the wokies. They only do character attacks of people. They don't actually engage with arguments. So even the types of people thing is the left.
Well, but this is the dishonesty, and this is what drives me crazy whenever we talk to dishonesty always about this, is he does this exact Mott and Bailey. He mop and buckets the shit out of us with this stuff. Because it's like, you bring up that point, you say, oh, all the left does is engage in like massive character assassination. They call people racist, sexist, blah, 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 blah. And he says, no. It's not about attacking people. It's about attacking systems. And you're like, well, but I have eyes. Okay.
Exactly.
You could say that, but we all know that the way that the mainstream, that the majority of people, they don't conceptualize in their mind these ephemeral systems to attack. They attack people. They attack individual people and say that the individual people are responsible for perpetuating, these systems or partaking systems. Blah,
of
blah, blah,
course,
blah, blah.
yeah.
Okay?
They always seem to go after people with a big platform who might be influencing people to convince them that they're full of shit. Yeah.
What a shock.
Yeah.
Generally settle on something unchangeable. Race, gender, ethnicity, religious background.
This is super weird. He just he said gender was unchangeable.
Oh yeah, he kind of.
Whoops! Whoopsie!
That's a giant.
Oh shit, Ian! You made a whoopsie doopsie.
That's a giant whoopsie.
He just said gender is unchangeable. Woo!
I mean, he was smart enough to put background in the religious. Otherwise, he'd be a whoopsie there too.
Yeah, I know. That's a weird.
He should say gender assigned at birth, or gender background.
Sex. Well, I guess he wants to hit trans people too. He should have said gender orientation, gender identity. That's what he should have said. Gender identity.
That's immutable. What about gender fluid people? You gonna throw them under the bus?
That's true. That doesn't make any sense.
I mean,
unless
they're gender fluid
it's
people.
Immutable that they're gender fluid.
The immutable gender fluid. Oh, that's awesome.
The bigotry is localized to the
What?
region's
All this
existing.
gender nonsense is so farcical.
How dare you?
So stupid.
You bigot. How dare you bigot?
Oh my god.
I know it's
Gender identity. You're right. That's a great contradiction. Gender identity is immutable, but then what about gender fluid people? Well,
prejudices. In Nazi Germany, it was Jews, Jehovah's Witnesses, Roma, Slavs, black people, queer people, and people with disabilities. In fascist Italy, it was Slovenes, until Mussolini invaded Libya and Ethiopia, and so demonized their citizens as well. In the US, the Klan and the American Nazi Party
of course, he skips over who the USSR
demonized.
targeted, right? Demonized, right? And the Chinese, and who they still are demonized to this day.
Everyone,
whatever. Who cares?
all of these authoritarian dictatorships find someone to demonize. I don't. Why is it? It has nothing to do with whether or not you're
as right or left. Yeah. That's literally human nature. Is there's some evil outgroup somewhere that I can demonize, that all of our problems, stem from.
This whole video is Ian Danskin demonizing white people and conservatives.
Yes.
That's all he's doing is demonizing an outgroup.
Yep.
targeted African Americans, Jews, Catholics, queer people, and immigrants.
Ian Danskin has targeted white people, conservatives.
Spain under Franco tried to determine the exact racial makeup of the Spanish people so they could cast out those with the wrong mixture of bloods. This is why the far right has gone all in on transphobia, by the way. Like, it's joined Islamophobia on the outer rim of acceptable bigotries. On some level, they know trans folks aren't just cis people in disguise, that desistance is rare and conversion therapy doesn't work.
Did you like this? Ian Danskin thinks he can read the minds of conservatives and says, I know, I took my hand and I reached very deep inside my anus. I shoved my hand so deep in my anus that I reached my gut, and I pulled my finger out, and I took my smelly shit-encrusted finger and I stuck it right up to my nostrils, and I took a big whiff. And this told me something, Adam. This told me that I can read the minds of conservatives, and I know that deep within their hearts, they know that trans people are real. Mm-hmm. And they just want to demonize them for some Machiavellian fascist takeover of the country.
Yeah. Okay.
Or
okay,
maybe they don't buy it and they think that there is a social contagion element to some of this trans stuff.
Well,
I
think
that,
Matt,
people are doing things to their body that are irreversible that they will regret in the future.
Obviously,
maybe
Matt Walsh, I think, thinks that I don't know that he accepts that there are any transgender people. He might not even believe there's a thing called gender dysphoria.
No, Matt Walsh doesn't. Right, because Matt Walsh isn't really interested in science, obviously, because he's coming from a religious perspective.
Ben Shapiro, openly says, yeah, it's like a mental illness. So he accepts gender dysphoria, but he's like, it's a mental illness, right?
Sure.
that he doesn't necessarily think transitioning is the best way to deal with that mental illness.
Right. But both of those contradict what Ian just said.
Of course. He's like ridiculous. He has no idea. So, but there are people, reasonable people out there. I like to think of myself as reasonable, Sitch. Is that wrong? Is that wrong that I like to think of myself as reasonable?
It's a little wrong.
But I mean, I accept that there's this thing called gender dysphoria in the world, and I accept that transitioning can help people deal with gender dysphoria. There are people who do transition and probably live happier lives, or do live happier lives by their own testimony. But I think there are a lot of false positives going on out there.
Sure. That
people are not going to live better lives and actually are going to hate the entire trans community's guts for affirming something that they should have been questioning a little bit more than they did. So that's a reality. And I think there are a bunch of reasonable conservatives out there who've come to the same conclusion.
Yeah.
So
of course.
So
but no, they all secretly
In conclusion, fuck you, Ian Danskin.
Yeah, right. Now they all secretly know in their heart of hearts that trans people are real and that they can't actually change, and there's no social contagion, and there's no false positives, and this is part of the fascist takeover at them. Okay, they need the transes.
Affirm everybody who has the vaguest notion that they might be transgender, I think, is probably the most damaging policy prescription.
Of course.
I mean, it's the one that's currently winning. So
well, it's weird because it's losing in Europe. So there's been a backlash in Europe, and I'm curious to see if America will follow or not.
Probably not, because America has this thing called capitalism, where everyone is making a shit ton of money off of these
selling. I don't buy that.
Well, I mean,
I buy that. That's why the clinics that do it, but I don't buy that. That's controlling the narrative around.
You need to think of this chopping off the nether regions as. Just think of it as an expensive tattoo, okay?
A little bit worse than a tattoo.
All of this is totally reversible, but I know it's getting bad because I mean, we're not going to be able to. It's going to be like you don't joke about thalidomide babies, right?
Sure.
We're getting close to that.
You know, they say every movement sows its own seed of destruction within the movement,
right?
And that's going to be the destruction of wokeness. It's going to be this massive waves of regret that come out of this movement.
Yeah.
And you're right. This will be like going in the future. This moment will be looked at as a collective panic that rivals thalidomide babies or, they used to give people lobotomies left and right.
Of course.
They used to give people shock treatment left and right. It's going to be looked at like some horrible, crazy thing that, some bizarre medical procedure that just totally captured. There's going to be articles after articles. How did we let this happen to our children?
Right.
Yeah. And it's going to just be me and you saying, sipping our Julius on our rocking chairs, just sipping our iced tea saying, we told you so.
Well, this whole thing, it's so ironic that they talk about how these operations improve the suicide rate, because I can't think of anything.
You mean lower?
Yeah, lower the suicide. Well,
that's the way of phrasing it. Improve the suicide.
Well, bring it down, obviously. That's the improvement that they're looking for.
Right.
But I can't think of anything more likely to make a person suicidal than I cut off my genitals when I was 15. Like, how do you not walk away from that? Like, you're never going to have an orgasm. Like, that's what the fuck? What the fuck? Can you imagine your life after that? Oh, it's so depressing. You read these tomes from these detransitioners and you're like,
yeah. Well, and there's another side too, is that there are people who still feel like they had gender dysphoria, but they said they feel like they were lied to about the surgeries, and they had all sorts of horrible health complications from the surgeries
that they didn't warn them about.
That they didn't warn them about.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is the medical community, right? They're like, yeah, of course, it's safe and effective. Just step right up here. Got my scalpel right here ready.
Yep.
You want to get this procedure done today? Step into my office. We'll do it right here. Did you see the video that's been going around about them talking about how the procedures are a big windfall for the hospitals? It's like a $40,000 windfall.
No, I didn't see that.
Oh my God, it's terrorized. It's
pretty gross.
Yeah. Oh my God. Can you imagine? I'd be sitting in that meeting going, I'm in hell right now.
Well, it's going to be interesting when the lawsuits start rolling in.
I don't know. You always say that, and I think
you don't think there's going to be people who have regret this situation are going to start suing their doctors, saying they didn't correctly inform me of the situation.
I think it's, first of all, it's going to have to be attorneys that want to take very risky cases because they're politically motivated to do it.
I don't know if it's going to be that risky.
Well, they capped medical malpractice to the point where you don't get these.
It's dependent on state.
Right.
Each state has a different cap.
Well, in California, they've capped the medical malpractice. So if kids, if they're doing most of these transgender procedures in California, the doctors are protected.
Well, here's an interesting thing. Do you know who it is that really pushes for these caps on medical malpractice?
Insurance companies?
No.
Doctors?
What party?
Oh, the Democrats?
No.
Republicans?
Yes.
Okay.
The Republican, all the states that have these medical malpractice caps are all there because the Republican Party has been pushing for them for the last 30 years.
Yeah, they don't want people to get these windfalls.
Right. But here's what I didn't think about this. This will be very interesting. What's going to happen if people start suing doctors for transgender surgeries they regret, and it starts hitting up against this medical malpractice cap issue? Are the Republicans going to change their tune on this?
They're not.
Are they going to start trying to pass laws to either change the caps?
Look, if there is
very interesting.
These medical malpractice caps, I think it's something like $250,000.
It's different for every state. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I'm sure you can look it up for California.
Right. So just in California, if it's whatever the cap is, okay, obviously, if it's $250,000, the attorney is looking at the maximum he can make and the amount of work that he has to do. Now, it used to be a medical malpractice case, like you could think, wow, we could get $15 million. At $250,000, I just don't see. Not only that, if these cases do become prominent and doctors are winning them, $250,000 isn't going to make the New York Times. They're not going to fucking run a case about or run an article about this enormous.
They don't have to. It doesn't matter.
$250,000.
All you need.
That's nothing.
You're not.
Look.
All you need is one successful case.
Right, but if you
and once you get that, all the other lemmings will follow. Okay.
It's horrifying to think that you could mutilate yourself in the way these operations mutilate you for life, and the most you get as compensation is $250,000. That's like just a spit in the face.
Oh, wait, this is very interesting. So they apparently, in May of this year, in your state of California, Governor Newsom has signed legislation changing California's medical malpractice system.
Really? Okay, yes. What are the caps at now?
So currently, the existing cap is, let's see. The legislation increases the existing $250,000 cap to provide for future increases that account for inflation. The legislation establishes two separate caps, depending on whether a wrongful death claim is involved. If it is a wrongful death claim, so if the person died, the cap is $500,000.
Right.
Okay.
Beginning January 1st, I'm looking at it now. Yeah.
Right. If the cap, if it doesn't involve death, it's $250,000.
Yeah.
However, each year, the cap increases by $50,000.
Okay.
Until it reaches $1 million.
Right. Oh wow, $1 million. Woo.
Okay. So going forward throughout the years, eventually the malpractice cap for wrongful death will be $1 million, and eventually the malpractice cap for non-wrongful death will be $750,000.
Right.
Okay. So I disagree with you. I think going forward in the years to come, lawyers will definitely take up cases that can have $350,000 to $750,000 possible buyouts. That's a very juicy thing for most lawyers to go after.
Look, first of all, it's not a wrongful death. It's only
I know, so it's not. So it's $350,000 to $750,000, which is still a huge amount of money.
$350,000 to $750,000 for a transgender operation.
Right.
But first of all, they're going to sign a shitload of forms that say, I got informed consent and I did all my own research, even if I don't feel like I got informed consent. You can sue for,
it doesn't matter. You can sue for anything.
Yeah, you can, but those informed consent forms are going to help the doctor. I mean, that's going to make a difference. Sure. You're going to have to argue that I didn't sign the form. What are you going to say?
No, you don't. You can sign something.
Yeah.
That says I'm informed of the dangers of something, and then still sue them and win.
I think
because you weren't really informed of the dangers of something.
I think you're high. I really do think you're high.
Okay, you ask Mr. Ubercross if he's in the audience. Just because you sign something that says you're informed of the dangers does not give them immunity to anything. That's completely not true.
I know.
That's how it works.
First of all, I know exactly. Of course, I know you can sue for anything. I'm just saying that this is going to be. I think you're high on the win part. Like, it's going to have to be a jury trial, and you're talking about a jury trial with a maximum of winning $350,000.
I'm telling you, I'm telling you this from a situation of someone who has far more legal experience in these matters than you do. Okay. People sue constantly, all the time, and win their case, even if they sign something that says, I cannot sue you.
Have you done medical malpractice?
Not on this specific issue, no.
Okay.
But I know
have you done any medical malpractice?
No. Okay. I'm not a lawyer. I haven't done anything. I'm just saying, with someone who has more knowledge about this field than you do.
Right.
Okay. And family members who are on this field and who have handled cases about this.
Medical malpractice cases?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Actually, a family member of mine recently had a case that was literally about medical malpractice.
And they sued and won?
Yes. Even though according to the contract, the employer, the employee is not supposed to be able to sue because of, the agreement that he signed when he was employed by this company.
Mm-hmm.
This happens constantly. People sign contracts and the court can determine whether the contract is valid or not, or they can determine whether the person is in a position to even understand sign off on what they're signing off on.
I hope you're right.
So this happens all the time.
I hope there are attorneys that are willing to jump at these cases, because that's the hardest thing. Like, you go into an attorney and they'll be like, well, you signed a informed consent document. Not much I can do here.
There's two scenarios. Okay. First of all, either one, all you need is one lawsuit to win, to create the precedent, and then everyone else will run in. There'll be the stampede to get in. Okay. The second thing is, and as you said, something that you pointed out, which I don't think you can dismiss, is that there's a lot of political organizations that have a lot of funding that are very anti-transitioning.
Right.
And they would be more than happy to fund some lawyer to pick up the case. I'm actually kind of shocked.
The pro bono cases.
Right. To pick up some case of someone who has transgressed. I'm actually kind of shocked by this.
That they haven't done it already.
That Matt Walsh or the Daily Wire or whoever is not going around. See, like, if they really wanted to do this is actually kind of baffling. Maybe they are doing this secretly. I don't know. Why are they not going around the country finding people that have trans regret who want to sue their doctors and then funding those lawsuits.
Yeah.
Why are they not already doing that?
That would make a bunch of publicity. Maybe the people are not into that. Well, there was one lawsuit in England suing the Tavistock.
Mr. Ubercross says you can waive neglect, but you can't waive a standard of care. Exactly. Doctors have a professional level of responsibility. You cannot waive them doing less than their duty.
Right, but the standard of care thing is super malleable because they'll say, listen, this was the standard of care at the time that I performed the operation. That's exactly what they'll say. They'll say, look, I have all of these organizations that said I'm supposed to cut his dick off.
Yeah, but see, this is why Europe changing their standard of care is such a massive thing.
Yeah, but that's not happening in America, though. The standard of care right now is you treat gender dysphoria by giving sex change operations.
No, but you understand, because all they have to argue is there's a professional, and Ubercross probably talk about this better than I could. If you can show that the doctors are neglecting their standard of care and neglecting their duty to do these procedures, which I think you could very well show, then you can sue them. So I disagree with you completely.
Okay. Let's hope they start suing quick.
Right.
Let's look up trans.
Mr. Ubercross says, no, it isn't, in all caps to you. Okay.
What?
Anyway.
Litigation tracker, tracking legal cases regarding LGBTQ.
Mr. Ubercross says, Sitch is correct. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross.
No, that can't be right.
You're right. What do I know? What do I know?
What
does the practicing lawyer know? What does he know? Okay?
What is Sitch correct about? I mean, he was very unclear there.
Chuckle says, asbestos was once the standard, and yet we all know how that ended. Yeah. No, exactly. I'm telling you, this is literally how it's going to end. It's with lawsuits. Okay. This is how it's going to end.
I wish there was Mr. Ubercross, you should set up some sort of case tracker for when these cases come up so we can look at, we can see where it's at.
There actually isn't a consensus on the standard of care right now. And that was actually part of the, if you dived into, even though I don't agree with this, well, first of all, I'm ignoring the 10 people who said I'm wrong who are not lawyers. And I'm agreeing with the one person who is a lawyer and said I'm right.
Chitachi says, nah, Adam is correct.
Yeah, Chitachi isn't a lawyer, so I don't really take her.
Well, okay.
But wait.
Lawyers like to take cases that are easy wins.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a different situation.
Well, my ultimate argument is lawyers like easy wins. And this is not an easy win.
Yeah,
especially if you walk.
The first one's not going to be easy. Yes.
It's if the standard of care is what it is, and you signed a paper that says you had informed consent, they're going to go, listen.
Right.
I'm not taking this case for a possible $350,000 win.
Right. No, I don't disagree with that. A lot of lawyers do want the easy one, and that's why I said once it only takes the one person to be successful.
Well, then, of course, all the lawyers are going to dive in as soon as they see, this is how you do it.
The standard of care actually isn't a defense the way a lot of people think it is. And I know this because I dug into when in Texas, when they had the executive order where they declared that children transitioning merits child abuse, okay, which I don't agree with. But their justification for this was that under Medicare rules, the standard of care for transitioning is that a doctor is supposed to evaluate each patient on an individual level.
Right.
To determine whether transitioning is appropriate or not. So there's no blanket standard of care for that. And if the standard of care relies entirely on a doctor making an individual assessment, then that completely opens doctors up for liability because it's saying that's entirely based on their assessment. And if the doctors are running around just saying, well, I'm not going to assess you, it's up to you to make informed, consent, that seems like that's complete violation of the standard of care.
Yeah, if there's
of a federal standard of care in America. So I'm telling you, there's so many avenues to get lawsuits in here. But
I'm searching for transgender lawsuits, and all I'm getting is Oklahoma sued by 3 transgender students over new prohibitive bathroom law. It's all.
I don't know if it's happened yet, which is kind of surprising.
Yeah,
and I just don't know if it's because there's not enough like animus built yet about it, because we're still kind of in the early.
A new lawsuit challenges Florida's Medicaid exclusion.
Mm-hmm.
A new federal lawsuit has challenged the state of Florida's effort to exclude gender-affirming health care for transgender people from its. So, like, all of the lawsuits are aimed at suing people for not giving kids.
Yeah, I know.
Surgery.
Right.
Oh, it's so weird.
There's a I mean, I know there's lawsuits about this in England that they're suing.
Yeah, all I can find is lawsuits that are basically people suing the government for not cutting their dicks off quick enough.
Wow. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen, and all you need is one. All you need is one successful one, and then boom. And as I said, and maybe they just never thought of it. Someone, if anyone's got a line to Matt Walsh, just say, "Hey, Matt Walsh, why are you not funding this? Why do you not have some organization funding this?" So, anyways.
Yeah, no, I would be contacting every single detransitioner. I mean, there's a bunch of them. Like, just
yeah, it could take years for one to get the trial. Yeah, it could take a very long time. Yeah. Anyway, let's finish this video. The Johnny Depp, Mr. Ubercraft says the Johnny Depp stuff took like 5 years. True.
Wow.
So yeah,
there's
this
going
stuff
to be
lawsuits
a lot
can
more.
take
A lot more of these $40,000 surgeries.
Oh, this these lawsuits can take a very, very long time in this country. So
because trans people could just stop being trans, they never would have picked them for an enemy.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous. Listen, the Republicans all sit around in a smoke-filled room and they're like, hey, I really think, these trans people could be a good boogeyman, but can't they just stop being trans? Would it really be worth our time and investment if they could just stop being trans? Well, I saw this video by Ian Danskin, and he says that when they're trans for life. Oh, well, that changes everything then. Put them on the target list.
That what? I'm glad you did the scene there, because I am very curious in Ian Dampskin's worldview and his mental mind. How does he think that conversation plays out? Does he literally think there's a smoke-filled room of Republicans like, what immutable characteristics can we start to attack to enable the fascist takeover America? And they have like a big wheel, and it's like race, sex, and then they're like, oh, let's put up sexual orientation, religious background, and then they're like, let's put up the new one, and they slap on gender identity onto the wheel and they spin it around.
Right. After the last 50 years, they've been backing conversion therapy, saying gay people actually can change.
Right. That was all just a ruse this whole time.
This is all just stupid. This guy is the stupidest guy on the internet.
I know. It's baffling. It's really baffling.
This is where it starts. This is why you should have no patience for anyone saying wokeness is dividing the left. We should be focusing on class. They're not attacking us on class. They're trying to sell themselves as better on class than we are. Where do you think that fairy tale about blue-collar whites comes from? They want you to believe that they, and not the socialists, are the path forward for the downtrodden. There's a reason...
That line just makes me spit my gum out. The Republicans are totally beating the left on class.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, Trump did, at least. I don't know if the Republicans as a whole, but Trump definitely did.
Give it a few more election cycles.
I know.
They're going to take the class issue away.
I know.
The coastal elitists are not
Well, it depends. I don't know if the Republicans I mean, Trump talked it up, but he didn't manifest in any policy really.
Right.
So
Well,
I guess the question is, will
jobs,
Republicans
jobs,
be able to
jobs. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but did that manifest?
Working class. I mean, Trump presided over the best economy in 1,000 years. What are you talking about?
Well, I like the time scale. 1,000 longer than America's existed. He's presided over the best economy.
I think that's what. I mean,
America's.
I'm just quoting him, but
Oh, okay, okay.
jobs, jobs, jobs. You don't remember jobs, jobs, jobs?
I do remember
Listen,
that. Yeah.
if you're for the working class, saying jobs, jobs, jobs is a
Right.
good thing.
I don't like. I'm very hesitant to attribute either a economy succeeding or failing to a president. I don't think that this has a lot of. I don't think presidents have a lot of control over the
Jobs,
economy,
jobs, jobs.
Okay,
Jobs, jobs, jobs. Come on.
there you go.
It's a
There you go.
politics is about taking credit for things that you didn't necessarily do.
Of course,
which was
it is.
something.
Yeah, of course.
So Trump is brilliant at that. You got to admit.
Oh, I never said he is.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to take whenever something good happens, you take credit for it, and then whenever something bad happens, you say
blame
was
it
someone
on the
else's fault.
predecessor.
Yeah, exactly. Or somebody
Politics
is someone else.
101. Yeah, jobs,
Right.
jobs, jobs. Just come on.
Of
We're
course.
for the working class now.
Right.
Fascism started popping up all over Europe right after the Russian Revolution. Mussolini got his start beating up socialists in the Po Valley on the grounds that he was defending not wealthy elites, but struggling rural farmers who didn't like the socialist takeover of their industry during the Biennio Rosso. The fascist goal is to harness and redirect class resentment towards a scapegoat.
No.
They come at us on identity. It always comes down to the shape of the human skull. When a provocateur shows up on a college campus to talk about ideas, it's not a debate.
See, but this is the problem. Since Ian literally doesn't understand, he doesn't understand the psychology or thought process of any of this stuff. So he thinks there's some mythical, magical Richard Spencer who's making the conscious decision to steal the animus of the communists and then turn them all into racist fascists. When in reality, it's like, no, the idea that there is a cabal of elites out there somewhere that is controlling your life, controlling society, and brainwashing you and the population into, voting or being against your own interest is an idea. That idea alone is not a political left or right wing idea. That's an idea that can be persuasive to swaths of the population.
Yeah.
To 30 to 40% of the population love that idea. Okay.
I mean,
and then
30%, 90%, man. It's just they
I don't
switch
think it's
out
that
who
high,
the
but-
boogeyman is.
But some percentage of the population loves that idea of this magical, elite cabal that's controlling their lives and hypnotizing them in their society. That's a completely apolitical idea that people are attracted to. And then the politics just enters into it, into, as you said, who the boogeyman is that's causing the problem.
The
and how to
boogeyman for
solve the
him
problem.
is white supremacy.
Right. Is the problem the degeneration of culture, or is the problem that our culture is inherently corrupt? And whatever your moral intuition is that you were basically born with, probably, is just leading you down the left, whether you're going to go into the left wing, conspiracy theory land or the right wing conspiracy theory land.
Right.
But since Ian doesn't think that, since Ian resides in left wing conspiracy theory land, he assumes it's automatically true. And therefore, if there's people that are the right that basically believe the same thing, but just mad libbed out the nouns and the pronouns a little bit, they must be stealing the truth seekers from his movement.
Remember when Vosh said that? The difference is we're right and they're wrong.
Of course.
There's absolutely no difference, but except we're right and they're wrong. Holy shit, let's go. Brandon is trending.
Oh, again? What happened?
It happened again? Oh, hilarious.
There's so many times that, I don't understand. Twitter says X is trending, and I click on it, and there's, nothing recent that's trending. And I'm like, why did it send me this?
I think it's personalizing trending stuff now. Probably
No,
personalizing
it has been
for
for
me.
a while. Oh, look, dream face reveal. Oh, I'm so happy that the guy who cheated at Minecraft is giving a face reveal. Thank you, Twitter. I'm so excited for this.
Oh, fascinating.
Yes.
Cheater face.
There's no special sequence of words that will defeat them. This is a show of dominance. they are presenting themselves as white compatriots to be reasoned with, rather than agents of white supremacy to be opposed.
So that's why he's not going to debate us.
I'm sorry. I was actually looking at Dream's face, and he looks exactly how I imagined he'd look, which is kind of hilarious.
Oh, what's it look?
He looks like Rumpelstiltskin from Shrek 3.
Oh, okay. I never saw Shrek 3, so.
Okay.
In that framing, they are presenting themselves as white compatriots to be reasoned with, rather than agents of white supremacy to be opposed. In that framing, the stakes are attention, the weapons are words, and people of color are not players but tokens on a white person's game board. And they are checking whether you will submit to that structure. They don't care about ideas, they care about power.
Projection.
The guy whose whole philosophy is based on power and oppression.
Yes.
Is the one pointing the finger here. All they care about is power.
I know.
Whatever, dude.
Insane.
And power is what beats them. They tell you 400 people...
Oh, look, he admits it. He totally admitted it. He's like, yeah, I care about power too.
Mask off moment.
This has to be about power.
Yes.
Power's the only way we're going to get them.
He's like, all the racists care about is power. And they're right.
I know. Yeah. That's not the gotcha you think it is, Ian.
To protest is just free news coverage. But when 4,000 show up, they cancel. That's power. And in absolute numbers, most events, they can't rustle up 4,000 supporters. But we can, provided cishet non-disabled white dude.
Look at this. This was from 1 million years ago.
So what is his concern here? If this is the Umberto Eco strong, weak enemy dynamic, okay?
It is.
These people are controlling our society, and yet for some reason, it's super easy to rustle up a counter protest that vastly outweighs them, and they'll run away scared.
Yeah. So how is it that they have the power again?
Yeah.
What?
Lefties like myself haven't told all the right's biggest targets that their struggles don't matter. And it's worth mentioning, cops fuck with protesters less when some of them are white. It's also worth mentioning racism affects 58% of the working poor, so there can be no class solidarity that doesn't address it. This isn't who needs to win.
Hold on a second.
All the right's biggest targets that their struggles don't matter. And it's worth mentioning, cops fuck with protesters less when some of them are white. It's also worth mentioning racism affects 58% of the working poor, so there can be no class solidarity that doesn't address it.
What?
Oh, okay. It's hilarious because I'm like, how is he saying that like being poor is a not white issue? And if you look at this chart, white people are the majority of the people that are poor.
Low-income families by race and ethnicity.
But then it's because he combines blacks and Hispanics together.
Oh, it is.
And other together. So he's like, well, if you combine every other group of people, then
right.
More. I was like, oh, okay.
The majority.
Not of lower income situations. So, it's just what's always funny too when they always say that like, oh, all these poor people and all these systems are all a basis of like racism, and it's like, oh, you're telling me that white people are so incredibly racist that they're going to throw 42% of or whatever percent of white people under the bus just to hit a lower percentage of black people.
Right.
With the poverty stick.
No,
like
supposedly.
That's some dedication to racism. You're so racist, you're willing to sacrifice large swaths of your own population just to get smaller swaths of their population. Like, that's some real dedication to racism, okay? That's the next level racism.
Just the cost of doing business, man.
There you go. That's the cost of doing business. You're right.
This isn't who needs to win. This is who needs to win. And if you're white, you need to be over here. I've collected as many resources as I can find by POC on what they need and want from white allies and put them in the down there part. There's a plurality.
Yeah, listen. If you've ever heard a non-white person say something about race and racism in this country, you just have to accept it, right? You just have to accept it. If someone is not white, they have the definitive knowledge and understanding and viewpoint on race issues in this country.
Yeah.
Yeah. Except, of course, for all the people that are non-white that disagree with Ian. Those people are all Uncle Toms and must be ignored. But, everyone else.
Yeah.
Everyone that just happens to, all the people of color that just happen to exactly coincide with a leftist communist view. Listen
all the Tim Scotts of the world, don't listen to them, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
Don't listen to John McWhorters.
Yeah. Nope.
The Glenn Lowrys.
Of course not. Yeah.
No.
Them's the bad peoples.
Yeah. Yep.
Of opinions on this, so I recommend reading more than one. And it may not always be a 4,000 strong protest. Every direct action is unique and must be strategized in concert with the people most affected. But what I can tell you is
if we live in a white supremacist society, how do they explain the George Floyd situation and reaction?
Oh yeah, great point. They don't explain it.
I mean, the largest protest this country's had in 60 years.
Yeah. During a pandemic, when everyone
during a
should
pandemic,
be afraid.
Was literally about police violence and the fear that it was racist.
Yeah.
The largest protest this country's had in 50, 60 years, I would wager. And what was probably the largest protest before then? Civil rights protest.
Did you think, I wonder if Ian's even made a video on.
Maybe they got beat out by Vietnam War protests, but
let's see if Ian's
I don't think he made a business about George Floyd or anything
on
like
George Floyd.
Because he only makes his terrible alt-right videos. His last video he made was a year ago on Gamergate, which we were going to cover and never did, because it's like
oh my God, you're right.
It's like fucking, I remember because when it came out, people were like, Sitch, you have to cover this. I'm like, it's fucking 2021 and Ian Danskin's making a video on Gamergate.
Right, yeah.
And now it's 2022 and Ian Danskin's making a video about 2017. Like, what the fuck?
What are these COVID videos? COVID, 25 good things that got me through. COVID, the 90s neoliberal fantasia as experienced by Daria More Gender Offer Millennial. COVID, what makes an FPS arsenal good? A frames per second arsenal good? What?
Who knows? Well, I didn't watch any of his COVID videos. I should. There's probably gold in there somewhere.
The COVIDs. The semiotics of cuck? The semantics?
Semiotics.
What's a semiotic?
I assume it has something to do with semantics.
Oh.
Well, let's see. The study in signs and symbols and their use of interpretation. Semiotics.
Dude, where's your George Floyd video?
We should I want to watch this video. His video is the beginning of the video is why is the right fixated with cucks?
Mm-hmm.
I'm super curious if Ian's gonna come out as a cuck, like a proud cuck.
I thought he already did though. That was like a thing.
Did he?
Yeah, his girlfriend had a boyfriend or something. Everyone. They were Come on, I'm doing all these cuck jokes and you don't even know the real details?
Wait a minute. I thought it was just a joke.
No, look it up. He supposedly had some girlfriend or something that was dating some other guy. Like he was in an open relationship with some girl. Yeah, he full on did a Destiny thing. And everyone was giving him a hard time about it. All right, I'll be right back.
You can't just drop a bomb like this. Look, listen to Adam here. He drops a bomb on me. Like Ian Danskin has a girlfriend's boyfriend or something, and then he just leaves. Someone in the chat has to provide. I need some receipts about this. Is this true? Is Ian Danskin an actual cuck? Because that's hilarious. I would laugh so hard Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Is this okay? Wait a minute. I think I found something here. How many Ian Danskins in the world are there? There can only be like a couple, right? Wait a minute. Did I find Ian Danskin's girlfriend? Oh no. Oh no. Is this his girlfriend or wife? Wait a minute. I wish you guys could see what I say. This is not. This is. Wait a minute. I just had to confirm this before I start saying things. Okay. I think it is.
Did you miss me? I'm back.
I think I found some incredible information.
About the cuckness?
So first of all, I'm pretty sure. Okay, well let me explain the order of events here.
Okay.
So I type in Ian Danskin open relationship,
Uh-huh.
and I get a 2012 article from the Huffington Post.
Right.
The Huffington Post.
Right. About
And
how great it is for Ian Danskin to be in an
says-
open relationship.
Ian Danskin
Uh-huh.
and Ada Mandalay join HuffPost Live to share how they deal with jealousy in their polyamorous relationship.
I don't how look, how do I remember all this stuff but you don't remember any of it?
Because I don't keep this information that important enough for me to keep in my mind.
Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Does this reframe your perception of the cuck?
I thought my joke was just a joke. I didn't realize it was probably true. Holy shit.
Let's read more of the article.
Okay,
How does Ian Danskin handle it when some guy is railing his girlfriend in the other room?
I'm
Or
so
is it in
pissed.
the same room?
I'm so pissed there's a video. I had to find this video because the link doesn't work anymore. I had to find this video. Someone has this video. Please send it to me on Twitter. I'm so desperate. I'm so desperate to find find this video.
Ian Cuck video?
The Ian Cook on the Huffington Post talking about
Right.
being in an open relationship. So
His girlfriend's
article's-
like, how do I handle jealousy? Well, since I'm the only girl he's dating, there's nothing to be jealous about.
right. So, because the article is super, super, super short. But what it says is the interviewer says, how do you deal with jealousy? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, his girlfriend or wife or whatever went into depth with the host about
In
what
depth?
jealousy.
She went into depth with the host, huh?
Yes.
Okay. In front of Ian, or was
In
he
front of Ian.
Okay.
Yes. About what jealousy can mean in a polyamorous situation, questioning whether jealousy is really code for other things,
Right.
and stressing the need to ask what is really missing. She said, "What am I feeling like I need out of this relationship that I'm not currently getting? Do I have fears of being left behind? Is this person getting more time than me?" Okay, if you're in an open relationship and someone says that, that's a huge red flag.
That's not. It's a
Not where jealousy comes from.
That's a complete misread of
Jealousy.
the feelings. Yeah, the
Right,
feelings
right.
are. I wonder if he's going to get her pregnant instead of me, and I'm
I
going to
know,
end up
but they don't
raising his kid.
Right, but they're too stupid to look at just from an evolutionary perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so then Ian says, Ian Danskin's approach to combating jealousy was to look inwards at what else he's missing in the relationship. Quote, I don't necessarily think someone is going to get more of Ada's affection because I don't think of affection as a depleting resource, he said.
Right. How about your bank account? Is that a depleting resource as you're wasting it on your wife's lover's fucking kid?
God. He literally did get a Nintendo Switch from his girlfriend's boyfriend. I had to find this video. Oh my God. I'm so mad that this link doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Where is this video? Ian Danskin HuffPost. Oh, I need this video. I need this video so desperately.
Sitch is like downloading Tor. He's going to the dark web.
I gotta find this
I gotta
video.
put a hit out on this video.
I need to find this video. This is amazing.
Sitch, Ian Danskin has scrubbed this video from the internet, okay? Listen, you're never going to find that video.
I'm going to find this video.
Ian Danskin knows. He's like,
I'm
look,
going to find this video.
look, his last video before the last one from a year ago is the things that got him through COVID, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Annihilating his cuck video from the internet was, I'm sure, is in the list of the 25 things, okay? There's no way it's not.
It's got to be out. Someone who hates Ian Danskin
Has saved
kept
it to
this
their
video.
computer somewhere?
Of course they did. Of course they did.
Yeah, doubtful, but
Oh, wait, here's a longer article about it.
okay.
How many times do they talk about? Why would he talks about this so much?
Listen, a lot of people that are in cuck relationships, they feel like talking about it openly is going to somehow make the weird, queasy feelings go away. That's what they're doing. They're like, if enough people call me stunning and brave, I'm not going to feel like a big idiot every time I see her get railed by some other dude.
Mm.
Yeah. Look, it's not true. That feeling that that something wrong is happening. That's your body telling you someone's fucking with you.
Right.
Yeah. Yes.
So, listen.
What? I'm listening.
You guys know that I hate to ad hom people.
Yeah. What?
So much.
You love to ad hom people. What are
I
you
know.
talking about?
Listen, I hate to ad hom people. You guys know this, okay?
We
guys
were
know this, I hate
listen. Evidently, earlier you were ad homing because you didn't actually know that what I was saying about Ian was true. You thought it was just an ad hom.
I was just telling jokes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I was telling facts.
Right. You were saying something that's fact. All I'm going to say is his girlfriend / wife looks exactly how you would imagine. Okay. And I'll leave it at that.
Can we bring up a picture? I don't know.
No, I don't want to bring up a picture.
You sure? Well, at least
I'm
send me
sure.
the picture so I can look at it.
If I send it to you, you have to promise not to bring it up.
I promise. You can trust me.
I can trust you. I cannot trust you.
No, yeah, I will. I promise. I won't bring it up.
I found what I believe is her Twitter.
Really? Are they married now?
I don't know. Maybe they're not even together anymore. But this is who in 2012, was in the relationship. I think this is the person. They have the same name.
Well, I mean, they could have changed her name.
Right. Well, it looks kind of like.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's her. I remember this.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay. Award-winning Latinx organizer.
Okay, it's fine. Listen, we're being too mean.
Wait
to
a
get
second.
off of making fun of someone for their physical appearance.
Wait a second.
And make fun of them for being a cuck.
Award.
Yes.
What? Who gives out awards for Latinx organizing?
You've never gotten a Latinx, so you never seen the Latinx awards?
Oh, this is helpful. The next thing in her bio is trauma-focused therapist. That will come in handy for Ian. since he's going to be in a lot of trauma. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Wait, this is like oh my God, there's another video. I need this video. I'm so mad that these videos aren't up anymore. Ian Danskin did a video for HuffPost Live.
Okay.
In 2012 called Coming Out as Polyamorous to Your Family.
No way. Oh my God.
Oh my God. I'm so mad that these links are dead. Oh my God, I want this video so badly.
Of course they're dead.
Oh.
What is sexuality and DEI educator?
Diversity, inclusion, equity.
But what does sexuality have to do with that?
Nothing. They do both. She does both.
Accountability facilitator. She's got like 20 titles here.
Yeah.
Circle keeper.
I don't know what that means.
Got any ideas?
Keeper of the circle.
What? Taboo tackler.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's sure.
Her pronouns are they, Ellie.
I don't. Yeah. How is your pronoun Ellie?
I don't. Yeah, I'm lost. I do
Circle
know,
keeper. Pathways to restorative communities.
I do know that you can't call they a she without.
I don't know what L is. They L.
Yeah.
That's anyone to me. Anyway, we're almost done with this fucking insane video.
Well, I mean, this was
Before I find this gold. This gold.
this was a fun sidetrack though.
This was. Oh my god.
When business gets done,
If anyone finds this video,
white folks
you gotta
need
send
to
it me.
split the check. A movement can
Wait, what? Did you just say white folks got to pay for everything? Racist.
I know.
defected. But what I can tell you is when business gets done, white folks need to split the check. A movement cannot be anti-fascist if it isn't anti-racist.
Oh, so moving, Ian.
So deep.
Yeah,
Oh my god, what a genius. Oh,
I know.
genius. Oh, what a genius.
They don't really want to be anti-racist. They just want to change. They want to change racism into something that works for them.
L is Spanish for here. Oh. It was spelled E-L-L-E, not E-L.
Mm-hmm.
So their pronoun is they here? What? The fuck does that mean? That's bizarre. Okay.
Damn it. Damn you, Huffington Post Live.
I know. I'm so sad.
How dare you?
Kyle Petty, thanks so much for the $20, says, that's it. I'm leaving S class. Oh no! Oh no. What did I do now? A team, here I come. Psych, LOL. Oh, you got me. You got me, Kyle.
Thank goodness. What? Hold on, he psyched me?
He psyched both of us, yes.
I don't get any love. A team doesn't get any love.
L is the French conjugation for her. Oh. I don't know. Maybe she's French. But Dream didn't actually cheat. Carl Jobst has an excellent video on it. By the way, I don't even like Dream. Just saying, no ill intent. By the way, love you, Adam.
Well,
Really?
thank
He
you.
didn't cheat. Okay. That's shocking.
Who didn't cheat?
Dream.
Who's Dream?
Dream is a YouTuber who like blew up overnight.
Mm-hmm.
And in the Minecraft community.
Right.
He blew up with like children. And he did a Minecraft speed run. And someone supposedly calculated the odds of him getting the resources. You played Minecraft. We played Minecraft once. That was fun.
I remember you.
It's one of our best
made me
videos.
die. Yeah.
I watched one of our best videos was me playing Minecraft with Adam,
Right.
and on his first night, I hid in a little cave and I
Right.
from a little window watched Adam die in the darkness as he got killed by spiders and zombies.
Yeah. Spiders and zombies. Couldn't figure out what was going on.
Yes. And
Horrifying.
no, so apparently Dream did a speed run and someone supposedly had calculated the mathematical chances of him getting the resources that he got in order to do speed run. And they said it was like, 1 in like 75 million trillion chances for him to do it. And they accused him of cheating. And then, but here's why I'm confused, Kyle, because I thought that originally Dream said he didn't cheat. He didn't have any way of modifying the resource values. But then I thought he did admit that he changed the values, but he didn't realize that they were still on, that the mod was still on when he ran his speedrun. I thought he changed his story. I don't remember because it's been a long time ago, and I don't care enough to go into this. So,
Wow.
Bye, Aiden. Aiden says it's 4 a.m., so I'm headed to bed. Great job surviving the awful video. Thank you. Thank you.
Good night.
Have a good night, Aiden.
Nighty night.
Dream hired, Dr. Lewis says, Dream hired a mathematician, didn't tell him all the details, and sent his analysis out where it was swiftly obliterated. Interesting.
Oh, really?
He admitted that Solodor says he did admit that he accidentally had the mod on. Okay. So what is Carl Jobs' video about then?
What was the mod for?
It increased certain... So in Minecraft, which you probably don't remember because I don't know if you actually played it, you have to mine for certain resources.
No, I remember. Yeah, it was a big pain in the ass.
And then I think I don't know what he changed. I don't know if he changed emerald drop rates, or I think you can like mine emeralds and you can trade them to villagers for certain items. And it's one of the fastest way to get items. And I believe, Sean Chat probably knows better than I do. I believe the mod increased the likelihood of getting good trades from the villagers because it's random.
Oh, really?
That you would need some sort of good trade in order to beat the game faster, essentially.
He did cheat.
Supposedly.
Cheater.
So I don't know. But I'm curious because if he admitted to having it on, then I don't know what the person debunked then. So, anyways, Carl gave an overview of the situation without making a judgment. Oh, Carl's very unjudgmental. Okay, well, there you go. No, not Carl and Sargon. Carl and Carl Jobst. But I'll check it out. He changed the pearl trade rate and the fire rod drop rate. Oh, okay. Okay, that's interesting. I didn't think you could beat Minecraft. It went on forever. I believe the way the speedrun works is you have to kill... You can beat Minecraft. You kill the Ender Dragon. So he changed the likelihood of spawning the fire dudes that you need as well. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I've always said this. If you want to know the secret of life, you just have to beat Minecraft. Then you learn the secret of life.
There's no beating Minecraft. It's impossible.
You can. It's the same way that you do the speedrunner. You have to kill the Ender Dragon.
There's an Ender Dragon?
The Nether Dragon. Ender Dragon. The Ender Dragon.
Here's how you guys beat Minecraft, okay?
You'll learn the secret of life. No one believes me.
You find this deleted Huffington Post video. That's how you beat Minecraft.
That's true. That's really true. If you want to beat Minecraft, you have to find the secret Huffington Post Ian Danskin talks about being a cuck video. So that's very true. That's very true.
That'd be amazing. So are we done? Do we have any more super chats?
We have super chats.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let me see, because there's one that we got before stream that I sent to you. Tristan Verhacky, thanks so much, Tristan. Tristan has been a 7-month Discipline Equals Freedom member.
Amazing.
Oh, amazing. Says, late and message not sent, edit and try again.
Uh-oh.
I guess the message wouldn't let him write late and gay.
He's probably trying to call us gay.
Yeah.
They won't even let you say gay on YouTube anymore.
It just means happy, okay?
I know. Maybe they changed the definition to mean something else.
Well, that's why we have the late emoji, okay?
Yeah, of course.
Right. Kyle Petty, weighed in for another $20. Thank you, Kyle. Says, sorry to clarify, the game was modified, and he technically did cheat, but he didn't know the person who made the mod did that. It sounds like he could be lying, but Carl's investigation definitely seemed like it wasn't intentional. Oh, okay. Well, that's fair. That could be fair. That could definitely be fair, yeah.
So he thought it was a mod that didn't help him succeed.
Well, that might have done something else.
Right.
He didn't realize it had some element to it. So that's totally fair.
It's just a mod that gave him like a fancy skin
maybe
or something.
Yeah, maybe he did something else. Yeah.
Okay. I gotcha.
Kenneth Kraus, also known as Kidnish Cargo, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 3 months. Says, I was given one of these alt-right playbook videos in a Discord server I'm in. I watched it shortly before I shut it off. You all are stronger men than I.
Gotta get to the true insanity.
Well, it's not that we're stronger. We have an incentive to do it, which is to watch it with you fine folks.
Yeah, to make fun of it. Make some jokes.
Right.
Burn that bridge with Ian more.
I literally could, like, if we didn't have this stream and I wasn't a YouTuber,
we wouldn't watch any of these videos.
I would watch this video for like a minute and I'd start shouting to no one.
Yeah.
I start shouting to myself in an empty house and lose my mind. Like, and I've actually done this even with the stream, where I'll watch a video and I'll pause it every 30 seconds just to yell at no one, and I can't watch the rest of the video. It's just too like.
This is what happened with me with the last Rings of Power video. I was like, oh my God, this is so fucking painful. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
And it's even worse because you're watching it and you understand the feelings that the writers and producers are expecting you to have, but you don't have any of those feelings whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
So it is just like, it makes you hate those people.
Right.
They'll think this is so cool when she drops off her horse and does a little somersault.
Oh my God.
And I know, it's ridiculous.
Okay, what was worse? And I want to chat the way on this. What's worse? So in the first episode of Sammy Says the Gators Will Listen to You. That's true, they do. Maybe that's why I get so many gators coming in the house, because they hear me ranting and they want to listen. Okay, so what's worse? So in the first episode of Rings of Power, the guy puts his sword down and Galadriel runs up it, and he flips her with the sword. And she flies through the air. And she cuts the troll. Or she's riding a horse. Someone shoots an arrow at her. She falls over as if she's like a marionette and you just cut all of her strings. And she just literally falls over upside down. And then for no reason continues holding up her body upside down for like another 40 feet, where she cuts a goblin orc in half upside down for no reason before riding herself.
Yeah, it's the second one. Obviously, the last one was just way more ridiculous.
It looked so dumb.
Yeah, it didn't look cool.
No, it looked terrible.
Everything to do with the battle is just ridiculous.
I know.
Ridiculous.
Did you hear the story about the guy who married a gator? I mean, I hear about that story every day.
I mean, morons have to be writing this stuff.
Morons are writing. The Ring of Power is so poorly written. It's baffling.
What video are you working on now?
She-Hulk, how, they always say that we need to have diversity in the writing room because a bunch of cishet white males can't write, female characters properly, and they can't write non-white characters properly.
Right.
And She-Hulk takes a sledgehammer to that idea, because you have a show that's written by women featuring women characters, and they make all the female characters horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, it's scary because I feel like they don't even really know how to make people likable. They don't it's a mystery to them what makes people likable.
True.
That's a scary world to live in.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll put that in there.
Don't steal my good stuff. What are you doing?
I am. Until you finish the comic and are making your own videos, I can steal everything.
You're welcome to even if I am making my own videos, steal away.
Oh, thank you. You can't steal any of my ideas though.
Well, wait a second here.
It goes one way.
We're in an idea polyamorous relationship here.
Okay,
we get to share our ideas with the world and each other and everyone. Come on, this is a free idea love situation here. Right.
Christian Baller, thanks so much, Christian Baller. Who Adam, you should really bring up that the deep fake.
No, that's not going to happen.
Christian Baller, who made an amazing Ian Danskin Adam-friended deepfake.
No.
And a Milo Yiannopoulos Adam-friended deepfake.
It's not amazing. I don't know why you'd call it that.
Bring it up. Bring it up. It's
like the worst of me and the worst of Milo. It's ridiculous.
Well, I didn't send you the last one he made, or the first one he made. He actually also made a...
Good.
Here you go.
Christian, stop making these. They're not fun.
Do you see the one I just sent you?
I'm not even going to look. I'm deleting Twitter.
Look at it. Look at it, Adam.
I'm deleting
Behold.
Twitter. Oh, my God.
Do you know who Sonic Chew is, Adam?
Okay, I might bring this one up.
Oh, you like this one?
This one's just ridiculous.
You won't bring up the Ian Danskin one or the Milo Yiannopoulos one, but you'll bring up the Sonic Chew one.
Here you go, guys. Here you go. I think I'm gonna change this one to my avatar. Make this one my Twitter avatar for a while. Who is this? This is Chris Chan, right?
That's Christian, yeah.
Okay.
I didn't think you knew who Christian was.
Well, come on.
There's Adam Chan.
I keep track of what's going on the interwebs. All right, I know. I'm not square, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a normie, for heaven's sakes.
That's Adam Chan, everybody.
Yeah,
That's
there
Adam
you
Chan.
go. The other, not Sammy G's beautiful Adam Chan. This is the scary Adam Chan.
The Chris friended Adam Chan.
Yeah, no thanks.
Oh my God. Oof. Thank you, Christian. You should really show that one.
Christian, your work is done here. Thank you for the super chat.
Christian for 7 months. 7 months, remember. Says, sorry it's been long since the last super chat. Been very busy and haven't been able to watch the live streams. I'm thinking Chris Chan for the next Adam deepfake. Keep up the great work, guys. Well, thank you, Christian. And you too.
Yeah.
You keep up the great work as well.
Yeah, thanks.
I can hear your voice is just dripping with happiness.
We love you.
Oh, hey, Hot Diggity Demon. Hot Diggity Demon says, please ask Adam to describe what he knows about Chris Chan. That's a good game. What do you know about Chris Chan?
Chris Chan is a guy who decided to...
Whoa.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Guy?
Chris Chan is a woman who I guess had lesbian sex with his mom.
Oh, so you do know. Okay, never mind. You do know.
Since she's actually a woman.
Right.
And there's some... Her
How
mom
old how old she was?
Was he a him or a her when he actually had sex with her?
I have no idea.
So there's evidently...
She was like 78, 79 or something.
Right. She's mentally disabled or something like that.
Yes, supposedly.
And there's some crazy psycho woman on the internet that basically tried to talk him into having sex with his mom, and then
that's right. Yes,
got a live stream going or talked to him on a call and got him to admit that he had sex with his mom, and then the authorities got involved and arrested him for having sex with his mom.
It's super fucking dark.
Like I wasn't. Did he transition after he got arrested and now he's in a women's prison?
I have no idea. No,
right.
No, because I'm looking a picture of Chris Chan being arrested, and they're appear to be transitioning. The cop has a look on his face where he's like, "Look at this fucking weird."
Chris Chan in prison.
I don't know. Good question.
Chris Chan did not escape jail, despite the rumors. Oh yeah, he is in prison.
Chris Chan is a transgender woman, but is in a male prison.
Right. So he didn't. Now he's in a male prison. Okay.
Right. Or at least when this article was written.
So authorities were like,
yeah, I forgot that element, that the reason there was some like super weird psychotic woman who was like, wasn't he like in love with her or something? She was in love with her.
Who is Chris Chan, and did she escape from prison?
Wasn't
September.
Did the woman, like, did she kind of pressure him into having sex with his mom, or did she just pressure him into admitting that he had sex with his mom? Or claiming that he had sex with his mom? I don't know if it was ever proven.
I thought she convinced him to have sex with his mom and then admit it.
Okay.
But Chris Chan is a famous internet personality that has had a bunch of people trolling
him. Right.
Well, they were trolling him when he was a him.
Right.
Yeah. So, historically.
They're apparently they're still waiting trial.
Nice.
Someone claimed that he said that he transitioned to get laid. Oh my God. Okay, anyway, moving off of Christian. Oh, that's right. So we've started doing a thing. It says transitions that he wears a dress and stop getting haircuts. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough.
I mean, he's
But,
got pretty big boobs. Just on,
Well, they
without
could just be fat,
without even
Not even
hormone
taking
therapy.
hormones. Yeah. Impressive.
I mean,
So
he
we did
got
something.
boobs. Let's just say he got boobs the fun way, right? By
There
eating
you
like
go.
4 cheeseburgers a day.
There you go. So we did something fun people liked last week. It was CT sent you a picture of a Pokemon.
Oh, you want to do that again?
We're doing that again. You described it,
Right.
and then don't say in the chat what you and then so you have to guess what Pokemon Adam is describing based off of how he decides to name the Pokemon. Okay. And don't say it in the chat. Do not say it in the chat. Go on the Discord. There's some place on the Discord where you say what you think the guess is, and if you get it right, you win some kind of prize. I don't know what the prize is, but you win something.
Flamingo Fox.
So
That's the Pokemon.
okay, I wasn't there yet, but okay. So the Pokemon Adam is now looking at today, you called it a Flamingo Fox.
Yep.
Flamingo Fox. Okay, so go to the Discord and type in what you think. What Pokemon?
That's not what it's actually called. I would be amazed
No,
if that's
it is not
what
actually
it's
called
actually
the Flamingo Fox. No.
What was the last one that we did? I can't.
So the
I
last
can't
one.
go back that far.
You can go back. The last one was.
Oh, panda. Panda fish,
Panda fish.
I believe.
Where is
Don't
it?
quote me on that. I see
The
the
last
Pokemon.
one. Where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. You called it panda fish.
I think maybe.
And it's actually called Oshawott.
Okay.
Oshbagosh.
Oshtwat.
Oshtwat. Okay, you called Oshtwat panda fish. And so this week we have Flamingo Fox. So
Right.
go to the Discord, type in your guess, win something. Win some kind of magical prize. I don't know what it is.
You gonna
Maybe it's just
win
recognition.
something?
Maybe it's just fame. Maybe it's a month of Nitro. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Where in the Discord do you guess? I don't know, CT, where in the Discord do you guess? That's a good question.
You can't link directly to the guest station.
Right.
That's the problem with Discord. Anyway, that was fun.
Don't ban. You can't listen. You're not allowed to ban Vinny the Doberman. Okay. Vinny the Doberman is official mascot of. Okay, he's just been timed out. That's fine. You can time out Vinny. You can't ban.
What did he get?
Vinny
timed
is the
out
official
for?
mascot of someone who just hates our guts and loves us simultaneously at the same time. So
Oh, Lucifer. It's a Doberman fight. That's what's going on.
Vinny said he said this is Doberman on Doberman violence.
Look at that. As long as it's in good fun.
So there you go. Anyway, CT, where in the Discord do they answer this question?
Yeah, what's going on, CT? Discord action.
Lucifer says he asked me to ban him. Okay, there you go.
All
He's
right.
like the Joker. He's like, ban me. Come on, ban me.
I dare you.
Okay, so here's Flamingo
How
Fox.
on earth is a Oshawott a panda fish? Adam
It
needs
looks
to
kind of
get-
like a panda fish.
Adam needs to get his prescriptions checked. Wait, what? You say my glasses are off? I just got a fresh prescription, so. Panda fish is one of my faves. Really? Huh.
There you go.
Sammy G likes panda fish.
It should be called. I think panda fish is a better name than Oshtwat. That seems pretty offensive. But
Do we have something lined up for next week? I think tentatively we have.
if we can get Kurt and
Kerp.
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 Who's Kerp?
I mean, that's what they call him sometimes on
Okay.
Kyle's show. Kerp.
We have,
I think it's a joke.
Yeah, I would assume we have
Kerp.
Kurt. We have Kerp. Yeah.
And he might even get us Ryan Long. Ryan Long might be on with Kerp. So
Yeah, that would be awesome if we can get Kurt and Ryan Long
Right.
To come on. And you know what they want to do? You know what the both of them want to do with us?
they want to make fun of Vosh.
They want to make fun of Vosh. That's right.
Right, yeah.
That's right.
So
that'd be awesome if we have Kurt Metzger and Ryan Long
Right.
shitting on Vosh with us. Would be a lot of fun. So
Kurt's got a Vosh video that he wants us to destroy Vosh. Well, actually, he said he was watching it alone and it was driving him insane.
He
So
was doing what
wanted to
I was.
watch it
Yeah,
with
he's
us.
doing what I'm doing. He's yelling at no one about a video, and he reached out to us and said, "You have to cover this video with me because it makes me insane."
Yeah. Welcome to the internet. This is like
Right.
this is 90% of what makes the internet fun.
Right. I still haven't watched that video. I need to watch that video. So
It'll be fun with Kurt.
yeah,
No, regardless, anyway.
Right.
I think Kurt said
CT put a link to where to guess the Pokemon name.
I should look because Kurt said he might be touring with a really big name comedian.
Oh, that's cool.
Did he
Yeah,
tell
we can
you
ask
about
about it.
that?
No. In the DMs? Did you say
Yeah.
that?
Louis C.K.
Oh, wow.
He thinks he got a tour lined up with Louis C.K. That would be
be amazing.
Fucking. That would be pretty amazing.
Maybe Lewis will masturbate in front of him and he could get,
Film
be
it.
part of that story.
Film it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can come on our.
Sitch, are you okay with comedians coming on the show? That's really pushing the comedy show vibes. There you go.
I mean, Kyle Dunnigan came on our 200 show with Kurt.
That was
and it was
hilarious,
great. Yeah. Fuck, it was
Yeah,
awesome.
the face swap thing. Is that what motivated you?
To do the face swap. A little bit. I
Andrew
can't-
Clark, thanks so much for the $2, says, no, he dragged the kid around violently. I don't remember what that was in the context of. He dragged the kid around violently.
What?
What were we talking about, Andrew? I don't know if Andrew's still around. Oh, whatever. Drawcher, thanks so much for the 10 pounds. Says the problem is that sexual orientation is now an identity to these people. There's no way they would want to just state their preference because to them that would be erasing their identity. There you go. Oh, they're talking about Harambe. Andrew said Harambe dragged the kid around violently before they shot him.
Really? I don't remember that happening.
Harambe
Yeah.
kid.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, he was grabbed and dragged by Harambe.
But lovingly, right?
I mean, I don't know.
You know how cats
I don't know.
pick up their kittens and kind of drag them around?
That was in 2016. I felt like that was way earlier. I thought that was like in 2012.
Really?
It was
No way.
2016.
Come on. 2012.
Everything is.
The internet didn't even exist in 2012.
I've been watching Community again, and I was just so upset when like they talk about like how long ago that show was on, and I'm like, fuck, it's so long ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Oh no, he drags that kid around pretty violently.
Well,
So
cool.
he's got that kid must have been like shitting at bricks. So he's kind of got the kid in like a corner. I forgot about this video. It's been so long. And he drags the kid by the leg, like a pretty reasonable distance. Though the kid is doing, I mean, I guess the kid's smart because he's not like freaking the fuck out and, like flailing around or anything. But no, Harambe is dragging the kid around all over the place. So
How dare he? Maybe the kid was bad. Maybe the kid is racist or something. So.
Oh, you know what? It's true.
He could be
Maybe the kid
racist
was
against
racist.
gorillas.
He could have been a gorillaist.
Might have called him the N-word. He could have put a noose around Harambe's neck and said, "This is MAGA country, bitch."
There you go.
And then Harambe would have every right to do what he's doing.
There you go. Harambe's death shifted the election result. Right. Yeah, he dragged the kid around like a toy. Yeah. Yep. Harambe's in animal hell with Cecil. Oh, wait a minute. Cecil didn't do anything wrong, right? Wasn't Cecil just like a random lion that got shot?
Oh, yeah, Cecil. I thought Cecil was like on a hunting trip. The dentist that killed Cecil.
Yeah, Cecil wasn't
I
like
forgot
attacking a
about
person.
Cecil
He was just,
the lion.
Cecil, I believe, was just chilling out and then got killed.
That was one of the
grossly.
first cancel culture things. See, the dentist who got axed by Cecil, who got canceled over Cecil the lion. I listened to a podcast about how, going on these big game hunts, the animals that they target for the people to kill, first of all, they pay a bunch of money, like $50,000 or whatever. And that $50,000 goes to managing the resources to keep the animals safe and not going extinct, deal with poachers
to some
and
extent,
stuff like that.
Right.
But the ones that they let the hunters target are the ones that are these animals that just go around killing far more animals. Like Cecil was probably one of the lions that had killed the head of a bunch of different prides and ate the cubs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, I don't know, because I don't remember. It's been since Cecil was like 2015, so it's been a long time.
Yeah.
This article is claiming that Cecil was somehow lured out of a protected area.
Right.
I don't know how they lured. So this could be wrong. This article is claiming that they lured him out of an area in which that he couldn't hunt him. So.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Right. So that's that's not what you're describing. This is far shadier than what you're describing.
Right.
Right.
But that might just be Ian Danskin might have wrote that article. Who knows?
Well, okay. Oh my God, this is insane. In 2017, Xanda, a son of Cecil, was legally shot by trophy hunters in Zimbabwe. Jesus, how many lions are getting fucking shot? There you go. God, the Cecil line is cursed. Anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Captain Mystery for $10 says, hey, thanks for the shout out to our moldy bread. I'm noticing some big names in chat. Don't be scared to check it out. I got to go radicalize the new members. There you go. Radicalize them all. True. There you go.
Don't radicalize anyone, guys. Unless
they already got the Pokemon.
For good.
Do you want to know what the actual Pokemon's name is?
Sure.
The Flamingo. What did you say?
Fox.
Flamingo Fox. Yes.
The Flamingo Fox.
Yes. They got it quick. The Pokemon's name is Zoru.
Of course Zorua. They got it quick because
Zorua.
Look, I try to give you guys good clues, good hints. Flamingo Fox. Everyone looked at that Pokemon and said, that's it. Look, obviously it's a Flamingo Fox. Adam knows his shit.
Well, there you go. It was a white and pink or white and red Zorua, because it looks like it's normally gray and not the picture that CT sent us. So I don't know what the color variations are, but back in my day, the Pokemon didn't have any color variations. They were all the same.
Yeah.
Chitachi says, lions don't pay taxes, so why should we care? There you go. There you go.
Wowzers.
Sanity Now for $5 says, Innuendo Studios put on a Gamergate video last year, 7 years late. So him putting out this video just 5 years late is an improvement in timeliness.
How does this video get 500,000 views though? What the hell?
It's insane. I don't know. It's totally crazy to me. Because all the lefty shithead channels blow it up, I guess. I have to watch
all the evidence.
I have to watch Hassan's reaction to this. I'm very curious if Hassan just is like, yeah, this is such a good video. Oh my god, this is so good.
Oh, I know. Yeah, we got to hit that. Definitely got to hit that.
Solidoge, also known as blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline. For $5. Did you know that it was actually, there's a question, who blew up the Solidoge? I mean, who blew up the Solidoge? Who blew up the Nord Stream pipeline? Was it America? Was it Ukraine? Was it Russia? Was it a false flag? No, it turned out it was Solidoge the whole time. It was the Doge.
I expected it was Solidoge, so I was the only one who wasn't in the dark.
You predicted this? Okay.
I did.
He says Disco Elysium devs thanking Karl Marx on stage and then immediately losing their jobs and going to the loony bin is hilarious. Free markets win again. I'm unfamiliar with this story. Wait,
What happened?
what? Disco Elysium devs reveal some team members left involuntarily. Wait, what is the story about this? They went on stage, thanked Karl Marx, and then they got fired. That's pretty bizarre.
What is Disco Elysium,
Oh, it's a video game.
if I might ask?
It's a video game.
Video?
A
Video?
video game. I've never played it, but it's
Sounds
supposed to be
awesome.
very popular among the gamers. Okay, I'll look at the story later.
Did you
Yeah,
see?
Richards, thank you so much.
Did you see Elon Musk brought his robot out?
I did see that, yeah.
His Tesla robot. What did you think
And
of
all
that?
I could think of is how are you supposed to fuck it? Doesn't look very hot.
Right. I mean, it can give you a back rub.
I might have only thought that because I was listening to Scott Adams today, and he spent a large portion talking about how he had a very good conversation with a female AI and how it's going to replace like human interactions. So,
What the fuck? Really? Did you really?
I mean, I don't think that's untrue. You think that's ridiculous?
No.
Okay.
Obviously not. I mean,
Though it was funny, he said,
I don't know that it's going to replace. I mean,
No.
that's the thing that where
Right,
I'm
right,
kind
right,
of
of
like,
course.
what? Replace female interactions?
right. Supplement?
Yeah, supplement. Exactly. There you go. It's like just a supplement.
There you go. I said, imagine having that conversation with your girlfriend slash wife. Oh, it's not she on you. It's just a supplemental robot relationship.
Yeah.
This could be very 20 years from now, 10 years from now. I don't know when it's going to happen. By 20 years, it will definitely happen, right?
Yeah.
20 years from now, when people have like sex robots and it's like mainstream, it's going to be wild. I'm very curious as what like society's going to look like at that point.
I feel like we've had a conversation where I've said it's going to be within 20 years and you have scoffed at that. And now
Having
you
sex
seem,
robots?
And now you seem on board with it. Yeah.
No, your 20 years was about having. It wasn't about sex robots. I think you said like general AI or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think. I think you can have sex robots. You can have sex robots way before you have general AI. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
That's easy. Yeah.
Because it
the
doesn't
first
have to have a
iteration-
brain. It just has to walk around and look sexy.
Well, no, the first iteration I would predict would be the robot itself would look like a robot that just has something you could stick, into, and then you'll put on your like VR headset and it'll look like whatever you want.
Oh, that's so bad.
That's what it's gonna be like.
That's so bad. That's not a good loving experience.
You say that until you try it, okay?
I'm not going to try that.
Listen, if the husband gets a robot girlfriend, the wife gets a robot boyfriend, equality. Listen, that's fair. Okay.
That's total. I mean, I'm trying to think if I would be jealous of a robot, like if my wife was having sex with a robot.
Of course you would. What do you mean?
I mean, I'm not sure I would, to be honest with you.
You're telling me okay, you're not thinking this through.
I mean,
If
it's basically just like a big vibrator, right?
Yeah, but if you hear your wife fucking a robot in another room,
Right. Yeah, you're
Screaming
right.
her
Yeah,
lungs.
yeah. I'm gonna get jealous. Never mind.
yeah, okay,
Never mind. That's
Right.
Not gonna be. That's
Okay.
not gonna be comfortable.
yeah, yep.
Oh, I see. I see you're using your human-sized vibrator.
Right.
Yeah.
No, you'll get jealous, but it'll be weird because then you'll have one too. So then you'll be like,
Right.
well, I guess fair is fair, right?
I guess. I mean,
It's only gonna work if both people are allowed to have one. If one person's allowed to have one, it's
or you.
or no one has one.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, yeah, if you're in a relationship with someone and you guys have
real
sex
woman.
regularly, then yeah, sure.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe you won't want one, but
Sure. I mean, you might want one, but maybe you won't get one.
Sammy says, just join in, Adam. Well, there you go. I mean, then it would. Well, see, that would be actually. I mean, that would be. There you go. Maybe you and your wife will have, your robot girlfriend, robot boyfriend. It'll be a massive robot foursome, Adam.
How about this? I put on a mech suit. Go in. No, come on. This is ridiculous.
Well, see, how weird would that be? Okay, wait a minute.
Uh-huh.
How would you feel? I'm actually shocked this isn't a thing. How is this not a thing? Am I a genius? I just discovered the next billion-dollar industry. Okay. You put on. Well, here's the problem. This is all going to rely on when they can perfect VR technology so that it doesn't require a big dorky headset. It's just
Enough
like a
with
little
the VR technology.
Well, no, this is the future. Listen,
You're like having sex with your wife, but as Avatar, as the blue Avatar lady.
Bingo. That's what I was about to say. You get your mini VR headsets, and you have sex with your wife, but she can look and sound like any character you want, and then from her perspective, you look and sound like any character that she wants.
You finally figure out if she's Team Jacob or Edward.
There you go. Maybe she'll try both out. You don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, augmented reality sex. That's going to be the future. How is that not a thing already? Augmented reality sex.
I'm sure it is.
Well, it's entirely relies on as soon as they can get VR to be the size of sunglasses, then everything's going to change. As soon as they can get it small enough.
I thought they had
changes.
contacts you could put in your eyes.
Well, that would be another thing, but we're not there yet. I mean, obviously. So.
I feel like we are there.
Where you have VR and contacts? No, what are you talking about?
Tell me about the EFAP conversation on Andor. Tell me the situation.
Oh,
hold on. When's Mahler going to show up in the chat? I want to argue
know.
with Mahler about Andor.
Well, let me
read
some super chats.
Why is Mahler?
Or you read some super chats. I gotta go to the bathroom really bad.
Okay, I'll read a super chat.
Do you know where we are? We're at Zara Richards.
Zara Richards.
7 months. Thank you so much, Zara Richards.
Zara Richards for 7 months. I'm going to give you the special Adam can read treatment here.
Okay. Well,
Zara Richards for 7 months. I heard Ian loves burning orphanages down. Okay. Yeah, no. Well, it depends. I mean, if the orphanage is full of white people, and let's face it, white people are all racist. So, I mean, he's basically doing a public service then, right? I mean, in his eyes. Obviously, that's detestable in any normal person's eyes, but Ian is a rare person. Okay. Michael Sutton for $20 says, I saw this last night and oh wait, I think Sitch already read this one. I saw this last night and I'm so glad you all will review this video. I have something to listen to for 8 hours at work this Monday. Keep up God's work, fellas. S-class stands for Sargon's class. Is he going backwards? I feel like maybe, no, I don't know. Maybe I'm going the wrong way. No, these go down. Was he going up? Kyle Petey for $20. Sorry to clarify. Oh, we've read this one too. I feel like we've read all these. I guess I can just read other ones, right? I guess he's going up. Okay, let me go that way then. Let's see. Diogenes for $20. Oh, I guess, what am I? It's late. I'm tired. Obviously, they go up. No, they come out at the bottom. Diogenes for $20. I keep hearing about white conservative racism. I keep hearing about white conservative racism. This white liberal racism. That. Okay, that makes sense. But what if, plot twist, the person of color is racist against other people of color? Why don't I get a voice in that conversation? Well, I mean, I guess you could have a voice in that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
If a person of color is racist against other people of color, well, how racist? How?
It's impossible.
Okay. Well, I
Impossible.
only got 2 super chats read in the time you were gone, but mostly because I was going the wrong way. You seem to be reading them backwards, I guess.
No, I wasn't reading it backwards. What are you talking about?
I'm so confused right now.
Anyway, you read Zara Richards? Did you read Salty Triscuit for $6?
No.
Salty
What's
Triscuit. Did you read Zara Richards for 7 months? Free Will Seeker, thanks so much. Says, I heard Ian loves burning orphanages down.
Yeah, I read that one.
Okay. Salty Triscuit, thanks so much for the $6. Says, quote, after all these years, finally, I have them all. Ian looking at his book collection.
Right, yeah. His 5-book collection.
Yes.
All partisan books. I was only reading the $20 ones. That's why I was.
Oh, I already read the $20
I'm
ones.
confused.
Unless there was a new $20 one that you read.
No.
Goro Sarah, thanks so much for the $5. Says, ContraPoints in a strawman competition when Innuendo Studios shows up. Mind blown. Octopus emoji. Haven't watched a single man in the stream yet, though. I might be wrong. There you go. I mean, and you, like, you know, ContraPoint's last video totally was sucked and was weird and bizarre and dumb. But, like, ContraPoints looks like Albert Einstein next to Innuendo Studios.
We covered that video.
We did cover that video, yeah. Yeah.
It was crazy.
Someone said apparently there is an AR virtual reality contact lens. I'm shocked that the technology is that good.
Yeah.
Already.
I knew about this. I keep tabs on new developments. Sitch
how much does that cost? That's got to cost like $1 million, right?
Who cares?
Look up Andrew Clark for $2 says look up Mojo Vision contact lenses like a Pip Boy. Oh my god, that's amazing. Wait. That's so cool. What? Oh my god. How much do these cost? I want these. This is amazing. They're like, you gotta look at this. It's called Mojo Vision. That's so cool. This is the future. You see like augmented reality in your fucking eyeballs.
Yeah, I know about this.
How do you know about this? Why don't you have these?
I follow a YouTube or I follow a Twitter account that is always posting all the new developments in technology. So I always
How do you control it though?
It controls you. No,
but seriously, how do you control? You have to like control it through your phone or
just
something?
wherever you look and.
No, but I mean like you have to change like the information that you see.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
You just set it on Pornhub.
Exactly.
And every girl you see is naked all of a sudden. You're like, wow.
That's amazing. You know, I didn't even, oh my God, I didn't even think about that. Holy shit. That's going to be the future, Adam. That's insane. I didn't even think about that till you just said that.
You get to go on a date and be a dirty lecher.
Yeah, there's going to be people are going to have augmented reality glasses or contact lenses that has some algorithm that makes everyone you look at appear naked.
Yeah.
And it's going to sort of like it's going to like try to like figure out based on what they look like with clothing, like try to give you as accurate as possible. That's insane.
And it's going to live stream it to your YouTube channel at the same time.
That's insane. Oh my, the future is going to be fucking wild. Holy shit.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can buy these though, because it doesn't look like you can on their website. It doesn't say like how much they cost or anything. So I'm assuming these are still in like the testing phase.
That's is the future the neo-reactionaries want.
Right. It says they think they're only going to cost $300 whenever they eventually come out.
Awesome.
That's pretty cool. That's super cool. Yeah, so they're not quite out yet. They're still futzing with them. Very interesting. Anyway. Automata, thanks so much for the $5. Says lessons from the stream. Adam will kill again behind the wheel.
Mm-hmm.
And Adam's
Probably.
wife's hair must smell atrocious. Those are possibly related.
Maybe.
Oh,
We'll
Sammy G
see.
brings up a good point. She says, if the obesity rate keeps rising like it does, I don't know if you want the naked fish.
Oh, yeah, that could be bad.
That's a good point. Maybe you're right. I didn't even think about that. You won't want the naked vision because it's going to be too much like, no, too many like ugly people you're not going to want to see.
Can't we just put like the Thin 'em Down app in there, or is that going to
Maybe
be
you'll
like
do
a
both, right?
microaggression or something?
Maybe I'll do both.
You looked at me naked with a Thin app.
Yes.
We're no longer friends.
Right. What if you're like visiting your parents and you don't turn the naked vision on?
Mm-hmm.
How horrible would that be?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty awful.
What'd you say? I was made.
I said, what if you visited your parents and you don't turn the naked vision off?
Oh, that would be bad. Yeah, that would be horrendous.
That'd be pretty bad.
Oh
I
man.
know, right? You're gonna be like, you'll never again the naked vision after that point.
I know.
Lucifer Doman, thanks so much for the 10 Canadian. Says everyone needs to check out Counterpoint's channel later. He's doing a charity stream for people in Florida. Love you guys. Hope you all stay safe.
Yeah, check out Counterpoints.
Yeah, he was doing a charity stream, I think, for people that were affected by the hurricane. So check it out. That's great.
Sweet.
They'll use the fat silhouettes at the beginning of Spy Hard. Holy shit! Never in my life, Rowan, did I ever think I was gonna see a Spy Hard reference. Damn. Do you remember Spy Hard?
Nope.
It was a Leslie Nielsen movie that was making fun of James Bond.
I don't remember that.
And you know how like the James Bond movies, there'd be the silhouettes of like the attractive women.
Mm-hmm.
So in this movie, so in the beginning, because it's the parody, there all the silhouettes were of like fat women. And
No way.
yes, you never see Spy Hard?
I feel like maybe I've seen.
You
it
have
or
to watch
heard
the
of it.
opening because the opening song is sung by Weird Al, and you've got to Spy Hard. It's pretty amazing.
Wow.
So yeah, actually, if you type in Spy Hard, you'll see it. And this was the intro to Spy Hard. Anyway,
Mhm.
wow, he was a national treasure.
Leslie Nielsen.
Leslie Nielsen, yeah. Yep. You know, he used to always be like the bad guy. He used to always play serious roles and was the bad guy in Western movies.
Mm-hmm.
I think his first comedy might have been Airplane.
Of course. Yeah.
Maybe he did something earlier than that. I don't know. Lucifer Doman for 10 Canadian. Thanks so much, Lucifer says. Oh, I read that one. Mellow Reaper for $10 says, Sitch, I know how you feel listening to this dude. I get the feeling his only information on conservatives is from left-wing sources. Free will, please. Well, there you go, Mellow. 10 free units of free will just for you.
Hot dog.
There you go.
Free will always comes in use. Always useful to have.
That's right. Sion Arcale for $10 says they're not forgiving debt for the FFEL or Perkins loan now. Oh, they're not giving it.
See, I told you they took away.
Oh, interesting.
Some, yeah.
So I guess that article I read that came out yesterday was old. Interesting.
I just saw the video, the Kyle Klinsky video yesterday.
Biden administration just changed the rule for student loan relief.
Forgiveness, yeah.
Both the Perkins loan and the federal family education loans issued and managed by private banks, but guaranteed by the federal government, were once the mainstay. According to the federal data, more than 4 million borrowers still have commercially held FFEL loans. Blah, blah, blah. Until Thursday, the department's own website advised these borrowers they could consolidate these loans in the federal direct loans and thereby qualify for release under Biden's debt cancellation program. On Thursday, the department quietly changed the language, saying that they couldn't. Okay. Meaning 800,000 borrowers would now be excluded from relief.
800,000 potential Biden voters just got screwed.
Yeah. I wonder what the thought process behind that was.
Kyle Klinsky said it was the banks that were.
Why would the banks be against getting money from the government for free?
I don't know. Maybe they wanted the interest.
I don't think the banks would have the. Well, I don't know. I guess it would depend on the. Well, I wouldn't think the banks would have the authority to tell the government for the they would refuse to get money from them. I think the government could just say, "No, here's money. Fuck you." Like,
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think they could tell them off, but
Lawsuits were mentioned.
interesting. I'll listen to Kyle's video on it.
Listen away.
Iverson Geterix for $5. Thanks so much. Says, since when can you have an instance of systemic racism? I thought the term was supposed to refer to the underlying status of having unequal outcomes. Well, see, that's the magic of systemic racism. It can mean whatever you want it to mean.
It means everything.
It means everything
That's so sad.
and nothing.
Yeah.
So there you go. Oh, you have to bring this up.
Yeah, you
So,
can't. You literally can't have one instance. What the fuck? That is.
Kristen,
insane.
can I show this picture you sent me, Christian? Is Christian in
No.
the chat? No, it's not a deep fake.
No more Christian Baller pictures.
It's not a deep fake. I don't want to send it unless I see Christian says it's okay. Christian
Mm-hmm.
won a gold medal
Mm-hmm.
at a jiu-jitsu tournament.
Oh, okay.
And he wore a Sitch and Adam shirt on the podium.
Oh, that's awesome.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
So let me know if I can show this. It looks awesome. He used that free will to kick ass in jiu-jitsu. Christian's been trying to get me to do jiu-jitsu when I expressed an interest. Sam Bardis, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 4 months.
Thank you.
Shinto, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 2 months.
Thank you.
Says, I'm so glad that I'm not white, only because if I had to deal directly with this white guilt nonsense, I would commit suicide.
Well, don't go crazy.
There you go. Well, I'm glad you're not white.
You just don't feel the white guilt. That's
Right.
don't have to worry about suicide. That's hilarious.
Kyle Petty for $10 says, Sitch, I agree on the usefulness of colorblindness and the purpose of it you gave. But if it's supposed to make the next generation less racist, why are things worse now than they were back in 2000s and the 90s? Well, it's weird because, I would say that overall things were definitely better. It's just that there's always going to be some contingent of people that are extremists that are pushing radical viewpoints. And part of why I kind of hate the woke shit and the communist shit is that the way I kind of conceptualize it is that the colorblindness was working. It was making people less racist in the 90s and 2000 and even in the 2010s. And it's just that we were heading on that trajectory of being less racist until, there's multiple reasons, but for the various reasons that the sort of woke communists gained influence in our society, they basically undid all of that work. They undid decades of work, essentially. By making everyone super hyper fixated on race again. So, colorblindness isn't going to fix it for everyone. It's always going to be some outliers. So the problem is that as a society, you need society to basically, as a whole, rise up and say, "Fuck you! We're not going to deal with this." Whenever someone, either on the left or the right, brings up some racist shit, which did not happen this time with wokeness, sadly.
Well, I think people got politically engaged in a way that maybe they hadn't been previously. Like the stakes around politics all of a sudden seemed to be more life and death, which caused people to dig in, and race was just a convenient way to get at your political adversaries. And with people being more do or die around politics, it just became a thing that they used more and more.
Yeah, you could be right. Maybe, the people felt more polarized following the housing crash and stuff. It really started to pick up steam in like 2012, 2014, even pre-Trump. I think Trump had a lot to do with it, with a lot to do with like the mainstream picking up wokeness as a weapon to combat Trump, even though it obviously backfired. But It was coming before Trump, so
I don't remember in other elections it being so, oh my God, Clinton won and the end of the world is upon us. It's like
right.
now Trump won and it was like just the end of the world. Biden won and it's like the end of the world.
Sure.
Obama,
But I mean, it was like
Obama
that.
won and it was like the end of the world.
It was like that with
Yeah.
Bush, though.
Was
When
it?
Bush won, yeah, oh yeah, when Bush won twice, it was like, you don't remember? There's so many people. Bush is a fascist. Bush is a warmonger. Like there was so much like this is the end of the world. There was so much like this. I'm moving to Canada because George W.
Oh,
Bush
I do
won.
remember that. I do remember
Yeah.
the I'm moving to Canada people.
Because he won twice. Yeah. Yep,
We're
yep.
moving to Canada.
Right. So no, I feel like it's been that way for a while. And the Republicans hated Bill Clinton's guts. They impeached him over a fucking blowjob.
John Kerry
Yeah.
was such a goofball.
He was, yeah.
I remember Isaac told me John Kerry was like his first choice, and I just lost my mind.
I don't remember who the fuck was running in 2004. Oh no, I do remember because even little baby Sitch, how old I was, said John Kerry was a shit choice. Democrats should have elected Richard Clark.
Yeah, Richard Clark. Oh,
Yes,
wow.
Richard Clark was he was like he was like some general or something, or he was some military guy. This was right in the middle of the Iraq War. Just started. Richard Clark was some kind of military general guy or something.
Yeah, Cenk Uygur is friends with Richard Clark's son.
Oh, really?
In case you didn't know that. Yeah. And then that's how Cenk Uygur got an interview with Richard Clark.
Wow. Okay.
Not only that, I'm looking it up now because I just read a book. And Richard Clark is like a total shithead in this book.
He might be.
Yeah.
Wait, no, it wasn't Richard Clark.
No,
His name was Clark something, wasn't it? Wait.
Richard Clark was one of the
Democrat candidates.
Oh, maybe it wasn't Richard Clark.
2004. Primary.
Which book? I can't remember which book I read.
Wesley Clark.
That's it, Wesley Clark.
Okay, I knew it
You're
was
right.
Clark something. Wesley Clark, sorry. Well, there is some military guy named Richard Clark. I don't know anything about him. Wesley Clark. That's who I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Because I picture Richard Clark, I'm like, that's not what he looked like. Yeah, Wesley Clark was some big military guy. It's right in the middle of the Iraq War. And I'm like, fuck. If the Democrats want to win, they should pick a military general guy, a retired military officer, to run against George W. Bush. But instead, they picked John fucking Kerry.
God, I can't remember what book I read, but he was a total shithead in this book.
That was the election with Howard Dean, where he was the favorite until that one
The
clip.
Howard Dean scream. Yeah,
he screamed.
exactly.
Yeah, I was like, oh, he screamed too weird. We can't elect him anymore. So.
Well, wait a second. He just lost the first in the nation primary. Everyone thought he was going to come in first place, and I think he came in like third.
Oh, Howard Dean?
Yeah, Howard Dean. So it was kind of weird. It was like a victory scream, even though, dude, you lost. What are you doing?
No, I thought he did win. That's why he was screaming.
No, he lost. John Kerry came in first, which was a big shocker.
On January 19th, 2004, Dean's rivals John Kerry and John Edwards pushed him into third place in the 2004 Iowa Democratic Caucus.
Yeah.
Dean's loud outburst in the public address that night was widely rebroadcast and portrayed as a media gaffe that ended his campaign.
Yep.
We're going to go to New Hampshire. We're going to South Carolina. Arizona, North Dakota. We're going to California, Texas. We're going to South Dakota, Oregon, Washington, D.C. We're going to take back the land. He said, yeah, really weird. It wasn't that weird. I mean, it was funny to make fun of, but it wasn't like that strange.
Oh, it was totally strange.
Especially by today's standards. This would be like, so what, he yelled. Did he fuck a prostitute? Did he have
How dare you scream shame him?
did he have sex with a prostitute? Did he have an illegitimate child? Is
John
his son on the
Edwards.
board of a
John
company in
Edwards
another
did
country?
both.
Like, yeah, John Edwards was crazy. Yeah, John Edwards was crazy.
Didn't he have a baby with his camera woman
As
or something?
I think he did. Yeah, he did. Which is weird because he seemed like such a like you're like he seems so unassuming when you would hear him talk. He seems so milquetoast.
Hmm.
Purple Brain, thank you so much. Oh, wait a minute. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Mystery Guest 01. Mystery Guest just gave us $200. Thank you
Wow.
so much.
Awesome.
Mystery Guest always gives us a shit ton of money. Damn. Thank you so much. I think we're gonna have a second father or a second uncle.
Mm-hmm.
Mystery Guest 01. Thank you so much for the $200. Says the video you guys reviewing tonight is so fucking demoralizing.
Yes, it is.
True. Sitch, is there any hope? There's always hope, my friend. There's always hope. Both my brothers are 100% on board with this stuff. I'm so tired. How can I fight this stuff with people I love who despise me for just saying, calm down? I yell, hey now at them.
Hey now. That's pretty hilarious. Ooh,
That's the
ouch.
funniest shit I've ever heard. Hey now, hey now, hey now. Well, convincing brothers might be a little difficult. Part of the problem is convincing people very often, it doesn't matter what you say, it matters the source that it's coming from.
Yeah.
So, for example, like you just said, Adam, you have all these long conversations with Isaac. He doesn't believe you. But then a different source comes in and tells him what you're saying. All of a sudden, he's like, oh, wait a minute. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
And so I guess it would depend on your dynamic you have with your brothers. Because, like, I can, as a son, I feel like it's easier for me to influence my parents' political opinions as opposed to, like, if I was my, like, father's brother or my mother's brother or something. Because it's just a different kind of relationship that's there. But what I would say is the way, like, if you have family members or something, this is my experience. Because I have changed their opinions. And the key to it is to try, and I know it's very difficult, and I do not keep fast. I do not do this all the time too. But my tactic is try to keep calm. You make sure that you reiterate their point so they understand that you understand what they're saying, and you reiterate your point very clearly and you have to get them to reiterate your point. Say, can you explain to me what you think my point is? Because very oftentimes they don't understand what your point is. And they're kind of engaged in Sitch's law, or they're arguing some point you don't have, or some straw man. Like, almost every time I argue politics with someone, it's like they don't argue what I'm actually saying. They argue like a straw man position that's like a mainstream narrative of some position that I don't actually have. But I found that you very rarely, unless a person like holds a lot of sway to your opinion already, you can very rarely change someone's mind like one conversation. Usually it's you kind of slowly open their mind to seeing things that they didn't notice. So you're like, oh, you don't notice that, the media is pushing this narrative in this way. And look, here's some evidence here's the story that you're going to hear. Like one of the most, I think, persuasive things I did for my parents was like when I knew there'd be some like police shooting or some narrative that was going to come out, before they'd hear about it in the news, I would tell them, I'd say, oh, here's this story. The shooting was justified. You're going to hear everyone lie about it over the next week.
Yep.
And then that would happen. And then they would already, since I already primed them before the situation came in, they would start to be like, oh shit, Sitch was right. Where it's much harder if you're like trying to convince them after the fact, essentially. So it's a slow process.
Are you going to believe me on Andor when we find out that your favorite character is an incel?
Well, we'll talk about that in 1 second, but no, I mean, there is hope. This stuff will end. Wokeness will end. Wokeness will die. It's unsustainable. It's already going down. It is already going down. Wokeness was much worse a few years ago. So
Look, Ian's coming out with a video a year now, and they're about situations that happened
2017,
multiple years ago.
Right. And there's a reason for that. Yeah. So no, I do have hope, and I think you should have hope too. Wokeness is losing it's already losing its power now. This trend will continue. And once, I know Adam is skeptical, but once the lawsuits start rolling in for the transgender stuff, that's going to have an effect, a domino effect on all this stuff. So
Hopefully.
So Adam is trying to rub in my face.
Well, first I want to hear the situation with, like, what happened on the EFAB stream. I read the comments in Sitch's videos.
Mm-hmm.
Just to kind of get a beat on what's going on. And there's someone that has commented 1,000 times, basically saying, yeah, they're going through and responding to all the other people's comments on the video, saying,
okay, wait, I have to ban this person. I didn't realize that there's some insane person in my comment section.
Don't ban them. Come on.
If someone is responding to every comment with the same thing, that person is a psycho and needs to be deleted from my channel. Okay.
Okay. Well, I don't.
You don't. How are you fighting me on this?
First of all, I don't condone this.
Okay. Well, you're wrong. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay.
There was someone spamming every comment with a reply. That's like, especially if it's
every
stupid
single
reply.
comment. It was like every.
That's what you just said.
Every
just
few
said
comments.
Well, that's still pretty crazy.
I mean, I did see realistically there's 5 or 6 comments from this person.
Okay, well, I'll check it out. I'll see.
So there's 5 or 6 comments. They commented themselves, and then they started responding to other people's comments. So,
right.
I mean, this is not uncommon.
So what happened? So on EFAP, and it wasn't a great conversation because Nick had said that he was going to go in the Discord chat. So I was trying to rush through something, and I didn't expect. And it's actually your fault. It's actually 100% your fault.
Good. That's what I like to hear.
Because you lied to me. Okay.
Well, no, you misunderstood what I said.
You told me that Mahler hated Andor.
No, I said
and I was like, and I'm like, okay, I don't want to get in some big fight with Mahler about Andor when Nick's trying to get like one foot out the door.
I said Mahler and Gary and Az are all going to hate Andor. That's what I said.
You said and then I said, did you watch their coverage on it? And you said
no.
Yes.
What do you mean? It was before they even. No, none of them have done coverage on it. I wouldn't.
Okay. Well, from.
No, I would not. I would not have said that because
then you're answering a question that you didn't understand because I asked you. I said, "Oh, did they actually comment on it?" And you gave me an answer that I interpreted as yes, they did comment on it and they hated it.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So anyway,
I don't think we recorded this conversation.
No, this was us talking on the phone.
Yes,
okay, this is not a recorded conversation, unless you record my conversation secretly.
No, obviously not.
I know.
I only record certain conversations. No, I don't record secret conversations. We were talking about Andor, and it was before you made the video, and I was giving my take. And as part of my argument about why I was right, I said...
You're trying to use appeal to authority.
I said Mahler, Gary, and Az are all going to hate it. I basically said everyone's going to hate it. I mean, I think I'm incorrect there. I think I got that wrong because... You
did get that wrong because Mahler likes Andor.
Well, Mahler, whatever.
I don't know what Gary's opinion is on it, but...
I think Mahler's wrong on this, but I mean, a lot of people did watch it and do like it. I mean, obviously they're upset that you've criticized it, which I think, obviously, I mean, if I did the video that you did, I would have been much harsher on Andor. And they would have disliked my coverage that much more because I thought you were like kid gloves with it, and everyone got all bent out of shape about it.
That's what's crazy. If someone watched my Andor video and they got all triggered because I criticized it, I spent half of the video talking about the things I liked, and I spent like half the video talking about things I didn't like in it. Yeah. And then I said, and I even said in the video, there's lots of things in this I do like, but I'm worried that going forward from episode 4 onward, all the things I like about it are going to disappear.
Right, which they did.
Which in episode 4 they did. And so I guess we'll see if in episode 5 if that trend continues. Everything I liked about Andor, the first 3 episodes, just is completely removed from episode 4.
Right.
So I don't have high hopes for the future of Andor.
So the character that Sitch praised that he liked in Andor, they actually ended up firing him and sending him home to live with his mom.
Which was very confusing because I thought when you sent to me on Twitter, you said, "Oh, you're gonna freak out when you see what they did to the character you like, Cyril Karn was his name, who was the bad guy in Andor." And I was expecting that he was going to die,
right,
or something crazy was going to happen. And what happens is there's a scene, and it's very confusing, where Cyril, his boss, and the sergeant are there, and they're getting chewed out by someone.
Well, they're getting fired.
They're getting chewed out by the Empire, and the Empire is essentially saying, because you fucked up the situation, the Empire is going to now take over the planet.
Right.
Which is great. And when I saw that scene, I was happy because I wanted that to happen.
Right.
I wanted the situation that Cyril kind of created to backfire. So it's actually like, which is hilarious because it adds this whole interesting level that essentially Cass, by his actions, has made an entire planet's life worse. Personally, by having now the Empire crack down on this planet that he escaped from, essentially, in the situation that happened with Cyril Karn. But after that, you don't see him again. Oh no, and it's weird because the Empire guy says to Cyril Karn, you're not fired. You have to follow up on this investigation. Like, you need to go fix your mess, essentially. But then the next scene, it looks like he is fired because he's gone back home. He's gone back home to his mom. And I was like, wait, what? And it's just a super weird scene.
And it's super unclear. Yeah, his mom comes out and slaps him in the face.
Yes.
As if, she hates him, but then she hugs him like, oh, I've missed you so much. And then he's like
oh,
moving
you
in.
left and joined the corpos and I'm upset and now you're back, so I'm happy or something.
Right.
Like, that would be my guess on what the point scene was.
Yeah. But even the guy, the boss, who they're all getting chewed out and fired, he's like, this isn't my fault. I didn't do anything wrong. And they're like, you're fired anyway. Fuck off.
Well, I mean, he's like, it's your ineptitude that you told this guy to not do what he did, and then you left and you assumed he would listen to you.
Well, they didn't say that. They just fired his ass.
Well, that's what he said. He says, your responsibility. You're the boss. And he's right. It is his responsibility. Mm-hmm. He says, and you, Deputy Inspector Karn, proud are we. Take solace in this. You will not be replaced. You've rung the final bell on corporate independence. Oh, that's what he meant. When he said you will not be replaced, he meant because they're not going to replace his job is not replaced because he just, the Empire is kicking all of them out. Okay. Interesting. I like that. But here's the problem. So there's that one scene, and I like that scene, and then the rest of episode 4 is just boring and stupid.
Yeah, it's super boring.
It's super boring. I don't care about anything else really that happens.
They introduce,
whatsoever.
And this is such a fail because you're supposed to introduce new characters that are going to be antagonists for us to, see the heroes of the show overcome, or they're going to be heroes. They're going to be protagonists who we like.
Right.
And they're introducing these people that I would assume are going to be, are supposed to be the people we like, right? They're on his team or whatever, but they're introducing them as like whiny little bitches.
Yes.
Like,
this show
I'm
has
supposed
a big
to
problem.
root for these people?
The show has a big problem in that all the villains are far more interesting than all the protagonists.
Yeah, exactly.
Because there's a scene in the episode where it has which I like because in the original Star Wars, you don't see enough of the Empire, like the inner workings of how the Empire functions.
Yeah.
And it's kind of an interesting topic to me. And there is a scene, and it shows like the Empire people sitting around a room, like discussing. But I don't like it because what ends up happening is really fucking bafflingly stupid in that scene, in that situation. So at first I thought it was good, and then I was like, wait, this is actually really stupid. But at least there's something potentially interesting going on. They set up, these are going to be the new bad guys, all these Empire people, but they're so much less interesting than Cyril and Cyril's boss and the sergeant. They're like 10 times less interesting than the villains we already have.
Yeah.
Because the thing that made Cyril interesting and the sergeant interesting was not only did they have a clear goal, but they were acting from a place of, they were morally correct from their own perception. They were operating from the goal of, I want to help my fellow workers who were killed. I don't want to sweep this under the rug like my boss, because my boss doesn't care about the little man.
Right.
And that made his goal interesting.
Leave no man behind. Something the Harfoots could learn something from.
Exactly. Yes. Cyril Khan, the bad guy in Andor, is in a morally better position than the Harfoots in Rings of Power.
Yeah, who are like, just fuck these people. We've only been living with them for 20 years, but leave them behind.
Right. And then they replaced these characters with these Empire drones, who I don't know what motivates any of these people. They seem to be completely self-interested about just moving up the corporate ladder of Empire rank.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. That's all they care about. They have no grander ideological motivation. And that's boring as shit to watch.
Yeah.
You know, I want them to actually be motivated by something interesting, not just, I want to get a raise. That's not interesting. Let's see. Well, and they're arguing about jurisdiction for crime investigation. It's like holy shit. It's so stupid.
Well, if they set it up like a Game of Thrones thing where you realize it's a corporate environment and people are jockeying for power, I mean, I think that could be an interesting show if they
yeah, but it's in the lamest
right.
way possible. It's like, this is the way they're jockeying for power. Hey, fellow coworker, can you give me a report on this crime?
I know, exactly. It's not
no,
like...
I will not give you this paperwork on this crime.
Right.
What? Why will you not? Because this is my jurisdiction. Well, no. This is actually my jurisdiction because this part was stolen.
Right.
I don't care. I don't like you.
And in House of the Dragon, they'd be going out into the streets and like cutting dicks off.
Well, but we don't know what are the stakes of the people that are jockeying for these positions.
Yeah,
we don't know. I don't know what the fuck's happening here. I don't know how this works. It's not like
unclear stakes is one of the hugest problems.
If Darth Vader walked into the fucking boardroom and he started choking a bitch, he choked a bitch out, okay, and said, you know, you have 24 hours to figure out who's behind this mess, and I'm gonna start fucking killing people, you know, when they don't, and whoever, you know, who I'm gonna not the only person that like figures this out is not gonna die. Then suddenly I'm in like, oh shit, like. Okay.
Yeah, there's some stakes.
Right, something's happening in this scene, you know. Which they could have done. Darth Vader exists at this time period in the Empire. I'm assuming he's going to show up at some point. So.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, of course they're gonna milk Darth Vader. He's gonna definitely show up at some point in this.
I would have Darth Vader episode 1. What the fuck?
But how much? See, that would have been the epic reveal. Episode 4. See, that would have been the hype. Episode 4. The Empire people are sitting around the boardroom. Fucking Darth Vader walks in.
Dude, everyone would be losing their mind. It would be Andor would be trending on Twitter. That's enough.
I know.
This is the thing. This kind of goes against what you were saying about you liked it because it's not Star Wars. Like Darth Vader is immediately Star Wars.
No, that's true. That's true. I'm just talking about like how to make that scene interesting.
Yeah.
Like. Because as I said, the thing that's interesting about Cyril Khan is that his motivations place him as not your standard villain. But the Empire characters don't have that at all because their motivations are just, they want to climb the corporate ladder, I guess. And so I'm just thinking, well, how would you make that interesting? You just have to you have to give them some reason to want to climb the corporate ladder that would be interesting. And it's like just having Darth Vader fucking like killing people would be a way to do that.
What did Mahler like about this show?
I don't know, actually. Well, wait a second. Wait. He liked. Okay, no. What I was gonna say is we didn't have a good conversation about it on stream because Nick was like 1 foot out the door and I was just trying to rush through it.
Right.
And then, but off stream, we had a much longer conversation about it. That was better. And all I could get from Mahler, because we talked about a bunch of things that were unrelated. All I could get from Mahler is that he liked what I liked about it, which was, well, he liked one element of it. He liked the bad guys, which I liked. And he agreed completely. We had the argument about whether the showrunners are ACAB or not. And he completely agreed with my interpretation. That the showrunners intentionally made Cyril and the sergeant have interesting, likable, moral quandaries.
So he didn't agree with my interpretation that the showrunners are ACAB and that
he completely
the whole
disagreed
purpose
with that,
of these characters is just to belittle them in front of an audience.
Right. He completely agrees with my conception of it.
But 4 kind of plays into my
conception.
conception, though.
Well, it might. We'll have to see where it goes in episode 5.
Right.
But what he disagreed with, what him and Fringy completely disagreed with me with, is that I said I like it because it's not Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
And they disagreed with that, but they didn't really explain why they disagree with that. So I don't know. Maybe we'll talk about it some point later on stream as the show continues.
Well, the last episode was so boring as fuck. And
The last episode was boring.
Why are we sitting around watching them do stupid things forever? I don't know. It's so contrived.
But that's what I was worried about, is that as soon as they start opening it up into standard Star Wars Empire versus Rebel stuff, it's going to immediately become a boring slog of stuff I don't care about. And that's the direction episode 4 was heading in.
Yeah.
At first I was like, oh, at least the Empire characters, you get to see like the logistics of the Empire. Maybe that'll be interesting. And then it became an argument about fucking jurisdictional paperwork, which I could care less about. And then her boss is like an idiot. He does literally the exact opposite thing that he should have done. It made like her. It's so weird. I love Cyril's boss was written so intelligently. I loved his character. I loved Cyril's boss's character.
He was a pragmatist.
He was the lazy pragmatist. I loved it.
Yeah.
But then new lady's boss, the Empire lady's boss, is like he comes in and he's all like, oh, I'm a tough talking smart person. But then he turns out to be a fucking idiot because she's all like, oh, I have all this information. I have all these past cases that the rebels are stealing very specific pieces of equipment from the Empire that combined could do like some very specific thing. And, I should be able to look into this case because it looks like it's related. And he's just like, I deal in facts, not speculation, boobs. Get out of here with your blonde hair and your stupidness.
Why
Like,
why not at least investigate? What's the holdup? What's the problem?
Well, and why would he say, okay, you can investigate too? Like, how does it, like, why does it matter if she investigates this? It's not like he was not like, oh, you have some very important investigation that you're in the middle of and you can't bring resources away to do this one. There's no explanation for why they wouldn't just say, oh, you want this report? You can have this extra report. There's no reason not to share the information.
Yeah, look at the report. Who knows what you're going to find?
It's just very bizarre.
Yeah.
It was very bizarre. But it was all this like, this is his jurisdiction and not yours. So shut up.
Conflict for this, for the sake of conflict when it doesn't really seem.
But it wasn't even conflict based. It's literally conflict based on jurisdictional fucking paperwork. That's like the lamest shit ever.
Yeah.
It's like, come on. Anyway, so I don't know. And you had sent me, I think, or someone had sent me a clip of this woman, the actress, talking about like how her character is that, she's a woman in the workplace and none of the men are listening to her.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I remember.
And so that's kind of the direction that, I mean, there was no sexist angle because there's never been sexism established in Star Wars. So that'd be crazy if there was, but in the Empire, but anyway, I don't know. I'll see where it goes. I'll still see where it goes. I don't have high hopes for Andor.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
you did.
I don't know how we got sidetracked on this.
Because I wanted to know what Marlo said about the show.
Oh, okay.
I was wondering what his argument was for why Andor is anything other than a flaming pile of garbage. But a lot of people like the show. I mean, I've read your comments, and I've a couple other people. Robot Head made a video on it, and I've read some comments there. So a lot of people seem to like it, and I don't necessarily understand why, but some people I think just they see anything that has a Star Wars style to it, and they're just like, "Oh my God, give me more."
Well, I don't think. Well, to be fair, I'm sure there are some people that will eat up. There's some amount of people that will eat up all Star Wars content that are
Right.
not the sequels, essentially.
Right.
But there's also, if I were to just look at all the new Star Wars TV shows that have come out, the first 3 episodes of Andor are by far the best out of all the Star Wars TV shows.
Wait a second.
Now,
You're throwing Baby Yoda under the bus? I mean, Baby Yoda was kind of brilliant.
Baby Yoda as a concept was brilliant, but The Mandalorian is not a good TV show.
It's better. It's better than Andor.
I
Way
completely
better than
disagree with you.
Andor.
The first 3 episodes of Andor are better than The Mandalorian.
I disagree.
Okay.
Yeah. Mandalorian's like way better than Andor. And Mandalorian had some episodes that were just kind of garbage, but I mean, I do think the Mandalorian, they were competent storytellers at least. They had like clear goals and objectives and interesting characters. Baby Yoda was obviously just an amazing, interesting character.
Baby Yoda is a gimmick. He's not a character. Baby Yoda is a gimmick.
How dare you? How dare you?
The best character in The Mandalorian, like, gets deleted from the show very early on.
The best character?
Yeah, the robot in the first episode is great. IG-88.
Oh, you're right.
And then he
Yeah.
gets blown up or something. I think he comes back, but he's not anywhere. It's interesting.
You're right.
So there's a lot of weird shit. There's like, it's weird because like there'll be parts in The Mandalorian. There's like little glimmers of like brilliance, and then it kind of gets washed out by like a bunch of stupid shit I don't care about.
Yeah. So you watch The Mandalorian. Boba Fett.
Yeah, I've seen The Mandalorian. Yeah,
Boba
I never
Fett,
watched the book of
cou-
Boba Fett.
I couldn't finish. Boba Fett was so ridiculous.
Yeah.
And they even set it up. Oh my God, it was so bad. How he got out of the Sarlacc pit. Oh God, it's so bad. It's so bad.
How'd he get out?
Like if the way he got out, it just made it seem like, oh well, anyone could get out of the Sarlacc pit then.
Did he just climb out?
It's not even that deadly.
He just climbs out?
Yeah, basically.
Oh. I remember in one of the books, he uses a grenade to basically blow himself out, and I think he's like crippled forever after that. Because, you know, he had to literally blow himself out of it. But
Mystery Guest gave us another $200 super chat, which
oh my God.
thank you, and gifted 50 subs.
Jesus, Mystery Guest rolling in the dough here. Thank you so much,
And it
Mystery
says
Guest.
these YouTubes won't let me give you guys more money. Huh, interesting.
Well, thank you so much, Mystery Guest. Give us our now surrogate uncle, our surrogate uncle, our second surrogate uncle, Mystery Guest 01. Thanks so much for the $200.
Yeah.
And the 50 gifted subs. Jesus, thank you so much, Mystery Guest. Very generous. And for being a free will seeker for 2 months, says these YouTubes won't let me give you guys more money. Well, that's fine. This is enough. Thank you for the $400 and the 50 gifted subs.
Yeah. Very generous of you.
Who is this mystery guest? He's a mystery guest. What do you mean? It's his name.
It's a good name. I like it.
Mando is mediocre at best. Yeah, I agree with that completely. I know some people really like it. I've always just felt it was kind of mediocre.
Mandalorian?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm. It's not amazing by any means, but it's totally better than Andor. I just like Andor. I see as a flaming pile of trash, and that's
I know
why
you
I'm
do.
like
You hate Andor.
anything.
Yeah. I like and basically the villains made Andor, but now that the villains are gone, I don't foresee good positive things for Andor. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what they do with Karn. I'm assuming he's gonna come back to some capacity in the show. I mean, they wouldn't have that weird scene with his mom, and then you just never see him again. But
Oh, that would be.
how insane would that be? If episode 5 happens and we don't see like Cyril at all, I'm gonna be like, okay.
Oh my God! They just send him home and he gets slapped by his mom, and then moves in with his mom, and we never see him again.
Right, right.
What is the purpose? Why even have the mom slap him? Why even show him go home? Why not just
Because
be
they're
like,
gonna
you're
have,
fired?
I don't know. They're gonna have some weird scene where you're gonna learn about Karn's home life, I assume.
Why? We're
Or his
on.
mom.
No, we're following Cass, who's joined up with the team to
Because
steal.
Cass is a horribly uninteresting character.
Look,
Okay.
this
Well, actually, that's
this
not
show
true.
is Ocean's
Listen.
11 now. Okay, they're gonna
Cass-
steal the money from the
I know.
Empire.
I know. It's really stupid.
Is,
And
is it
that's
the
another reason
Empire?
I'm
I think it's
curious.
the Republic. I don't know if it's the Empire or the Republic.
It's the Empire. Yeah, it's the Empire. The Republic doesn't exist anymore. That's
Okay.
another thing that worries me. The plan is that they're going to steal a bunch of money from the Empire, which sounds like the dumbest plan.
Right.
This is conceptually sounds really stupid.
Yeah,
Like the Empire has like stacks of money somewhere to be stolen.
I know. That's
okay.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Right.
People
But-
were arguing with me like crazy on Twitter about how, this totally makes sense.
Yeah, Adam actually looked up like the monetary system of the Empire to prove them wrong.
They were telling me because Han Solo got paid in cash one time that this all makes sense, that the Empire would pay everyone in cash.
Right.
Ridiculous.
It's not accurate, right? But no, to me the only thing that made Cass interesting was the fact that he was just like not a hero. That he was just totally
A scumbag.
a scumbag. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I love that. And then now that kind of is all gone away. He's helping the rebellion.
Mhm.
I guess it's not his conversation. So this was the biggest problem. Episode 4 really needed to flesh out why Skarsgård sought out Cass and what the motivation was there. For Stout, like episode
There
4,
is no
we needed-
motivation.
well, no, because there's some weird thing about Skarsgård knowing his father. Okay, so episode 4 we needed to not have the stupid mystery box. We need to have understand why Skarsgård sought out Cass and why Cass would help the rebels. Is it literally just the money? Does he believe in what he's doing? Does Skarsgård convince him because he's like, your father died so that you could be free? You know, like you really need some motivation to really understand everyone's goal, actions and goals here. And we just didn't get any of that in episode 4. His conversation with Skarsgård was utterly pointless, and we learned nothing of value whatsoever from it.
Yeah, mystery box sucks. You can't enjoy what you're watching on screen unless you know the relationships. You got to know
Right.
the details of the relationship. So
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's too many shows that fail at this. Like it's fine to have your shows have mysteries, but the mystery should, and I guess this is what they misunderstand. Relationships shouldn't be mysteries,
No.
but a character can be going after a mystery to try to understand something.
Right. Yeah.
Like that's fine, but the relationships shouldn't be a mystery, because then if it's a mystery, you don't understand what's interesting about the two people's relationship at all.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I thought Star Wars credits were physical currency. No, so it's not physical, but they use it's not really clear. It's like it's digital, but they put the digital currency, it's like on cards, like a bank account card or something.
Right. But they can
So-
move money from one card to another, or you can buy
Right.
things with cards. So what's
it's basically like-
ridiculous is that they're heisting the payroll of 50 solar systems.
So you know how you can go to like Target or Walmart and there's like at the cashier there's that giant thing of like cards and it's like $50.
Gift cards, yeah.
Yeah, there's this kind of thing of gift cards, but it's like $50 American Express, $50 Visa, it's like, but it's of like banks or credit card companies, $50 Applebee's or something, right? And so like, yeah, that physical piece of plastic doesn't have any money on it, but it has a number and a code on it, which tells a computer somewhere to transfer money to some account, right? To do something with something. That's how, supposedly, according to the article that I read, that Adam was reading, on like Wikipedia.com or whatever. That's how credits in Star Wars work. And so when someone's like handing someone a thing of credits, that's what they're essentially handing them like a gift card, an Empire gift card that has
Right.
credits on it or something. And also because they just want to have cinematically a shot of someone handing someone something for currency. They don't want to have a person just punch a number into a thing and suddenly someone's bank account goes up, because that's not as like cinematic to film. So they all have Bitcoin wallets. There you go. But but the problem with that is then how could you you can't steal a cargo shipment of that money, because presumably the Empire would have the ability to, would have all this stuff tracked and would say, oh, someone stole like cargo ship 314, cut all of the currency codes that are related to 314, and they would just do that. But
Right. Yeah.
so I don't know. I'll see what they do. But anyway,
I brought up my tweet.
where were we?
The plot of Andor is idiotic. So the Empire pays its employees in cash. They print crates of money for payroll. You'd think that with all the fancy technology, they would know how digital money works. Evidently, they fly suitcases of cash all over the galaxy just to pay people. So
Right.
a lot of people got upset about this. And in the thing, they say, this is the big reveal. We're stealing the quarterly payroll for an entire imperial sector.
Right.
And I looked up imperial sector, and it's 50 solar systems. Which, okay. So, but the thing is, this is how, look, we're taking crates of payroll from that room. So they're literally going to be grabbing crates of payroll. It's so ridiculous. So people were saying, yeah, Star Wars is a retro universe. They don't have the internet, or they can't send money. They don't have digital currency.
That doesn't make any sense.
But even if that's true,
Right.
why don't they mail out fucking paychecks? What the fuck?
Well, okay, wait. Okay, so this is actually, we have conflicting information. So StarWarsFandom.com says credits were a form of digital currency.
Right.
Wikipedia implies that they're physical. So I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe there's conflicting information in the Star Wars universe how credits work. Who the
Yeah.
fuck knows? When someone says credits, to me that implies by the name that it's not physical
That
currency.
is digital, yeah.
That's what a credit is.
Well, I
Credit
thought that's
is
why
like
they
a
use.
non-physical currency by definition. So
Right, yeah.
I wouldn't. That would like. I mean, I would believe that maybe George Lucas was stupid enough to name his currency credits and it to be a standard fiat currency.
Well,
I mean, I would believe that, but
somebody says the currencies, somebody in the comments thread of the Twitter post said,
Right.
they've read a bunch of the books and stuff, and it's always digital currency. Like they
Oh,
talk
okay.
about it in terms of digital currency, and that people are just don't know what they're
Well,
talking about. They're
it's
just
kind of-
arguing to argue on the internet.
right. It would be kind of insane to imagine, because as you said they said it was the paycheck for a sector, right?
Yeah, 50 planets.
Which
in
is
a period.
50 planets.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of batshit insane if we're supposed to believe that in a galactic empire that they're going to be mailing out physical checks to people the vast distances of thousands of worlds, or however many worlds exist in the Star
Well, you
Wars
don't think
Empire.
they have some kind of shipping? Of course they ship supplies and stuff to the planets.
Yeah,
so-
but I'm saying it'd be so like the logistics of having to ship all these people paychecks as opposed to it all being like somehow having ways of beaming information from planet to planet just seems crazy.
Well, the idea that they wouldn't set it up digitally and they can have like hyperdrive. Yeah, it seems a little far-fetched, right?
Right.
You kind of got to do some mental gymnastics to get past that one. But if you do the mental gymnastics and get past that one, I mean, they've got to have some sort of FedEx shipping system between all the places, right? I mean, we have
yeah.
FedEx on Earth. Of course they have some sort of FedEx.
Sure. Right.
I'm just saying, why would you...
Why would there be a centralized location with just a bunch of paychecks laying around somewhere that wasn't like the home world where the money was made and then shipped off individually?
Well, even, I mean,
Right.
why would you set up a system where you could so easily be jacked? Like, why
Right.
is there this bottleneck where the rebels can come in and jack them? It's dumb. It's
Because
so
they're
dumb.
egotistical.
Well, you'd think they'd be going after something. I mean, I'm sure we could think of something.
I mean,
more.
like that's what they you know what? That's why they had that scene where Cass is like, the Empire is egotistical. You know, they let you just walk into their place and steal their shit because they don't expect anyone to have a fight back.
Oh, you're right. They're trying to get over the ridiculousness of this.
Right.
I mean, even in like Ocean's 11 and Ocean's 12, they're stealing money from a casino, right? Where it's like a cash business. People are bringing in cash. So obviously they're forced to deal with large sums of cash out of necessity. But like a big galactic empire doing payroll, they're not forced to deal with cash. What the fuck? It makes no sense. It's ridiculous.
They're hoping no one's thinking or no one. You understand? No one cares about monetary policy except for like you, Adam. Like, okay, the people don't care about. They're like, oh, they're stealing credits. They're stealing money from the empire. It makes sense. Like, no one's thinking about it beyond that. No one cares about this this like detail except for you and me.
Yeah, I don't. It's weird.
So, anyway.
We're gonna steal all the unmarked currency that's for the payroll.
I know.
What happens to the janitor? He doesn't get his money now. The guy who fucking cleans up the Death Star doesn't get any money.
What happened? Well, the janitor on the Death Star got blown up at it.
Oh, you're right. No, this is pre. What are you talking about? Death Star's no, it's still floating around out there right now.
No, this is before Death Star even exists. What do you mean?
No, this ends with them getting the plans for the already built Death
Well, the
Star.
movie ends with that. The movies. I mean, I'm assuming this is going to end where the movie starts or something.
Yeah, but Death Star exists at this point.
Oh, does
in time.
it? I don't know if it does.
Of course
Maybe
it does.
I don't know how long it took on the build.
Look.
But...
This Cass gets the plans for the Death Star and gives them to Princess Leia. And I think Cass
that's in the movie, though.
Even dies. Yeah, this is in The Force Awakens, right? Or
no, in Rogue One.
Rogue One, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So in Rogue One, Cass gets the plans to the Death Star and gives them to Princess Leia, right? And doesn't he die giving her the plans? Spoiler alert, guys.
I think he gets killed by a tidal wave or something. Doesn't him and the girl, they're like standing. All I remember is this, like a visual of them looking at like an explosion or a tidal wave or something.
It's been a long time since I saw Rogue One.
I saw it once and I wasn't super interested in it, so I never saw it again.
Right. But right now, you know the Death Star totally exists. And
I guess I don't know how many years before the Rogue One this is supposed to take place.
Depending upon where the Death Star is at the moment, because that thing can roam around, right? I mean, it might be in one Imperial sector today and another Imperial sector tomorrow.
Right.
How did they
get killed by the Death Star? Oh, does the Death Star blow up the planet they're on?
Oh, they do?
That's what someone in the chat said.
Okay. Well, good. They stole the money from the guy who's on the Death Star. He's got it coming.
Star Wars, they don't have comms that reach the entire galaxy the way we do on Earth. That's super weird if that's the case. How can they have advanced light speed technology, hologram technology, like super advanced robots and AI, and they don't have fucking the technology we have now? Mm-hmm. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me, but okay. I don't know. It was a bomb? Yes, they do have that technology? Okay, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows how any of this shit works? Regardless. Whatever.
No, I'm not going to get over it. Don't try to make me get over it, because I won't.
They shoot a lower power shot that basically wipes out the size of a small country, says Dr. Diller. Yes, they do have internet. They have HoloNets.
Yeah, they have. What the fuck? Obviously, they have HoloNet. The Emperor's talking to Darth Vader all the time on the fucking HoloNet. Darth Vader's talking to him on the HoloNet.
That's
what
true.
What the fuck? They don't have internet? Bullshit. I call bullshit.
That's true.
They can beam back and forth their their FaceTime calls and holograms, but they can't send money via being Western Union.
I mean,
they
listen,
can't Western
I've seen
Union money to one another.
I've seen the Star Wars holiday special, okay,
Okay.
which was made by George Lucas, so it should be canon. And I know that Grandpa Stinky, the Wookiee, is watching internet porn in that episode. So
What?
they have to have some kind of ability to send information to each other.
That can't be true.
That is true.
No, that's ridiculously untrue.
Chat, you have to back me up on this. For those of you that have seen the Star Wars holiday special, is it not true that Grandpa Stinky Wookiee watches the Star Wars equivalent of internet porn over the HoloNet? Okay.
What does Grandpa Stinky watch? Is that really his name?
I think so. Of course it's canon. It literally has Mark Hamill and Carrie Fisher and Harrison Ford in it. It has to be canon. Okay. That's absolutely true. I've seen it myself. Yes, he did. See, thank you, Chad. Thank you.
What does Grandpa Stinky watch in the Star Wars holiday special? Unfortunately, it's not telling me, so I guess I'm gonna have to watch it.
What's the name of the grandpa? Maybe it wasn't Stinky.
Grandpa Itchy?
That was it. Grandpa Itchy.
Lumpy's grandfather Itchy turns this device on to entertain the small Wookiee child. What the fuck? Star
He
Wars
watches,
holiday special, the 7 most absurd moments. Oh, interesting.
Here we go. Wait, we can bring it up. So watch together, Shalom.
Of course. We're not going to get in trouble, are we?
I don't think so.
Wait.
What?
We're totally going to get in trouble for that.
We're not gonna get in trouble for this fucking Star Wars holiday special.
You don't know.
So Grandpa Itchy's watching the HoloNet. And he turns on to this lady.
Yes. I can feel my creation.
Oh my God, no, really?
I told you. Grandpa Itchy watches some
getting
Star
your
Wars porn.
message.
Okay.
Are you getting mine?
Are you getting the message?
Oh.
See, look, wait. We gotta go back.
No
See,
way.
you know what I described
No
earlier
way.
about how you had the VR porn?
No way.
Here's Grandpa Itchy. He's got the VR porn helmet on.
He does. Look at this.
Over his helmet.
He's perving out on the black lady.
Yes. So don't tell me there's no internet and stuff.
Oh, we are excited, aren't we?
Holy shit. Oh my goodness. Okay, I have to admit I was wrong. Sitch, you completely called it.
I told you.
I can't think of any better way to describe this than
This
some
Grandpa
sort of
Itchy's-
softcore pornography.
Look, let's just see what is happening in this shot.
Oh, we are excited, aren't we?
Oh my God.
Well, just relax. Just relax.
Oh my
Oh my. Oh, what's going on here?
Look at that face that the Wookiee like.
Well, just relax. Just relax. Yeah.
Just relax, Sitch. Relax. What? That's such a weird Wookiee face.
I know.
I'll tell you the secret.
Oh.
I find you adorable.
Oh no.
What? What
She said, "I find you adorable."
Oh, really?
Oh man, this is internet porn.
You adorable.
Oh.
Oh no, is the internet porn breaking?
I don't need to ask. I
Okay, he's totally masturbating. Right.
find you adorable. I find you adorable.
Stop pausing it.
That was the sound of a Wookiee masturbating on the Star Wars Holiday Special.
Was he masturbating? I mean, they have it framed. It does have a little wacka to it, doesn't it? Come on, she finds it
You
adorable.
see, I am your fantasy. I am your experience. So experience me.
Okay, this is porn. I'm telling you, this is just... How did this get
Experience
into
me.
this thing
I'm your fantasy, so
for children?
experience me.
Into an eternity. If we could only...
Now she sings a song. So there you go.
And then they go full musical.
They go full
They
musical.
had to ruin it.
Do we get any more Grandpa Itchy? No. Well, there you go.
Why did they make the Wookiees look so weird?
Everything about this holiday special is fucking weird.
The Wookiee doesn't have a dog nose. It has like some weird,
It's like a weird upturned face or downturned face or something. yeah.
weird worm nose.
I don't know. CT says, please mention the Halloween costume contest. There is a costume contest happening in the Discord, an art contest. The rules are you must draw or construct a picture that contains both me and you. We both have to be in a Halloween costume of the artist's choice. Nothing not safe for work, obviously. All participants only get one entry. Even though, I mean, you can submit as many drawings as you want, but you have to choose one, which will be the entry. There's 3 prizes here. I don't know who's picking these. Are we picking these, or CT's picking these, or is it by vote?
Well, I thought it was like random draw or something.
Or is it a random draw? Is it a random draw, CT? There's a first place prize of $50 cash, a second place prize of $25, and the third place gets, I believe, Discord Nitro for a month. So there you go. It's a contest. The Sitch and Adam Halloween art contest.
Sweet.
How are we judging this, CT? The submission, CT put the submission place in the chat right now. It's a winner wheel. Oh, is it like... Okay, so it's going to be everyone submits and then you get to spin the wheel
yeah.
on stream.
I remember
Okay,
this from
cool.
last time. Yeah.
Oh, you're right. We did do this last time.
Yeah, we spun the wheel.
Right.
Bust a deal, face the wheel.
There you go.
Oh, look. It's another Wookiee.
That's Lumpy, I think.
Where's Oh, there's Grandpa Itchy. Why is it always they always make the old characters the lecherous.
The perverts. Yeah.
Oh, here, look.
I think that's the female Wookiee.
Really?
The mom. I don't remember what her name is. Anyway. Sanity Now for $5 says, leftists think George Soros stuff is crazy conspiracy theory crap, but those Koch brothers, they're an evil force secretly directing right-wingers. I know. It's so hypocritical. So hypocritical.
They all have their boogeymen.
They all have the boogeyman. UM536 vids, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 3 months. Says, I'm pretty sure that black voters have outvoted their percentage of the population in the last 4 presidential elections. Really? I mean, I wouldn't be that surprised because a lot of people don't fucking vote. And that would make them a very worthwhile voting base if that's true. If that's true. Let's see. What was the voter turnout for blacks in 2020? It's going to take me too long to find. JDM, John Faye, thanks so much for being a free seeker for 3 months. Says, Big Head Adam is greater than Corn Adam. And because of his wrong choice to keep using the corn, I am forced to say that S-Class is the best class.
Really? Oh, man.
Thank you.
Why would you say that?
Because that's true.
So mean.
Fondue, thanks so much for being a freedom seeker for 7 months. Says, is it really that everyone sides with fascists, or is it that the communists also are so insufferable that they have no choice? There you go. I like that.
Of course, communists are insufferable.
Oh God, big head Adam.
What?
You look like hydro. Was it hydro? How do you say that word? Hydrosoliphysis? I can't say it. What's the word? The big-headed babies.
Be friends with me. Sitch, be my friend.
You don't know. You don't know what it's called. You don't know the.
I do. Big head is funnier, I think, than the corn, but I don't know. People like the corn.
This is macrophalia. That's not no. That's not what I'm saying. Hydrocephalus. Gross. The hydrocephalus face. He looks so stupid.
Wormy's been sleeping on the stream this whole time.
Who is? Wormy?
Yeah.
Cat Branchman. Hey, Cat. Cat, we showed that picture, that horrible, horrible picture that you commissioned CT last week. The Adam as the Corn King.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Jeez. Astrolime, thanks so much for the 2 Canadian. Says, just wanted to toss a coin at the Stitcher. An A. Thank you so much. Toss a coin to your Stitcher. Kyle Petty, thank you so much for the $10. Kyle says, by the way, I've never seen either of your guys' content outside of these streams. I'm curious how many other people here are in the same boat. I watched so many of your previous streams too, and I started 2 months ago. Oh, yeah, I know. I noticed that you popped up out of nowhere, Kyle. We did a poll once. I don't remember what the results were of people who found us via streams and who found us via the content we used to put out before we started streaming. Do you remember what the results were? Because I don't.
Did we? I don't remember doing that poll.
We did. We did a stream poll.
Did we?
I don't remember what the results were, but maybe we'll do another one when we have, more people. It's not the end of the night. So that's what Adam looks like without glasses on.
What?
There you go.
Here you go. I'm putting one of my videos. Sitch doesn't make videos here. Here's one of my videos. I'll put it in this chat. You can check it out.
No, you should put here. We'll put it on the background.
Back when I used to make content.
Here, bring up the watch together. We'll have it play in the background.
Oh, sure, I can do that. Yeah.
And just turn the sound off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Wait, I know the perfect video for this. Way.
Oh, you're bringing up a video? Okay.
Yeah.
What are you bringing up?
You'll see. The best PSA Sitch video that was ever created, just for you, Kyle. Actually, we should just watch it.
I gotta bring up the watch together first.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
What if I were to purchase fast food and disguise it as my own cooking? Delightfully devilish, Seymour.
Somebody touch my
steamed clams. No, I said steamed hams. That's what I call
donkey.
You call
donkey
steamed hams? Yes, it's a...
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me.
This is a Sitch video?
Yes.
Steamed hams, but it's Peter hurts his knee. What?
This is the best video I've ever made, Adam.
I don't approve of this video.
Seymour, you are... was wonderful. Good time was...
Sitch, how much acid did you do when you made this video? I gotta know. What were you on? What drugs were you on when you made this video?
Isn't it amazing how much time I spent editing this video?
What is the purpose of this video?
Just imagine the amount of time that was spent editing this video.
You mean wasted editing this video?
Wow.
Well, what's going on? What's happening here?
You're just too old. You just don't get it.
Well, explain it to me. I'm not incoherent.
I can't explain. I can't explain the joke to you. I just can't.
Chitachi, so proud to be A-Team right now. I know exactly how.
This is my favorite part. Him mouthing the song from Dragon Ball Z Super. So funny.
Well, I get what's going on. I just don't understand why it's going on.
Oh, well, that was wonderful. Good time was...
What is that thing?
It's Goku versus Jiren. Dragon Ball Super.
They're all watching as it goes by.
I know.
But why? What is this? What is this significant? What am I supposed to be feeling here?
Okay,
That's what I want to know.
Basically, what I did was, I guess, I don't know if you remember, there was 2 memes at this time period. This is old video, obviously, judging by the memes that I'm using. Do you not remember the steamed ham meme that was like everyone was talking about?
Yes.
There was an episode of The Simpsons where Skinner has the superintendent over and he talks about steamed clams. And then he burns his kitchen down. And so he goes to the fast food place and he says, I said steamed hams.
Hilarious stuff.
And a million people were making memes about this. And a million people were making memes about Peter falling down and hurting his knee. So I just took all the memes that people were making at the time and I combined them all into one masterpiece.
How many views does this video have?
100,000.
Wow. That's pretty crazy.
And nice stuff. The pinned comment from this from 4 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's so dense. Every single image has so many things going on.
Oh, man.
Nice little Star Wars reference. So thank you. We were just talking about Star Wars. Anyway.
Lord, what is happening there?
Aurora Borealis?
Aurora Borealis. At this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely there.
Did you get that thing I sent you?
Get.
Do we?
Why'd he do that? Why wouldn't he?
Hey, you had Meatwad.
Look at that. That's amazing.
You had Meatwad in there.
I know. Isn't that the best video you've ever seen in your life?
Meatwad.
Now you know where my ending comes from that using the other video. This is when I made that. The little Sitch in the water.
Hey, look at that. He's got his head in the water cooling off.
I know.
Meatwad. Meatwad's so cute.
Okay. Now you can turn the volume off and we'll put this on in the background while I read the rest of the super chats. This is the other Sitch classic special video. I know you saw this one.
Of course I have.
Anyways. Okay. Cal Branchman for $5 says, I'm giving you money to watch Cyberpunk Edge Runners so you can post a positive review video. Yeah, a lot of people said we should watch that or check that out. Maybe I will do a nice positive review on it. So,
Cyberpunk Edge Runners. What if we hate it though?
That's a good question.
Sitch will make all of your dreams turn into nightmares. So
That's
you better
true.
watch out. Watch out what you wish for. Oh look, Sitch watched my favorite show and hated it. Yeah.
I like how the chat is completely divided on whether that video was amazing or terrible.
Yeah, I think it breaks down A-Team S-Class Pretty
I love
exclusively.
that. I love that. That's perfect. That's
Mhm.
exactly what I wanted the reaction to be. Just people just go, oh my God.
Yeah.
The Butter Anvil, thanks so much for $5. Says, had a VR game tutorial get like 60K views. So now I have 2,000 YouTube subs. That's great. The slow growth isn't the best, but it feels rewarding. Thanks for my wrench ad.
Yeah.
Awesome. That is great.
Did I give him a wrench?
I don't know. It looks like he doesn't have a wrench now.
Who was it?
No, I mean, I don't, I think you took away his wrench, didn't you?
Is that the Butter Anvil?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I took it away.
Oh, okay.
But thanks for the super chat.
Sitch, remember when you did Bongo Cat? I do. That one,
I remember that too, but I mean,
the Bongo Cat Whiplash video is one of my favorite videos.
yeah.
So silly, but Sitch, you have to make YouTube poops that won't age so poorly. It's impossible. Well, it's different. It's a different thing, but Hitachi says it was amazing because it strengthened my allegiance to A-Team. So thank you, Sitch. There you go. Automodel, thank you so much for the $5. Says, bruh, this dude mocked Juneteenth as meaningless because we did it while putting Tubman on the $20 bill. Is a serious point because we haven't?
Yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't like that either. He's like, oh, it would be a big deal if we put Harriet Tubman on the $20 bill, but since we got Juneteenth as a holiday, that's like, nice try.
Right.
You try hard. It's like, what the fuck? Make up your mind.
Oh, that Butter Anvil for $5 says, oh, poop, I wasn't being passive aggressive. I thought I had it back. LOL. Sorry, never mind. Oh, okay. That's hilarious. I still love you, Adam, even if your media takes are bad. Hearts. There you go.
Well, yeah, I mean, the disagreement is really over. And the reason I took the wrench last time was because you came at me as if we weren't talking about writing, which, I mean, that's exclusively what we're talking about. What else will we be talking about?
I like that whenever you try to say anything serious with a big head on, it just...
Oh, I forgot I had the big head on, so...
It should have said anything.
Yeah. Butter Anvil has had it in for me ever since we had our little dust up about Mr. Girl.
Okay.
But whatever. It's good to have haters in the world.
Kyle Petty, thanks so much for the $10. Says, the issue with augmented reality is that it will never match what you physically feel. So all the furries who want to use it for their pleasure will be big sad, or the weaks with tentacles stuff.
Yeah, no, that's my problem with it.
Yeah, that's true. At first, in a way. But they'll sort it all out.
No, they won't.
Of course they will. Andrew Clark for $2 says, guys, you need to watch Karen. It has similar credits to Spy Hard. Oh, check it out. Metalworks 41190, thanks so much for being a free sticker for 7 months. Says, imagine connecting through your bot in virtual reality to have long distance wireless sex with your boy/girlfriend. Now that's interesting. How would you feel about that?
Well, that would be, I guess, acceptable, right? Because you'd be having sex with your significant other and
through a robot.
But you also wouldn't have to be there to see yourself cucking yourself, so that's a plus, right?
Well, that'd be weird because what if you're like on a business trip, right?
Right.
And so you're having sex with your wife/girlfriend via the robot, the sex robot at home.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you get
then
home,
you realize you called the wrong number. You're having sex with your secretary?
There you go.
Oh, okay.
But no, what I was going to say is then you get home.
Right.
And you're like, hey, we can have sex like in person now. And she's like, actually, why don't you go in the other room and put on
I knew this was
the headset?
I knew this was coming, yeah.
And,
I have a better idea. How about you put this on and go sit in the car?
Yeah, exactly.
You're totally fucked. You're like,
well, no,
fuck.
but I mean, no. You're putting you're putting it like you're in the car. I mean, like, what if she's like, oh, you go in the other room with your sex robot? Like, what if, and I'll go, that's like me, and I'll go in this room with the sex robot that's you. Like, what if they only want to have sex with you via the sex robot?
Right.
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, I would probably start to get jealous. I'd be like, what?
I don't know. We'll see. It's gonna happen.
Obviously, you like the robot better than me.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
Wow.
Stuck for $5 says, I'm gonna need this clip spliced in with Patrick Williams saying Star Wars is for children. Oh, the
yes.
The itchy watching.
That's the perfect clip to be spliced in with that too.
Right.
That's, you kind of lose the argument when you got Grandpa Itchy.
Yeah.
Yeah, watching internet porn.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, Streamlabs is being finicky. Streamlabs, thanks so much, Quackers. Oh my god, it's our good friend Quackers for $1 says yo yo yo.
Wow.
Dill's elephant pee out for her for $10 says, for $2 says, hello boys, it's time to get our dicks out for Harambe. Ian Danskin must be getting his out for Sean Hannity, given the nickname Gorilla. Harambe can drag me all around he wants. S-Class is cool. A-Team is the fool. Sometimes.
Wow.
Oh. There you go.
Well, I'm glad he's S-Class if he's getting his dick out for Harambe.
For Harambe. Just be careful what Harambe drags you.
Right.
By. Death by Sloth for $2 says, for decades, the left criticized the media for sensationalism, fear-mongering, pack journalism, forwarding racial stereotypes, and misrepresenting reality. Good thing they fix all those problems just in time to report on Trump. True.
Yeah.
True. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, this entire video reeks of him thinking that anyone who disagrees with him knows they're evil but is going along with it anyway. This man has absolutely no conception that people could think differently than him. I know, it's crazy. It's crazy how stupid he is.
Yeah, that's kind of an anti-intellectual position.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, if non-racism isn't real, then every time this chucklefuck sleeps, he's being racist because he's not being anti-racist. So sleep is racist. This guy is racist in more ways than one.
That's a good counter argument right there.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, you should stay up all night being anti-racist. How can you be a woke ally if you aren't even awake?
That's a good point. Everyone knows sleeping is a tool of the white patriarchy.
Doomer Media in the chat says, DM me if you want a mass report. What the fuck? That's hilarious. That's a good one, Doomer.
He's just jealous of my amazing steamed hams meme that Doomer wishes he had the editing chops to produce. Okay.
Let's put on Doomer Chappelle video.
No. Let's not do that.
I mean,
didn't he delete it or something?
I saved a copy so we can
upload
it to the Adam Friend and Secret
I was like, he deleted it. It doesn't exist anymore.
Really?
Didn't he? Didn't you, Doomer? Is it still up?
I'm going to upload his Bosch video to my secret channel.
There you go.
See if I can get some views off that thing.
Oh, look, it's our good friend Dialogue Always. Dialogue Always for $2. The real Dialogue Always, I'm sure. Says, you two call yourselves centrist, which literally does not exist. How can you call yourself a centrist when you hold the political position on a given issue?
It's a good question. It's a good question, Dialogue. I guess you got us. We aren't centrists after all.
I know.
How dare we have a political take?
Dr. Diddler for $3 says, wait, so if the helicopters are catching speeding cars in California, who catches all the speeding aircrafts? Typical Californians.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point. That's a great point.
I wonder if you can't. I mean, you can go as fast as you want in an airplane. There's no speeding laws.
I don't know about speed, but you have to maintain certain altitudes and distances and things like that, don't you?
No, it's kind of like the Wild West up there.
I don't think that's even remotely true. I'm pretty sure there's lots of regulations about flying.
No, my buddy used to take me flying all the time, and I was always amazed at how few rules there are up there, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Do whatever you want.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, clearly Ian Dumbfuck here has just had his consciousness sneakily replaced by Socialist. He doesn't really think all this. He's just so stupid that he doesn't know. He's just so stupid that he doesn't know that he's confused.
True. Yeah.
True.
He's
That's
completely baffled by his own
That's true.
idiocy. Is that Dunning-Kruger?
I mean, yeah, to some extent.
Fascinating.
Ian Danskin. Oh my God, look, it's Ian Danskin. He saw that we were watching the video, and he was happy about this. Ian Danskin for $2 says, we know that the moderate is truly catering to the whites. Only vague promises of representation, because they never get black Americans elected to office, especially not to the presidency. That's true. That's a good point.
You can't mention Obama or they get super pissed. They're like,
just because we have a black president doesn't mean racism is solved, you idiot.
I know.
I mean, I kind of thought it was, to be honest.
Right. Potato for $20. Thanks so much, Potato. Or Surrogate Uncle Potato. Says, did you just say the Nazis and racists want to think about being white all the time? Isn't that what he wants white people to do? That's a good point.
Oh, wow. He does. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great point. Dr. Diller for $3 says that Isaac's story is pretty much how Haidt spelled out, we're blind to our elephant, but other people can convince us out of it. I've seen most of these people completely drop the bullshit when they're outside the bubble. Yeah.
Isaac's getting close, I think.
That's good. Solo Doge for $2 says, first chess and now fishing, the scandals won't stop. Multinational fishing contest winners have been found hiding weights inside their bait to increase the weight of their catch.
Oh my God.
Our institutions are failing people.
Wow.
Liberalism is dead.
Wow.
There you go.
They're doing the lead bait.
I can't believe that. That's so sad.
What a bunch of
this is my
cheaters.
favorite part.
Oh, it is?
Turn on the sound.
I can't do it.
I know.
I can't find it. What's this? More videos. Here, get rid of this. There is no sound.
It's the Roger Rabbit soundtrack. I love that.
Well, except you've all...
I love that little effect. I'm gonna just whack myself off. That, oh, it's so good.
Well, except you've also called trans campaigners authoritarian, haven't you? I mean, isn't that...
Well, only in the broader context of my claims that radical leftist ideologues are authoritarian,
yes,
which they are.
You're saying someone who's trying to work out their gender identity, you may well have struggled with that, had quite a
No
tough
doubt
time over
struggled
the years.
Oh, wait.
You're comparing them with, chairman...
You put the trans man in there.
Yeah, I did that because he was arguing, he was arguing with Jordan Peterson.
Yeah,
about
I
that
remember
thing,
him.
Right.
Mao.
Do I look like a cat to you, boy?
Under Mao, millions of people died.
Right.
I mean, there's no comparison between Mao and a trans activist, is there?
Why not?
Because trans activists aren't killing millions of people?
The philosophy that's guiding their utterances is the same philosophy.
The consequences are...
Not yet.
Oh, shit. Oh, no. Mike dropped her to death.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, you can turn the volume. I just like the little Cuphead part.
Well, that was amazing.
God, I'm so stupid. This stupid video. This is.
Don't
It's
go
so
so
dumb.
hard on yourself.
I know.
Oh, look, my head's gotten. My painting
What?
stole my big head. God
That's good.
damn it. I hate it when that happens.
What kind of idiots like, hey, why don't you intersplice Jordan Peterson's Kathy Newman interview with Cuphead and Undertale?
Mm-hmm.
Though I regret one of my biggest YouTube regrets to this day is I didn't think to do one of these Undertale videos for when Sam Harris had that conversation with what's his name? Ezra Klein.
Right.
And Ezra Klein just dodged everything he said.
Oh yeah. A lot of dodging.
There's a boss in Undertale that all they do is dodge everything you do. Oh my god, it would have been the perfect video. So sad. Michael
Very
Tracy for $2 says, "How do you even know that?" Oh, look, it's Michael Tracy.
Yeah, we talked about him earlier.
Yeah, I guess he heard.
Whenever we talk about people, they always show up in our super chat.
I know. This is how popular we are. Okay.
Yeah.
We criticize someone and then they give us money. It's how much we're loved.
I thought mystery guest said he couldn't give us any more money. What happened?
Did the mystery guest just give us another $1?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks so much, mystery guest, for $100. Thank you so much, mystery guest. Says Sitch, that video. Sitch, that video is perfect. Well, thank you, mystery guest.
Yeah.
I appreciate your boosting my confidence here. There you go. There was the retard alert part. Well, thank you so much, mystery guest. You're too kind. You're too kind.
It is
Michael
amazing.
Tracy yes, definitely. Michael Tracy for $2 says, "How do you even know that the Jews were saved by ending the Holocaust?" Sounds like some pro-American hogwash to me.
That is so Michael Tracy right now. It's very sad. Like, what the fuck happened to Michael Tracy? I thought he used to be a pretty reasonable dude. What happened?
I don't know either. I tweeted out that the current Michael Tracy arc is the Simpsons meme.
I saw that. Yeah.
Bart says, "This is the worst tweet of my life," and then Homer says, "Your worst tweet so far."
Right. Yeah. He's going down.
Yes.
Yeah. He's going down the insane hole.
Every day, if you go on Michael Tracy's Twitter feed, it's just something even worse, something even crazier. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with him. Dialogue Always, thanks so much for the $2. That's right. Dialogue Always gave us another $2, Adam. Can you believe it?
Yeah.
Says, "Oh my God, Sitch. It's not about going after people. It's the system, as you said. Of course, systems are made of people. So often you have to go after those people. But it's not about going after the people."
Yeah, that's pretty accurate, I think.
That's true.
You do have to go after the people eventually to get the system. But, it's the cost of doing business, right?
I won't be a part of your system, man. My dad's not a cell phone. I can't believe, was he actually justifying Pearl Harbor? I can't tell if you're trolling or if that's real, because I could literally believe that he was justifying Pearl Harbor.
Michael Tracy?
Yeah. Stug for $2 says, "In my view, one of the worst things about this whole issue is that the only comfort the pro-trans side has for detrans is your body is valid and you change your mind, it's okay. At best, it's irreversible at worst." Yeah. And it's, quote, irreversible at worst. But that's the problem. That is the problem.
That's a pretty big worst.
It's pretty big worst. That's true. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
I just, the bravado that they have in thinking that we've done enough research on this stuff to really know, it's insane to me. It's so insane to me.
Right.
I guess there have been times in history when they've had the same. Somehow I thought we were past that, though. I thought thalidomide was the thing that wasn't going to happen again.
Nope.
Thalidomide was this medicine for morning sickness, right?
Yep.
But they didn't fully understand how morning sickness works, so it gave a bunch of... Imagine giving some drug to pregnant women. "Oh, it's no big deal. Look, it's this brand new drug. It doesn't make you... takes away morning sickness.
Right.
You'll feel much better. Your baby's going to look like a science experiment, but you'll look... It's just so crazy. I thought we got more conservative about this kind of stuff.
Right.
And not conservative in, the political means, but just, taking risks into account. Nah. We're right where we were 50 years ago.
That's sad.
Just go on.
He said we were
pull your uterus out, cut your dick off. You'll be fine. Everyone's doing it.
I know, right? Stug for $2 says, actually, I'm not sure where my quote at best and I quote at worst are correctly chosen at the ends of the spectrum. None of it seems right. That's fair. Soldoge for $2 says, sigh. Once again, Persona 4 is in the discourse. This time it's kanji. His entire story is about how bad it is to force roles on people. And what do the woke do? They assume that he is gay because he likes effeminate things like sewing. There you go. Classic woke. That's what the irony about the woke gender ideology is, that all it wants to do is it wants to shove people into easily digestible categories and labels.
Yeah, it's lame.
Dr. Diddler, thanks so much for $2, says, I don't remember if I super chatted this during the Doomer algorithm fight, but I have like 88 subscribers, and a relevant video I made got 16,000 views. Make something worth watching, and they will come. There you go.
Are you taking Doomer's side?
I think he's taking Doomer's side in that conversation.
I mean, what you just described is not Doomer's side, it's Adam's side. But anyway.
Well, no, because Doomer's side was if you make something good, people will watch it. And yours was like, you need to be making things that are topical, essentially. Right?
Well, yeah.
That's not
you haven't given us enough information for us to really assess the situation. Tell us what the video is about.
That's true.
Yeah. Did you make a video about how Chappelle is the most transphobic comedian on the planet?
Doctor says he's not taking. I'm not who.
Oh.
I don't know. We'll see when the chat catches up to real time.
It was topical.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Fair enough. So you're taking Adam's side.
Yeah.
Booyah.
Yes.
Got
Okay.
him. Got him.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you have a channel with 88 subscribers and you make a topical video, that topical video will be shared by the algorithm. Yeah.
True. Very true. Well, anyways.
Oh, wow. We're done already?
It's only almost 2 a.m. We're
How
done already, I
sad.
guess. How sad.
I guess we're wrapping up.
We're wrapping up.
What am I going to do?
It's closing time, and you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.
Right. Yeah, I like that song. Yeah, that's a good song. Wish I could play it on the harmonica, but I can't.
There you go.
Closing time.
I like that all your harmonica sounds the same.
What are you talking about?
It sounds like a car horn that's dying. Like someone's stuck in a traffic jam and they've been hitting the car horn so long it starts to die. Wait, is another super chat? Dr. Diddler for $2 says, you should play Persona 4. It's about accepting parts of yourself you may not necessarily like, but are parts of yourself anyways. It gets brought back up constantly because these idiots cannot understand the theme at all. Well, that sounds interesting. Well, thank you.
Closing time.
Oh my god, it's not gay Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Our favorite super chatter, Not Gay Ben, for $2 says, I'm not gay, by the way. In case you were just, waiting on bated breath to find out the resolution of that. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your very, very generous donations, especially you, mystery guests, incredibly generous donations. Thank you so much. Thank you all for your amazing donations. Thank you all, you people who have made it to the end of the stream, who have come with us on the journey of watching Ian Dampskin's insane rantings, the psychopathic schizoid rantings of a deranged lunatics. You people that made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. Hope you all have a fantastic week, and we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Why? Vibes.